Section 1 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. Sketch of the Life of Uncle Harvey Williams, by Honorable C.D. Little of Saginaw. Oliver Williams was born in Concord, Massachusetts in 1774. In 1808, he visited Detroit, and after prospecting for a time, returned to Concord. He visited Detroit again in 1809 and remained until 1811, when he concluded to engage in the mercantile trade. He proceeded to Boston and procured a general assortment of merchandise of the value of $10,000. Alpheus Williams, a brother-in-law of Oliver, became his endorser for the purchase at Boston. I mention this incident as the connecting inducement which at a later period was the means of bringing Alpheus Williams to the territory of Michigan. While these goods were being transported from Buffalo to Detroit, they were seized by the British government. Mr. Williams made a prisoner and conveyed to Halifax. After being confined a prisoner at Halifax for a number of months, he was released and returned to Detroit. Oliver Williams did not remove his family, which consisted of 4 sons and 4 daughters, until the year 1815. Oliver Williams, being a man of strict integrity, determined that his brother-in-law should lose nothing by his endorsement for him, and though he had lost everything, he told Alpheus he could and would, if life and health were spared for a few years, accumulate enough to pay every dollar of the $10,000. With this honest purpose in view, in a new country, he commenced the Herculean task of raising $10,000. This, with a large family to support, the oldest only 13 years of age, would have disheartened most men, but not Mr. Williams. By strict economy and untiring zeal, he succeeded, and in a few years paid every dollar. The sons and daughters of this man are well remembered by the old settlers of northern Michigan and have been prominently instrumental in developing its resources. Ephraim S., better known as Major Williams, is now a resident of Flint. Gardner D. became a resident of Saginaw City and died in 1858. Alfred and Benjamin O. are residents of Owasso. Mary Ann, who married Schuyler Hodges, is now a resident of Pontiac, while Alpheus and Harriet, now Mrs. Rogers, are residing in California. In 1815, Oliver induced Alpheus to remove from Concord to Detroit, and this brings me to the subject of this sketch, Harvey Williams, eldest son of Alpheus Williams, better known throughout the Saginaw Valley as Uncle Harvey. He was one of the oldest, if not the oldest, of the Yankee pioneers to Detroit now living. He came with his mother to that city in 1815. From Concord, Massachusetts to Buffalo, New York, the journey was accomplished by wagon. From Buffalo to the mouth of Detroit River on a schooner of 40 tons burthen called the Salem Packet. The master or captain was Eber Ward, father of Captain Eber Ward, now of Detroit. It required 13 days to accomplish the trip from Buffalo to Detroit River. At this point, the packet was detained by contrary winds, and Mr. Williams' father chartered a cart and had his goods carted to Windsor, opposite Detroit, from which point they were ferried over in a dugout. Moving in those days was a rough experience. Mr. Williams paid $15 each for passage to Detroit and $5 per barrel, bulk, for the goods. At this time, Benjamin Woodworth kept the aristocratic tavern in Detroit. It was not a very extensive establishment, but was enlarged from time to time until, under the good management of Uncle Ben, it obtained a wide reputation as Uncle Ben Woodworth's Steamboat Hotel, and for years was the headquarters of steamboat men after steamers commenced running on the lakes. It was located on Woodbridge Street, immediately in the rear of where the Fireman's Hall now stands. Oliver Williams kept a tavern of less pretensions on Jefferson Avenue, under the old elm tree, and another tavern was kept by the father of the late Judge C.W. Whipple down near the Cass Farm. These were the hotel accommodations of that period of the village of Detroit. then containing about 1,000 inhabitants. Emerson, Mack, and Conant were the leading mercantile house in Detroit at that time. The firm was composed of Thomas Emerson, father of Curtis Emerson, Esquire of East Saginaw, Stephen Mack, and Shubael Conant. They kept a general assortment of dry goods, groceries, crockery, and hardware. Henry I. Hunt, Abel May, Edward, and John S. Crable were also selling goods, but did not carry as heavy stocks as Emerson, Mack, and Conant. All of these merchants were in the habit of issuing what were called shin plasters, and they passed it as the legal tender of the country. James Abbott was the agent of the American Fur Company, who had their headquarters for the West at Detroit. Abbott was also postmaster. The mails from the East were very irregular and arrived only semi-occasionally. It often required 4 weeks or more for a letter from New England to reach Detroit, and the postage thereon was 25 cents. General Lewis Cass, Messrs. Larned, Tenike, Wetherall, Forsyth, John and Thomas Palmer, and Judge Woodward, who afterwards made the plat of the city, were among the then prominent men of the territory. In the same year, 1815, Uncle Harvey commenced blacksmithing on the ground where the Russell House now stands, making steel traps, axes, and doing irregular custom work for the inhabitants. There was but one other shop of the kind in Detroit, which was owned by a Frenchman named Peltier. Uncle Harvey's business increased rapidly. He soon added a small furnace to his shop and commenced casting plows. When his business increased so that he cast 3 plows a day, the fact was published as an evidence of the great progress Detroit was making in her manufactories. The coal used for melting the iron was charcoal, and the blowing was done by a single horse. Mr. Williams' business grew from year to year until it attained to $100,000 annually. He purchased, set up, and used the first stationary steam engine ever used in the territory of Michigan. He built for J.K. Dow and C.C. Trowbridge the first steam engine for the first steam mill in Michigan, and his last work in his shop in Detroit was the building of the 2 steam engines for the old steamboat Michigan. Mr. Williams changed his location twice while in Detroit. He removed from the Russell House lot to the grounds now occupied by the D&M Railroad Company, and from that point to the triangular lot on Cass Street, Jefferson Avenue, and Woodbridge. Here he purchased 105 feet front for $105. Mr. Williams informs me that the first circus performance ever given in Michigan, and which he considers the best, was in the middle of the street between where the Biddle House now stands and the old jail that stood on the north side of Jefferson Avenue opposite the Biddle House. Mr. Williams furnished all the ironwork for the first substantial jail that was built in Michigan, and has now in his possession the contract by which was furnished to him the iron, 40 tons at 17 cents per pound. He did the iron work on the First Presbyterian Church, erected on the corner of Woodward Avenue and Larned Streets in 1818, and also the French Catholic Church, which was commenced the same year. With his stationary engine, he pumped the water for the citizens of Detroit. The reservoir was located on Fort Street West, between the former residence of Governor Baldwin and the City Hall, and it is a fact worthy of note that a 3-inch pipe was of sufficient capacity to furnish all the water used at the time. The city paid Mr. Williams $500 per annum for the pumping. Late in the fall of 1842, Major Whiting was desirous of getting supplies through to the troops then stationed at Saginaw City. Knowing the determination and indefatigable perseverance of Uncle Harvey, he approached him on the subject. With reluctance, after much persuasion, he consented to make the trial. Calling to his assistance the late John Hamilton of Genesee County, the journey was undertaken and accomplished. With 8 days' labor, they succeeded in carrying 4 tons of supplies from Detroit to Saginaw. In performing this, they were obliged to ford the Clinton River 5 times. The Thread, Cass, and Flint rivers, as well as the Pine and the Elm, had to be forded. Fortunate was it for the poor soldiers that they were successful, for when the supplies arrived, they were almost famished, having been without rations for 2 days previous to Uncle Harvey's arrival. I have mentioned this incident for the reason that it was from conversations with the officers at this time that he formed the opinion that at some future time Saginaw would become one of the important points in Michigan. For 12 succeeding years, Mr. Williams thought much of Saginaw, but not until 1834 did he see his way clear or the inducements sufficient to tempt him, with all his courage, to try living in a wilderness 40 miles from civilization. On arrival at Saginaw, his first labor was the erection of a steam sawmill, which was located at the back of Merrimack Street in Saginaw City, and will be remembered as the G.D. & E.F. Williams Mill, and was the first steam mill erected in the Saginaw Valley. Afterward, a run of stone was added to the mill and used for grinding corn. In 1836 and 37, Mr. Williams built the steam sawmill, which for a number of years was called the Emerson Mill, and stood on the grounds now occupied by the East Saginaw Gas Company. This was the mill of its day. This mill was run by H. Williams till the disastrous crash of 1837. Those of the Saginaw pioneers still living remember the result of that crash. The panic of last September pales into insignificance in comparison with it. Hundreds of mechanics and laboring men who had all the work they could do at the highest wages ever paid were suddenly thrown out of employment. Employers who considered themselves millionaires were reduced to laboring men, and paper currency, which was up to this time considered as good as gold, became worthless and could not be sold for $1 a bushel in specie. The result was that those who could went through the woods, a familiar expression used in taking the Indian Trail to Flint, which was the only road out of Saginaw at that time. The place became almost depopulated. This was a time that tried men's souls, but Uncle Harvey's faith in the ultimate prosperity of Saginaw was not shaken, and though he went down in the general crash, he did not become dishonored, but with that heroism and stamina still characteristic of him, determined never to give up till he had realized the fruition of his hopes in seeing the Saginaw Valley what it now is, one of the most populous and prosperous portions of Michigan. The little steam sawmill at the foot of Mackinac Street did all that was required of it in its day. The big mill at East Saginaw, the model mill of 1837, when finished, was supposed to be equal to, and beyond, any future requirements. Could those wise ones who thought Mr. Williams foolish in building so large a mill look at the mills on Saginaw River today and the hundreds of millions of feet of lumber manufactured by them, they would acknowledge their own short-sightedness and the superior judgment manifested by Uncle Harvey in his prophecies of the future of the Saginaws. Mr. Williams removed to the Caucalin River in 1844 and remained there till 1864. During the 20 years he resided there, he was extensively engaged in the fisheries at the mouth of the river in the spring months, and in the summer and fall months his operations were extended down the bay and Lake Huron. During the winter, his business relations with the Chippewa Indians were extensive, amounting in the aggregate to hundreds of thousands of dollars. No man has ever possessed the confidence of those Chippewa Indians that Uncle Harvey has had, and certainly no man could be kinder and more generous to them than he. 59 years in Michigan. Few but very few men can, with Uncle Harvey, say that they have seen the infant in the cradle grow up to the full status of manhood, as he has seen our beautiful peninsular state grow. How little was known in 1815 of the vast mines of wealth that lay buried beneath her surface. Who then dreamed that Michigan would furnish successful competition against the whole world in copper and iron? Who then imagined that the Saginaw Valley mills would manufacture more lumber than any other point on the globe? Who ever conjectured that in little more than half a century Michigan would stand preeminent for its mineral wealth, for its lumber, for its agricultural products, for its fruits, its stock, and for the provision it has made for the education of its sons and daughters? Nevertheless, Uncle Harvey has lived to see all this, and might well, he say, "Now let thy aged servant depart in peace." But he is not yet willing to depart, for his ambition has not been destroyed by the frosts of more than 80 winters. His energy is manifested in all that he does, and he bids fair to outrun many men whose years do not number one half of his. Mr. Williams was married to Miss Julia Turnade in 1819. Mrs. Williams is still living, a well-preserved woman, one of the mothers in Israel, from whose door the poor and needy have never been turned away empty. 55 years of wedded life. How seldom it is chronicled. In the great majority of families, the silver cord is snapped, and alas, how few to whom the golden bowl is preserved. It would have been gratifying to the pioneers of Saginaw Valley to have had Mr. and Mrs. Williams with us today, as no doubt it would have been to you, the pioneers of the state, who are our guests. But no persuasion would induce them to leave the quiet of their home, notwithstanding they are living epistles of what well-ordered and temperate lives can effect. Mr. Williams informs me that there are but 8 persons of American descent now living who were residents of Detroit in 1815. Ephraim S. Williams, now of Genesee County, Benjamin O. and Alfred Williams of Shiawassee County, Mrs. Schuyler of Oakland County, Benjamin Woodworth of St. Clair County, Alpheus Williams and Harriet Rogers of California, and Harvey Williams of Saginaw County. Uncle Harvey is the pioneer blacksmith, the pioneer manufacturer of agricultural implements, the pioneer engine builder, and the pioneer lumberman of the Saginaw Valley. I have hastily compiled these incidents in his life, deeming it but just and proper that one so long, for over half a century, identified with the interests of Michigan, should be honored at this meeting of the state pioneers. End of section 1. Section 2 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Origin and Progress of the Michigan School System. Read before the Society, February 3, 1875, by John D. Pierce, First Superintendent of Public Instruction. It is sometimes useful to review the past to see what has been done. It is so in every department of life. We cannot understand the present unless we know something of the past. Such knowledge is exceedingly important in devising measures either for the present or the future. This peninsula was first visited in 1610, 3 years after the first settlement on James River, Virginia, and 12 years before the landing of the Pilgrims on Plymouth Rock. The first settlement was made in 1632 at Detroit. It was occupied by the French and then by the English as a trading post till the close of the war which gave independence to the United States. The Indians, the beaver, the buffalo, the wolf, and the bear were joint occupants with the French and English. The latter were intruders, but they finally succeeded in driving out the original inhabitants and settling the country. From the close of the War of Independence, Michigan formed a part of the Great Northwest Territory up to 1800. Chillicothe was then the seat of government for the whole. At this time, Indiana was erected into a separate territory, and in 1802, Ohio becoming a state of the Union, Michigan was annexed to Indiana. In 1805, the territory of Michigan was established, and General Hull appointed governor. This office he surrendered when he gave up Detroit and all else to the British in the War of 1812. General Cass was appointed as governor in 1813 and retained the office up to 1831. To him, more than to any other man, is the state indebted for its subsequent rapid settlement. The delusion which had all along prevailed in regard to the character of the country was under his wise and efficient administration dispelled. He procured a survey of the peninsula and the laying out of the Chicago and territorial roads. These measures brought the country into notice and opened it to public inspection. It was then found that the representations which had hitherto been given of it, that the country was an interminable swamp crossed with sand ridges, was a mere fancy sketch and utterly baseless. But so firmly fixed was this delusion in the public mind of that day that the commissioners sent out to locate bounty lands for soldiers after visiting Detroit and going a few miles west of it, returned and reported it totally unfit for cultivation. Nothing could have been more fortunate for the future state. Besides retarding the settlement, we should have had a very different set of inhabitants had it been encumbered with soldiers' bounty lands. The name of our state is derived from the Chippewa language. It is formed of two words, Michaw and Sagigan. The meaning of the first is great, of the second lakes, and hence Michigan means the land of the Great Lakes. Nothing could be more expressive of its character, land of great and mighty waters. When I came into Michigan in 1831, the census of the territory had just been taken, including what is now the state of Wisconsin. It numbered 32,000 inhabitants. This was the sum total of both territories, where there are now, in all probability, 2,500,000 people. There were then 2,000 in Wisconsin and 30,000 in Michigan proper. Previous to this period, little had been done in this territory for schools. The Legislative Council had passed an act providing for the election of 6 school commissioners in each organized township for the purpose of dividing the township into districts, but no provision was made for the support of schools except by rate bills. The schools, however, were little else than private schools, but many of the new townships up to 1835 had not organized under this system. In 1834, the census was again taken, and Michigan was found to contain 87,000 inhabitants. Soon after this time, the Legislative Council authorized the calling of a convention to form a state constitution and fixed upon May 1835 for it to assemble at Detroit for that purpose. It was at this period of our history that the Michigan school system had its inception and origin. General Isaac E. Crary, a graduate of an Eastern college and a warm friend of education, was, for a year or two, an inmate of my house. The condition and prospects of our new state were often subjects of discussion, and especially of schools of various grades, from the highest to the lowest. About this time, Cousin's report of the Prussian system made to the French Minister of Public Instruction came into my hands, and it was read with much interest. Sitting one pleasant afternoon upon a log on the hill north of where the courthouse at Marshall now stands, General Crary and myself discussed for a long time the fundamental principles which were deemed important for the convention to adopt in laying the foundations of our state. The subject of education was a theme of especial interest. It was agreed, if possible, that it should make a distinct branch of the government, and that the Constitution ought to provide for an officer who should have this whole matter in charge and thus keep its importance perpetually before the public mind. That gentleman went to the convention and was appointed chairman of the Committee on Education, drew up an article on that subject, reported the same to the convention. It was adopted and became the law of the land. It provided what no other in the United States had done, namely, for the appointment of a superintendent of public instruction. This was to be done on nomination by the governor and joint vote of the 2 houses of the legislature. At the election held October 1835, the Constitution was ratified. Stevens T. Mason was elected governor, and General Crary representative to Congress. Members of the legislature were chosen at the same time. A session was held in November and adjourned over to January. At its session in January, the state not yet being admitted into the Union, the legislature again adjourned to the July following. Up to this period, though I had often counseled with Mr. Crary as to what ought to be done to promote the best interests of our new state, yet I had not thought of ever occupying the position provided for by the Constitution, being constantly employed in the work of a missionary of the American Home Missionary Society. On his way to Washington, General Crary held a consultation with Governor Mason and proposed my name for the newly created office. The governor expressed a wish to see me on the subject, as we were then wholly unacquainted. I accordingly visited Detroit and had an interview with the governor about the 20th of July. After discussing the matter at some length, the result was that on the 26th of the same month, in 1836, I was nominated and unanimously confirmed as superintendent of public instruction for the state. I was therefore the first that ever held the office in this country under a state constitution. At the same time, an act was passed requiring the superintendent to prepare and submit to the legislature to be convened on the first Monday in January 1837, a plan for the organization and support of primary schools, a plan for a university with branches, also a plan for the disposition of the university and primary school lands. This, then, was the first work assigned me to do, and I had 5 months before me in which to do it. One thing was favorable. It was a day when all was astir with activity and life. The watchword was progress and improvement. The field was clear. There were no old institutions and deep-rooted prejudices to be encountered and removed. But the condition of the state was to be taken into the account. We were less than 100,000. All was wild, and the people were comparatively poor. All was to be created anew. We had no canals, no railroads. Even the old slow coach was scarcely to be found. We had the lumber wagon and the Indian trail. We forded rivers, waded marshes, and when night came, if we found a shanty with a piece of old carpet for a door, we turned in for the night, and all were satisfied. But notwithstanding all this, the people then here came mostly from the region of schoolhouses and were anxious for schools. I may add also that the early movement in this direction aided materially in the settlement of the country. Soon after I received my commission, I went east and visited such men as John A. Dix, Governor Marcy, President Humphrey, Governor Everett, President Day, and others of like character. I was cordially received by all. What Michigan had already done was a matter of surprise, and much solicitude was expressed for our success. I attended also the American Institute of Instruction held at Worcester, Massachusetts, and the College of Professional Teachers held at Cincinnati. My object in this journey was information in regard to schools, from the primary school to the university, their organization, management, and support. The whole subject had been committed to my hands. Besides, I had over 1 million acres of university and school lands to look after. Such then was the responsibility and such the interests involved. Interests not only for the then present, but for the future. A failure, or even a bad beginning, must necessarily affect the state in its educational interests for a long time. A distinguished gentleman of Ohio, an earnest friend of schools, remarked to a convention of teachers at Cleveland that their state was 50 years behind Michigan for the want of such a beginning and such a man as we had. After a 2 months' absence, I returned and drew up my report. In it, the great questions involved were discussed, and the 3 specified plans required by the legislature were drawn out somewhat in detail. At the appointed time it was presented, and after a full and free interchange of views and some modifications, it was adopted as a whole with scarcely a dissenting voice. Such was the beginning. But it is one thing to adopt a system, and quite another and very different thing to carry it into execution. The best laid schemes often fail for want of skill in carrying them out. At this period in our history, there was one question pertaining to our primary schools of absorbing interest, the settlement of which must necessarily affect them for all time to come. The question gave to General Crary, our representative, and myself much solicitude, for on its solution depended, in a great measure, the success or failure of our whole system. But it was a difficult question to manage because it depended on the action of Congress. That body at the time seemed not to be very well disposed towards Michigan on account of our southern border trouble. Hitherto, on the admission of a new state, the 16th section had been donated to the township in each and every case. But these sections had been so managed in all the new states by the townships as to be of little worth to the cause of education. Many a section of great value was sold at an early day and bid on by the settlers for a mere song. Besides, there was no equality in the system. One section might be valuable, another of little worth. I once sold a section for $31,000, while in the next township the reserved section might not have been worth as many pennies. Hence, it was deemed of essential importance to us that these 16th sections reserved from sale should be given in trust to the state and not to the surveyed townships. How the uniform policy of Congress could be changed was the problem to be solved, but it was accomplished in this wise. General Crary, our representative, acted with a committee whose duty it was to draft the ordinance of admission. This work was assigned to him, and in drafting the ordinance, he so worded it that these school lands were really conveyed to the state, and it passed without question. The change in the form of conveyance of these sections seemed not to have been noticed. Had it been, as he subsequently told me, No doubt the common form would have been substituted and the lands given to the townships. There was no deception about it. The ordinance spoke for itself, and yet its effect seems not to have been perceived. It was all important to us as a state. It infused vigor into our newborn system and life into ours. Thus, much was gained. We had secured a foundation on which to rear a superstructure and materials with which to build. When the system was once adopted and the machinery in operation, it was easy to organize schools throughout the state. The apportionment to be derived from the income of the school funds operated as a stimulus to each and every school district. But here the greatest difficulty was to be met, and it is one not yet wholly surmounted. How and where is a full supply of competent teachers to be procured? After discussing this subject in its length and breadth, I proposed that a certain intermediate grade of institutions between the primary schools and the university should be used for qualifying teachers for their work, as well as that for preparing young men for the university course and others for the ordinary business of life. These institutions were to be regarded as branches of the university. This the Constitution required, and it was a favorite scheme of General Crary's, but it was attempting more than the state of the country at that time would warrant. Accordingly, the amended Constitution of 1850 left the university free and independent of all other institutions, as it ought always to have been, and the normal and union schools have taken their place and are doing the work that the intermediate grades were designed to accomplish. But these schools at that early day could not have been established, nor yet the system of county superintendents adopted. The country was too new and too poor. Houses were to be built, roads laid out and made passable, bridges and crossways to be constructed, mills and mill dams to be erected, and farms to be laid out, cleared, fenced, and plowed. Outside of Monroe and Detroit, we had no cities and villages. True, we had a great many on paper, but they were yet to be built. So also churches and schoolhouses. They existed only on printed plats, like the blacksmith's shop. A traveler inquired for such a place. He was told he would find one at Marshall Village. He went on till, out of all patience, he asked a settler where he would find said shop. "Oh," said the man, "you are in the shop now, but the anvil is back 7 miles on a stump." Considering the state of the whole Western world at the time, the wonder is not that we did so little, but that we were able to do so much. Soon after the adoption of our school system, it was reviewed in the Michigan Gazetteer and pronounced superior to that of any other state, and yet that it would be found in some measure defective, not only in practice but in principle. One defect was that it did not provide for the support of a school in every district throughout the year. To have done this at this time was simply an impossibility. Besides, 5 days in a week for 40 weeks is as much as any school ever ought to be kept open in 1 year. I think this is in accordance with the sentiment of all experienced teachers. To have proposed thus early in the settlement of the country to levy a tax to keep the schools open the year round would have defeated the whole thing. Even up to 1850, we failed to procure the passage of a law for the establishment of free schools, even for 3 months, and then the best we could do was to make it the duty of the legislature to establish such schools after 5 years, and this was neglected for 2 years longer. The second defect pointed out was in not providing for the appointment of county superintendents, to be named by the state superintendent. Such a proposition at that day would have been as fatal as the other. The people were not prepared, nor could they afford to be taxed $1,000 more or less in every county, in addition to their other taxes, to pay a superintendent. Township inspection was our only resort. It was the best we could do. In this connection, allow me to suggest that the question with a statesman is not what I may like to do, but what I can do, not what I may wish to accomplish, but how much I can accomplish. This includes an appreciation of all the circumstances with which he is surrounded. So with a teacher, when he enters the schoolroom, what he may wish to do is one thing. What he may be able to do is another and very different thing. He must examine his materials, measure and weigh them, before he can decide what and how much he can do. To rush ahead, regardless of circumstances, and equally so of consequences, is the peculiar characteristic of your one-idea fanatical reformer. He can pull down and destroy, but he has no skill in construction. Such an one can never be a successful builder. He makes no account of the difficulties to be met or the obstructions to be removed. Hence, failure is sure to be the result of his labors. The saying is, be sure you're right, then go ahead. You point your boat in the right direction above Niagara for the opposite shore, but before reaching it, you and your boat are at the foot of the falls. While the 16th section in every surveyed township was reserved from sale and given to the state in trust for the support of primary schools, equal to 1/36 of the whole 75 sections, equal to 48,000 acres, to be selected, most of it, from any part of the state, were given as a perpetual fund for the establishment and support of a university. The same amount was granted to all the other new states severally, but from some cause they have each and all failed to create any institution within their respective borders of any marked character. They have no college, no university founded on this grant and supported by its income of any special note. It was hence reserved to Michigan, by means of like character and no more abundant, to rear up within 38 years from its inception and the location of its site, an institution rivaling Yale and Harvard, but outstripping them both. This is now universally acknowledged. The New York Observer says that the University of Michigan is a marvel. 40 years ago, the land, the 40 acres that is now occupied, was an unfurrowed plain, whose soil the plow had never chafed, never disturbed, where but yesterday the deer roamed free as air, the wolf howled, and the Indian pitched for the night and kindled his campfires. You will find in all the history of the past nothing to compare with it in the rapidity of its development and growth." End quote. When the matter of devising a plan for a university was committed to my hands, it caused me no small degree of solicitude. It was said that no state institution of the kind has ever succeeded or can succeed. This was urged with great earnestness and zeal till the question was finally settled. It was proposed to name the several private colleges that already existed on paper and others that were to come into being the University of Michigan and distribute the income of the fund to them in due proportion. This, or something like it, was the plan, under whatever name or form it might have been presented at different times. This scheme I opposed with all the influence I could bring to bear against it, but it came within one vote of succeeding, and for being instrumental, as supposed, in defeating the measure in the House, it had passed the Senate. I was denounced on the following evening by some of its warm friends in no measured terms. Wishing to prepare myself for the contest that I was aware must come, and did come in earnest, I addressed in the summer of 1837 a circular letter to a number of gentlemen in the world of letters proposing this question. Quote, "Shall we, in the commencement of our career as a state, grant to an indefinite number of private associations the right of conferring degrees, or, for the present, concentrate our energies in one university?" End quote. I received answers from such men as Dr. Wayland, president of Brown University, President Humphrey of Amherst College, President Day of Yale, Governor Everett of Massachusetts, and Bishop McIlvaine of Ohio, all deploring the multiplication of institutions under the imposing name of universities and colleges as unfavorable to sound learning, and advising, if possible, the plan of concentrating our energies on one university. President McGuffey made this striking and explicit declaration, quote, "All that can be said of the universities and colleges of the South and West is that they are well-endowed academies, though some of them are not even that," end quote. As the letter of Bishop McIlvaine expresses so clearly and so fully the views of all, and as a specimen of the whole, I give it entire. Quote, "Kenyon College, July 26, 1837. Dear Sir, long absence from home has prevented my answering your circular letter sooner than the present. It requires but little time to make up an opinion on the question you propose. I consider the present multiplication of institutions called colleges and empowered to confer degrees exceedingly detrimental to the interests of genuine education. They so divide patronage as to create a competition, which instead of leading to the result which some suppose must be the consequence of elevating the standing of the several institutions, produces precisely the opposite. An uneducated community is to be courted and pleased, a community easily taken with names and promises, and lists of students, new methods, short roads, and cheap acquirements. Who shall please said community the most becomes the strife. The strong temptation, then, is to lower the terms of admission, retain the names, but lower amount of the studies, relax the discipline, confer degrees on persons not fit to be sophomores, and so make the honor of a graduate a miserable weed instead of a classic laurel. The prima laurea liberalis educationis has greatly withered in these parts. Where such multiplications have taken place, it is difficult for an institution that wishes to maintain a dignified stand to compete in patronage with others of less conscience in such matters. I consider that, with the property devoted to college education in Michigan, you have a most noble opportunity of taking and holding dignified ground on this subject, of building a breakwater against the winds and waves by which other, less independent institutions are in danger of being overwhelmed, behind which the sciences and classics may anchor in peace and have otium cum dignitate. I would say, by all means, improve it by having but one place of conferring degrees in Michigan, and that a university perfectly endowed and furnished. Other states will supply the little colleges. Be it yours to set the example of a genuine university, a mother of learning, rejecting, not following the opinions of the inexperienced on the subject of education. Yours very truly, C.P. McIlvaine. Notwithstanding the cogent reasons and unanswerable arguments of the ablest men of the land, so persistent and combined with the private and personal interests connected with other enterprises, that it was doubtful for a time, even to the last hour, when the final vote was taken and the question settled, how it would be determined. Had the result been different, you would never have heard of the University of Michigan, which is now the pride and crowning glory of the state. The object was to combine in one institution, worthy the name of university, all the worthy elements that could possibly be brought together, and especially the leading Christian denominations of the land. We had the fund and must use it, having accepted the trust, not in scattering it abroad, but in accordance with the true intent of the grant and founding and sustaining a real university. My determination was to prevent, if possible, any failure or perversion. That nothing of the kind may ever be laid to my charge, I trust I may be allowed to present to you my closing remarks on this great question, made in my report to the legislature of 1838, while the matter was still in doubt and undetermined. Quote, deeming the question above discussed to be one of vital importance, the superintendent has felt constrained, in the outset of that career of improvement on which the state seems disposed to enter, to present to the consideration of the legislature his views in an extended form on the subject. It is to be borne in mind that the policy now adopted is destined to affect the literary standing and character of the state, not only for the time of the present generation, but so long as the Republic and its institutions shall be preserved. Nay, more, so long as its name and the memorial of its deeds shall be read in story or in song. End quote. The results of the decision of that day are known and read by all men. It was a triumph that was exceedingly gratifying, and from that day I cherished the fond expectation that Michigan in future years would have a university worthy of the name. But I did not expect to live to see it reach such an eminence as it has already attained. Henceforth let wisdom guide its counsels. Let no claim to recognition that may degrade it from its high position be listened to for a moment. As well might be the disciples of pain be recognized as any other class whose presence must destroy its usefulness. One other question fell to my lot, solitary and alone to decide, the decision of which, for the time being, created a great deal of ill feeling and brought down upon me a storm of denunciation. Indeed, so intense was the excitement that an indignation meeting was proposed to be called at Ann Arbor. The occasion was this. The legislature passed an act authorizing the regents to procure a plan for buildings. They employed an architect from New Haven to draft one. That plan, if approved by the governor and superintendent of public instruction, should be adopted. The one prepared was a truly magnificent design, and would in that day have involved an expenditure of $500,000, if not more. It was accepted by the regents and approved by the governor. It was presented to me. Most respectfully, yet decidedly, I refused my assent, and gave as a reason that it would absorb so much of the university fund as would cripple it in all time to come, and urged further that a university did not consist in buildings, but in the number and ability of its professors and its other appointments as library, cabinets, and works of art. The result was that the regents receded and the present plan was adopted, and the university started into being. 20 years or more after, at the house of Dr. Denton, one of the medical professors, in company with President Morgan of Pennsylvania, the doctor, in referring to my refusing my assent to their plan for building and the bitter feeling incited against me at the time, remarked that while he was unwilling to give me credit for so much sagacity as that action indicated, yet he would truly say that it was the best thing that ever happened in the state. My reply was that I was just as well satisfied then as now that its adoption would have been fatal to the institution. There was still another question in which I was called upon to take part. It was my purpose from the beginning to make all our schools free in every case, from the lowest to the highest, free from rate bills and tuition bills. I assumed the position that the property of the state should be holden for the education of every child in it. But the wealth of the state has ever opposed free schools, and yet no class is more deeply interested in the education of all. There is no safety in the midst of debased ignorance. It was urged that while our university should be open to all our own young men, we surely were not called upon to admit others without charges for tuition. True, but every young man who comes to our university spends his money here, and there is nothing which gives so much importance and character to a state as an institution of high standing to which young men from all parts of the world can resort. The view taken was that this would be worth more to us than any tuition bill that might be charged, even to 100-fold. Besides, young men from abroad cannot be expected to come here unless there are inducements beyond those existing in other institutions. This policy was finally adopted, and I think no one at this day can say that it was not the wisest and best course. It will thus be seen that at an early day we had some important questions to settle, the determination of which has not ceased to have a direct influence on the educational interests of the state. An enterprise so magnificent as the education of a whole people to be successful must rest on a firm basis. After referring to what the legislature had done in perfecting what might be termed the Michigan school system, I expressed my confident expectation of its success in these words, quote, "What remains is to carry it into successful operation, making from time to time such modifications as experience shall determine to be necessary and desirable. Most certainly have we laid the foundations for raising a fabric of gigantic proportions and great magnificence. Our whole superstructure, when duly perfected by the wisdom and counsels of experience, cannot fail of being the ornament and glory of Michigan in all coming time, and as useful in all its departments, as grand and beautiful in its design. Hence, if we fail, as remarked by a distinguished gentleman at the late session of the College of Professional Teachers, it will be a magnificent failure and draw after it consequences of direful import. But we trust, through the providence of the All-Wise, the high and mighty ruler of the universe, who has thus far so benignantly and prosperously guided the counsels and affairs of our state, that the system will flourish and bear much fruit, even long after those who were instrumental in its production shall have returned to the dust of the valleys and gone to their final home." End quote. I may say in this connection that we had in our settlements at that time a large proportion of educated men, and many families anxious for schools of a high order, ready to engage in any enterprise that promised success. The leading men of that day were the fast friends of education, and hence our success. This was especially true of the members of the convention and of the first legislature. I have thus given you a mere outline of the past of Michigan as far as its educational interests are concerned. No new state ever started into being with so many warm and devoted friends of education as we had. 5 of the best years of my life I gave to the work. In it, I traveled by night and by day, on one occasion 5 whole nights out of 8, not in railroad palaces, but in lumber wagons and stagecoaches, through rain, mud, frost, and storm. But I can truly say I feel fully compensated. To me, it is a matter of thankfulness that God in his dealings with man has taken such peculiar care of children. How often do we meet with this expression, so tender and affectionate, quote, "and you little ones," end quote, and with what warm sympathy does it come home to the heart to see the Lord Jesus blessing the young, even taking little children in his arms and blessing them. End section 2. Section 3 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Internal Improvements. A paper read before the Society, February 3, 1875, by O.C. Comstock of Marshall. By the organic law of this state, it was made the duty of the legislature, as soon as may be, to make provision by law for ascertaining the most proper objects of improvement in relation to roads, canals, and navigable waters. This provision of the Constitution was so universally considered just and of prime importance that the Convention accepted at once, and almost without debate, the report of the Committee on Internal Improvements, striking out but one unimportant word thereof. In obedience to this injunction, each successive legislature vied with the preceding in projecting works of internal improvement upon a scale of magnificence so enchanting that the utter inability of the infant state to carry them forward to completion seemed scarcely considered at all. In this particular, however, it was not at all singular, for many of the older states had entered upon the same career of improvement and pursued the flattering image well nigh to their ruin. The accomplished first governor of this state, in his last annual communication to the legislature and the people, delivered in January 1839, used these words, quote, "It affords me the highest gratification to renew my congratulations on the successful progress of our internal improvements. Each division of the system has been prosecuted with an energy and activity highly creditable to those to whom they are entrusted. The Central Road is under contract as far as Jackson, being a distance of 78 miles from Detroit, and locations are now in progress as far as Kalamazoo, 140 miles from Detroit. By the agreement with the contractor, that portion of this road between Ypsilanti and Ann Arbor should have been ready for the iron rails as early as the month of October, but for some cause is not yet completed. On the southern road, a commendable energy has been evinced. 30 miles of this road, as far as Adrian, will be ready for laying the iron early in the ensuing spring. It is under contract as far as Hillsdale, and the engineers are completing the final locations on the 3rd Division as far as the village of Branch. The Saginaw and Clinton canals are in active progress. The same may be said of the Northern Railroad, which has been placed under contract for clearing and grubbing from Port Huron to Lyons. The contract for the construction of the canal around the falls of the Sault Ste. Marie has been let, and the work itself will be commenced at an early day." End quote. In the same communication, the governor gives the history of the $5 million loan, connected closely, he says, with the internal improvements of the state. Its close connection with his subject became quite apparent very soon thereafter. A juster understanding of the bold and captivating schemes of traversing the state with 5 parallel lines of railroads and canals will be had when we take into account the fact that our whole population were at that time consumers and not producers, and that 4/5 of our territory was an unbroken wilderness. True, we had youth and health and energy, but these could not be spared, no matter how they might rate in the markets of the world. Governor Woodbridge, who succeeded Governor Mason, said in just 1 year after the Mason message that in 1840 he felt compelled to recommend to the early consideration of the legislature the propriety of an immediate suspension or repeal of all the existing laws relative to our internal improvement system, except so much thereof as relates to the running of the cars upon the railroads already in use. At the very beginning of the session of 1840, the following resolution was offered in the Senate. Quote, "Resolved, that the Committee on Internal Improvements be instructed to inquire into the expediency of bringing in a bill to repeal the act to provide for the further construction of certain works of internal improvement, approved April 30th, 1839, end quote. But 2 senators dissented. I think the opinion was generally entertained that a disastrous bankruptcy of the state was exceedingly imminent, and that the rigid economy inaugurated at the period alone saved us from such a shameful result. At this time, the state was giving aid and comfort to the Detroit and Pontiac, Jacksonburg and Palmyra, Marshall and Allegan, Northern, Southern, and Central Railroads, Sault Ste. Marie, Saginaw, Clinton, and Kalamazoo canals, and the canal around the rapids of Grand River, building bridges and state roads, and making various and sundry improvements to our navigable streams. When nothing more was available for the $5 million loan, came the slaughter of our public lands. Land warrants and land scrip became a legal tender between the contractor and the laborers upon our public works, and although they were subject to a great discount for cash, yet, as they could be used in the purchase of internal improvement lands, they did not utterly sink out of sight, and are worth, as I think, at this time, as much as our greenback currency. One improvement after another was cast off, until the Central and Southern Railroads alone remained persistent beggars for aid from an exhausted treasury. The Board of Internal Improvements, in their last report to the legislature, December 7, 1846, say that from December 1, 1845 to September 4, 1846, the gross receipts of the Central Railroad were $239,663.75. After deducting running expenses, repairs, amount received from Michigan Central Railroad Company, and for old iron, we submit that the net earnings of this, our pet and best improvement, fully justified its sale. During the 8 months preceding the sale of this road to the Michigan Central Railroad Company, the state was compelled to expend upon it no less a sum than $143,314.59. A very intelligent committee of the Senate reported in January 1846 that the sum total of our expenditures upon the different works of internal improvements was about $4.5 million, and 305,000 of the 500,000 acres of land granted by Congress to this state in 1841. When the legislature began to agitate the question of the sale of our public works, parties were numerous who desired to lease the Central and Southern Railroads, but it was properly decided that the whole system of internal improvements by the state, for the purposes of revenue, was at any rate a fallacy, and that the sale of our 2 railroads was dictated by sound political economy and the exigencies of the state. Finally, the Michigan Central Railroad Company bought our elephant for $2 million, and not long after, the Michigan Southern Railroad Company bought the Southern Road for $500,000. Here virtually ceased to exist all our works of internal improvement. Nothing but the debris of our airy castles remain, and they only to plague our recollections. End of section 3. Section 4 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Incidents in the Black Hawk War. A paper read before the Pioneer Society of the State of Michigan, February 3, 1875, by Edwin Jerome. History is the recital of events transpiring, or the record of facts from the knowledge and memory of individuals. Therefore, persons relating their experience of bygones may be allowed to speak of self without becoming egotists. The writer left Detroit October 3, 1831, for that portion of Michigan Territory lying west of Lake Michigan, now the state of Wisconsin, with a United States surveying party composed of John Mullet, surveyor, and Utter, Brink, Peck, and Jerome, with a French pony team and a buffalo wagon to carry our tent, camp equipage, blankets, etc. The first day's march on a graded road brought us to Ypsilanti, where we found good fare and a choice of the softest boards in the barroom floor for our beds during the night. We obtained but little sleep, but did get tender spots at the knee, hip, and shoulder joints, or wherever a bone protruded. The second day we had a worked road beyond the village of Saline. Then came turnpike jobbers, some clearing, some plowing and scraping, and jobs not yet commenced on the newly laid-out Chicago Turnpike. Putting up at Clinton was similar fare as at Ypsilanti, adding another night's torment to our bruised joints. From here our road became a wagon track or Indian trail, usually finding a house or Indian trader's hut to put up at until within a few miles of the southeast corner of Lake Michigan. Learning there was neither inhabitant or road around the lake, we had recourse to its beach near where Michigan City now stands, traveling 40 miles on the sandy shores and camping one night on the sand beach. The next day we reached the far-famed city of Chicago in a fierce and pelting rainstorm. This lasted without abatement until 12 o'clock next day, discharging a vast amount of water for so short a period. We sought and put up at the only first-class hotel in the city, it being a small U.S. fort garrisoned by a few soldiers and commanded by a noble, generous-hearted officer whose name has escaped my memory. His warm hospitality, which gave us the use of a blazing kitchen fire where the soldiers cooked their rations, to dry ourselves, and the floor on which to stretch our weary limbs and toast our feet, will be gratefully remembered as long as life lasts in any of that party. Besides this fort, the city contained 5 or 6 log houses on French claims, all standing on the Chicago River within a distance of 3 or 4 miles from the lake, valued by the owners at 50 cents per acre. At 1 o'clock, we started with a bright sunshine, ferried the Chicago River in a small scow, waded in the water, frequently knee-deep, about 9 miles in the direction of Napier's, the last house on the outskirts of civilization, to a ridge where we camped without supper or tent for want of wood or poles. The next day we called on our former neighbor, Captain Napier, and obtained 1.5 days' rations for man and beast, a full supply, as we thought, to carry us to Rock River Ferry. On the third day, wearied by storms and swollen streams, periling life each day in fording, we passed Paw Paw Grove, then famous as the empty city of Black Hawk. There were numerous birch-bark tents, splendidly adorned with native drawings, among them the first Mississippi steamer we ever saw afloat. Leaving this most delightful spot, we missed the trail as directed by our friend Napier, following a circuitous route around the south of the big Winnebago swamps, putting up one night at a log house afterwards made historic by the murder of the proprietor, a Mr. Hall, and family, also a neighbor and family, and all 15, and the captivity of the 2 Mrs. Hall, subsequently ransomed by the government. This act by the Indians inaugurated and set in full blaze the Black Hawk War of 1832. Owing to some troublesome streams and missing our way, the 1.5 days' journey came to an end on the 6th, and need I say the end of our provisions? Our large-hearted ferryman, comprehending the situation, gave us a bountiful square meal, embellished with a 5 or 6 quart dish full of crabapple sauce, thoroughly sweetened with Indian mochoc sugar. Thus, with full stomachs, our journey was vigorously prosecuted to our headquarters in Galena in just 28 full days. Our survey commenced and was prosecuted 2 days. Then an extreme cold night froze the prairie too deep for raising the requisite mound for a landmark, and the survey was abandoned, to be renewed April 1st, 1832. The Honorable Lucius Lyon was prosecuting a job of surveying from the Illinois state line northward and adjoining the 4th principal meridian. Our work was founded on his, running east to the Indian boundary line at Sugar River. At each tier of townships, Mr. Lyon left a letter on the northeast corner post of the town telling us of the progress of his work and the progress of the Indian War. The day after the memorable Stillman battle with Black Hawk, we were crossing the Blue Mountains with a town line leading us near the residence of Mr. Brigham, meeting here an Indian half-chief who had just arrived from the Menominee camp with the details of the battle, stating the slain to be 3 Indians and 11 whites. The long shaking of hands and the extreme cordiality of the Indian alarmed Mullet for our safety, but he locked the fact in his own bosom and went nearly 5 miles east with our line and camped. The next morning we went 2.5 miles south and brought up an unfinished line and formed and built a mound for a town corner. On the completion of this mound, Mullet gave the first hint of his fears by raising himself to full height, saying, "Boys, I'm going in. I'll not risk my scalp for a few paltry shillings." This laconic speech was a frightful electric spark to the whole company. My own sensation was as if every hair of my head instantly became a porcupine quill, raising my hat in air, myself from the ground, my head sore as a boil. The Indian trail from Galena to Fort Winnebago passed here, which Mullet instantly struck into on a dog trot, followed by his frightened men, seeing a foe in every imaginary sound or rustle of prairie grass, bounding involuntarily to right or left to avoid the rushing legions of Indians. 5 miles brought us back to Brigham's. The peaceful hamlet of the day before was all bustle, with a large number of families gathered from the surrounding country, and a large log fort was fast approaching completion. A short distance farther on, we met Governor Dodge with 50 mounted horsemen, going to the Menominee camp to have a talk where the city of Madison now stands. Arriving at Willow Springs, we found the neighborhood congregated for self-defense. Regular guards were set for the night, who attested their vigilance 2 or 3 times during the night by seeing large bands of Indians approaching, firing into their midst, rushing into the stockade, and demanding a forlorn hope to go out and investigate the case. The next day we arrived at Oak Springs and found the neighborhood stockading the fort with pickets 12 feet high, split from trees and set in a trench, making a formidable defense. The guards were set, the fires extinguished in the stockade, and every man, woman, and child camped down as best they might. And just as all had become hushed as the house of death, the loud report of a gun from one of the sentinels sounded the alarm, and the fort instantaneously became a bedlam. Impromptu officers hauled us about, jammed us against the pickets, bidding us stand there while they sought the stock of arms, knocked open the barrel of cartridges, and distributed them. In the darkness and fright, I cannot say how many cartridges found the inside of our muskets, but all was pronounced in perfect defensive order. The faithful guard was brought into council and testified that 60 Indians came over the fence a few rods from the fort, the butts of their guns rattling on the top rail. A volunteer forlorn hope was obtained to investigate the situation. They found the unyoked oxen used for hauling picketing had jumped over and were feeding in the corner of the fence. All became quiet, but soon another sentinel came rushing in. He was crawling along a fence, watching for Indians, and another was doing the same thing from an opposite direction, and on spying him had, as a faithful guardian, snapped his piece at him, and he escaped death only by the missing of a firelock. Next day we arrived at Galena and found part of the town picketed. A guard was set as usual, and at about 11 o'clock came the crack of a gun and a sentinel rushed in at the gate. He had been watching in the bushes at the brow of the hill overhanging the north side of the town. A cautious crawling and crackling of bushes approached him. He leveled his piece and watched for some time the approach of the Indian, till he at length sighted him on all fours, took deliberate aim, fired, and all became silent. A forlorn hope, piloted to the spot by our faithful guard, found his unerring aim had planted a ball in the brain of a 200-pound porker. The Galena Rangers, a company of 80 horsemen, thoroughly equipped by the government, were dispatched to Atkinson Camp at Rock River Ferry. On arriving near nightfall at Buffalo Grove, 12 miles from Rock River, it was deemed unsafe to pass through before morning. Therefore, they camped on the open prairie about 2 miles from timber. Near midnight, one of the guard fired and reported a large band of Indians just crossed near the camp. Notwithstanding the earnest protestations of the next sentinel that they passed by him and consisted of 3 deer, this valiant band of 1 o'clock were in their saddles in full retreat for Galena, riding the entire distance, near 80 miles, and arriving at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, roguishly reporting that Black Hawk was coming in rear with 5,000 Indians and would spare none. In 5 minutes, the intense fright of the country was manifested in the screeching and screaming of women and children from one extremity of the town to the other. One man, catching the report, ran home 10 miles into the country, hurried his family and the neighbors down a lead mine shaft 30 feet deep, having a good side drift. After 2 days' incarceration, hearing no outside noise, he ventured his head to the top, and seeing a man traveling, learned from him that the story was a canard. The friendly Blue Mound Menominee half-chief, true to the instincts of his nature, sent 9 of his tribe to slaughter us. They killed 2 men traveling near our last landmark. Here lived Filio, a mail contractor, who the public journals of our county dubbed the scalping editor, owing to an article published in his 7x9 paper giving an account of a hand-to-hand fight of 11 white men against 11 Indians, in which he boasted of having scalped 2 Indians. The nightly alarms and astounding hairbreadth escapes continued during our 20 days' stay in Galena. Still, in the midst of all this fright, the good people of Galena found time for revelry and for homicide. While here, the writer witnessed the levee given by the Honorable Lucius Lyon that secured his election to Congress by giving him the 600 votes of the lead mine district. I also witnessed the shooting of Kelsey by McCoy, his examination and discharge for the homicide. End of section 4. Section 5 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. A trip from Utica, New York to Ingham County, Michigan. Extracts from a diary kept by Silas Beebe, who settled in Stockbridge, Ingham County in June 1838, with notes by his son, H. H. Beebe. On the 13th of January, 1838, my father, Silas Beebe, left Utica, New York, for Detroit, Michigan, keeping a diary of the trip. Leaving Utica at 5 a.m., Syracuse was reached at 2 p.m., and Seneca Falls at 10 p.m. Proceeding over bad roads, he reached Niagara Falls January 27th and Buffalo the same day. This was during the Patriot War. He says, quote, left the falls at 2 p.m. and passed Fort Schlosser, Navy Island, Grand Island, and Chippewa Falls in view. Soldiers dispersed, all quiet. Obtained a piece of the wreck of the unfortunate Caroline as a memento. In Buffalo, called on Mrs. Hoadley, Mr. Hoadley being absent with the Patriots up the lake as captain at $100 per month, and a promise of Van Rensselaer and a bounty of 300 acres of Canada land when they catch it. Militia officers in full uniform, plenty being dismissed. End quote. At Buffalo, he describes an incident at the Mansion House. Quote, while I am writing, 2 men are betting $100 each on the Ohio election, to be decided in 4 years. Profitable business, is it not? Now they begin to wrangle about the kind of money they shall put up. The landlord, Mr. Hathaway, holds the stakes. He gets the use of the money 4 years for nothing. I saw the money counted, $110 uncurrent against $100 current. End quote. On the 28th, at 11 p.m., he left Buffalo for the west in a stage, the wind blowing a gale, snowing hard, and roads rough. After several breakdowns and some walking, he arrived at Erie on the 30th at 4 a.m. Further on, he describes a hill at Conneaut, Ohio. He says, quote, We overtook plenty of patriots going to Detroit, a miserable-looking set of ragged, pilfering fellows." End quote. At Cleveland, he stopped at the Franklin House. He says, quote, "Cleveland is a fine city with some elegant houses, beautiful country around." End quote. From Cleveland, he went to Dover, thence to Elyria and Midland. Quote, "From Midland to Lower Sandusky, 36 miles, we took an old covered wagon, or Ohio omnibus, a very uncomfortable vehicle. A cold sleet and rain was blowing in at the many open places about the cover, while 3 persons were compelled to sit on a seat scarcely wide enough for 2. End quote. They arrived at Lower Sandusky, February 8th at 4 a.m. Quote, "Very tired, sore, and cold, camped down on a table with buffalo skins, could not get to sleep, could not sleep on the road, dared not risk it. At daylight found the house full of people, travelers, stage passengers from the west, all complaining of imposition on the part of stage proprietors, tavern keepers, etc., to which our experience was but an echo. We got the worst breakfast, cakes as black as your hat. They may have partaken of the soil, for here commences the notorious and infamous Black Swamp, the universal dread of travelers. The hog of a landlord refused to take any money except in current New York or Ohio. Not liking the appearance of things, and ascertaining the fare to Detroit, 104 miles, to be $7.25, and that we had to take an open wagon for a stage through the Black Swamp, 5 of us hired a yellow fellow who has a good team, cushioned seats, buffalo skins, etc., far preferable to stage accommodations, to carry us to Toledo, 42 miles, for $2.50 each, being 75 cents less than the stage fare to the same place. We left Sandusky and entered the Black Swamp at 9 a.m. The distance across this swamp is 30 miles, with the exception of a short distance about halfway called Portage River, on either side of which is a limestone bed. But the rest of the way the soil is a black muck, to which they say there is no bottom. I am told that a pole may be stuck down any depth about as easy as it might be put perpendicularly into the water. It was now thought to be good traveling, being frozen, but the soil is of such a nature that 24 hours of warm weather will thaw it out. We had had rain and some warm weather the day before, and today it was thawing very fast, which made a nice black cream of about an inch thick all over the surface. This caused the wagon to slide about on both sides of the road. We had scarcely got started when the wagon, getting off the beaten track, broke through the ice and mud, our four-wheel going entirely below the surface of the road. This was a caution, and after prying out of this, we avoided other holes, escaping accident ourselves, though we were compelled to witness trouble and its emblems every step of the way. Every few rods, someone may be seen prying out a piece of the wreck of some wagon or other vehicle. Many horses have been killed, and some men seriously injured on this road. When the frost is out, particularly in the spring and fall, it is one entire mud hole of the deepest kind for 30 miles. The mails are frequently stopped at this place on either side for many weeks together, no person venturing to cross it. The road is straight and level, except a little rise at the portage, and heavily timbered on both sides with thick underbrush some part of the way. At Perrysburg, which is at the west end of the swamp and strung out for some distance on the Maumee River, a smart-looking place, we got a good supper. About sunset, we crossed the Maumee on the ice. It is from 1/4 to a half mile wide. On the opposite side is the very pretty village of Maumee. From thence to Toledo, 10 miles, the road passed through oak openings, winding in every direction, nothing but an occasional tree to impede the traveler's progress. The Maumee Canal, now in progress, we crossed twice, and after crossing Swan Creek at the imminent risk of our lives, we arrived at Toledo, tired and sleepy, at 7 o'clock. From this place to Detroit is 66 miles. We left Toledo at 5 a.m. and drove 22 miles to Monroe, Michigan. The following day, we left Monroe at 9 a.m. and dined at Gibraltar, a pretty little village at the mouth of Detroit River. It has a lighthouse and storehouses and is at this time the place where the straggling patriots are trying to collect their scattered forces when they intend to cross the river on the ice into Canada. But as there have been depredations committed recently on property in the neighborhood, viz. Robbing a vessel which had foundered and drifted ashore containing about 100 barrels of flour, the authorities had taken the responsibility of raising a force of 500 men to disperse them. We arrived at the Michigan Exchange at Detroit at 6:30 p.m. February 11th. Looking from the hotel balcony across the river to Canada, I saw the Loyalist militia assembling and passing in review, as if anticipating a warm reception of the Patriots. February 12th. Troops called out, 6 companies, by order of Governor Mason. They did not readily comply. The weather is cold, and it is not a very desirable job to go down to Gibraltar and put up with a soldier's fare. To avoid this, 2 men that had been enrolled endeavored to cross the river on the ice, broke through, and were drowned on the Canada side." End quote. My father had previously shipped some goods, which he mentions finding safe in the warehouse, and adds, quote, "I found I could sell them all at a handsome profit if I would take Wildcat, a rag currency issued under a general banking law. I chose to hold on to them." End quote. On the 14th, he mentions selling a bill of goods to J.C. Sabine, taking a note at 90 days at Michigan Bank rather than Wildcat. Quote, February 16th, attempted to leave for Sharon and Lima, but got left by the cars and by John Bacon, with whom I had talked of riding out. Glad of it, for it snowed and blowed and was very cold. In the p.m. I met in the street Mr. E. Stanton, the man I was going to see in Sharon. Made arrangements to go with him on his return to Sharon the next day. February 17th, paid bill to O.B. Dibble and left at 1 o'clock in the splendid car Governor Mason on the Detroit and St. Joseph's Railroad, which is finished as far as Ypsilanti, 30 miles. The Governor Mason will seat 56 persons. It is a spacious, pleasant vehicle to ride in and was nearly full of gentlemen and ladies, but the track being covered with snow and ice and not being prepared to contend against them, we were obliged to stop often while the attendants removed the obstructions with shovels, etc. We progressed slowly. We got to Dearbornville, where we had a grab supper and luncheon, and started on, but after making headway about 1.5 miles, we met with so much obstruction that a vote was taken, and we resolved to return to Dearbornville and stay overnight. The old iron horse backed us up when Mr. Stanton and myself received back $1 each of our fare and started on foot to overtake a Mr. Fellows. After walking about 1.5 miles, we found him and team. There we took a most villainous supper and left with him comfortably seated in his sleigh and drove over a tolerable road to Sheldon's, where we stopped for the night. Mr. S. keeps a very good house, about 20 miles west of Detroit. February 18th. Left after breakfast and passed over a very beautiful country, if we except the 1,000 little lakes, frog ponds, or marshes that are interspersed at short intervals through the plains and oak openings. The face of the country is very level, being occasionally relieved by rolling or undulating hills, which give a very pleasing variety. At Ypsilanti, found Dr. Gay. In fact, I can scarcely go 1 mile, but I run against some acquaintance. Arrived at Mr. Stanton's in Sharon at 9 p.m. February 19th. Mr. and Mrs. Stanton are living in an old log house which is papered with newspapers, and though considerably open, is made comfortably warm by large fires. Standing on a pretty high hill, it has a commanding view of the village of Sharon, which is composed of some 6 houses, a store, trees, bushes, and stumps. Not much to brag of. End quote. On the 20th, my father records a visit to Dr. T.C. Adams and also to Clinton, a pretty place where he met a merchant friend, Mr. E.A. Brown. Quote, February 23rd. Left with Mr. Stanton for Ingham and Clinton counties. We drove over and around many marshes or cat holes and through some as fine farming country as I ever saw, mostly in oak openings, plains, or timber openings, being less trouble to cultivate, but harder to break up than timberlands, frequently requiring 5 or 6 yokes of cattle to prepare the ground for the first crop. We passed out of Washtenaw near the corner of Livingston and Ingham, stayed in Ingham County with Mr. Force, rather a musical, happy, and agreeable family. About 3.5 miles east of this is a beautiful site for a village. They think of making one and calling it Pekin. Note, the site alluded to is the present village of Stockbridge. End note. February 24th. Left after breakfast for Ingham Center. We soon struck into timbered lands and saw less of swamps and marshes. Roads were less traveled, but guided by marked trees, we found our way to the center, called Jefferson City. The first blow towards this place was struck last September. It has now some 10 or 15 acres cut down, ready to clear, 5 or 6 log houses peopled, a schoolhouse and school. We went on foot about a mile and found 2 huts, a little clearing, and a family going in. But here was the end of a beaten road, and of all road except an Indian trail. We had designed to have continued our journey to DeWitt in Clinton County, only 14 miles from this place, but were obliged to forego the journey for want of a road. At Jefferson, which will undoubtedly be a place of some importance some day, being the center of the county and nearly of the state, we had great offers made us if we would locate there. But things looked too new and prospects of gain too far off to suit our views. We gave it the go-by for the present. On the 25th, we left for home, taking, from necessity, the way we came in, there being no other way out of the city. 3.5 miles south of this is a rival place of about equal claims, called Mason. A sawmill, frozen up, a few houses, and surrounding forest is all it can boast of." End quote. Stopping at Mr. Force's overnight, on the 26th they left for Sharon, passing through Pekin, where we stopped and bantered the owner, Mr. Smith, for the whole village plat, 55 acres, which he offered at $25 per acre. Thence we passed through Unadilla and Lima Center, home. End quote. On the 1st of March, my father left Sharon for the east. He mentions getting a ride gratis to Clinton with Mr. Amasa Gillette. From there, he got a ride to Saline, putting up at O. Risden's. Under this date, March 1st, he made the following memorandum respecting the currency. Quote, "The bills of the different banks organized under the general banking law are distinguished by the beautiful appellations of Wildcat, Tomcat, Madcat, Red Dog, etc., according to the fancied solvency of the different institutions, and none of them are considered as good as the old chartered banks, and these are at a discount in New York of from 10 to 25%. End quote. March 2nd. Under this date, my father mentions his return to Detroit in the Governor Mason in 1 hour and 48 minutes for a fare of $1.50. In Detroit, he engaged board with Mr. Augustus Hickox in Fayette Street at $4 a week. Under date of March 4th, he writes, quote, "I was not a little amused at the new and to me rather ludicrous spectacle afforded by the comfortable carts in which the ladies were conveyed to and from church and to any other place in the neighborhood where business or pleasure called them. They are exactly similar to the dirt carts used by the scavengers in Utica and other eastern cities, drawn by one horse and provided with a good supply of buffalo skins, but no seats. In these vehicles, the ladies, superbly dressed in furs and other paraphernalia suitable to the inclement season, and within the reach of the purse-proud aristocracy of the city, squat or sit, and in this fashionable style are they moved over the muddy streets as fast as their little French or Canadian ponies can be urged to go. This is the most common mode of getting about in the spring and fall, when the streets are so very muddy. Gentlemen are seldom seen in the streets without their boots outside their pantaloons, prepared to wade through the soft mud or mortar on the sidewalks, or where the sidewalks should be. The streets are not paved or walks laid, if I accept a narrow board and plank on and across some of them. The middle of the street is so constantly stirred up by the carts that it is a sea of mud, so deep the little French horses often get set with almost an empty cart." End quote. Under date of March 15th, he writes, quote, Since the Canada question has received its quietus by dispersing the patriots, nothing is talked of but the wildcat banks, some of which are showing the stuff they are made of and proving themselves rotten to the core. There is scarcely a single one of the whole number, about 60, whose bills will be received at the stores for goods, while many a farmer has sold his produce, and some even their farms, for this worthless trash. Most of the laborers and mechanics hold all their receipts and earnings for the last 6 months in these worthless rags, which they cannot use. We hear almost daily of the arrest of presidents, directors, and cashiers for fraud, and injunctions placed upon the banks. The legislature has passed a law preventing any more from going into operation. April 2nd, Election Day for charter officers of the city of Detroit, and such a fuss, a rumpus and a rioting I never witnessed in a state election. The handbills, flags, processions, and a band of music, with a marshal mounted on a richly caparisoned horse with gilt trappings, were only equaled the Saturday before by the opposite party, Whigs, getting up a farce of distributing to the poor, evidently for political effect and electioneering purposes. It is difficult to describe the scene to one who never witnessed it. Fish, pork, and bread were the only articles handed out by the committee to the hungry applicants as they presented themselves on all sides of the stand. Many of them were Canadian women and children who had come across the river on the invitation, and some were well-fed farmers who lived out of the city, but they were chiefly French and Irish, who would crowd up again and again, get their baskets filled, go and empty them, and hurry back for more. Most of the Whigs themselves were sufficiently disgusted before the farce was ended. I left before the election waxed hottest, but learned that there was fighting, broken heads, and bloody noses, and that the Whigs were the successful party." End quote. He mentions the arrival of a steamboat, April 5th, from Buffalo, earlier than was ever before known. My father left by steamboat for Buffalo April 11th, proceeded to Utica, and on the 15th of May, 1838, as appears from the same diary, he left Utica with his family and, quote, 2,240 pounds of furniture and 4,009 pounds of merchandise, end quote, for Michigan. They reached Buffalo May 20th, took passage on the steamboat United States at 9 p.m. of that day, arrived at Detroit May 22nd at 3 p.m. The family arrived at Stockbridge about June 1st, 1838. David Rogers, not long since deceased, had preceded us in the settlement of the town, and there were 1 or 2 families in the village. My father died in 1857 at the age of 53. The peeled shanty, 5 miles west of Stockbridge towards Mason, was a log building wherein Old Felton kept tavern in the primitive days when it was known from Detroit to Grand Rapids. I can remember in the 40s when Father was first PM, what enormous bags of mail used to go through our place into the western counties. He settled in Stockbridge under the impression that it would be on the line of the Michigan Central Railroad to a point on Lake Michigan. But when the road reached Dexter, it shot off in another direction, and Stockbridge was left out in the cold. End of section 5. Section 6 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Early Colonization of Detroit, Part 1. Read before the Detroit Pioneer Society, May 2nd, 1872, by Bella Hubbard. I have undertaken to occupy your attention with a subject in the details of which general history is very meager, namely, the character and habits of the first colonists of Michigan. From time to time, many interesting items have been given to the public by noted citizens, including some to the manor born, but they are mostly of fugitive character or are buried in the columns of old newspapers. To these materials, scanty as they are, I am aware that I can add but little that is valuable out of the stores of my own observation and research. Yet there are fields not wholly gleaned, and if I have discovered any new grains of truth, or combined the scattered materials into an acceptable sheaf, I may at least be excused from following where others have so worthily led. Of the present generation, how few appreciate the character of the people who laid the foundation of our beautiful city, who for more than half a century constituted the sole population of the territory of the lakes, and whose descendants, whelmed in the overflowing tide of Anglo-Saxons, still retain, to a good degree, their old tongue and somewhat of their ancient customs. But these are undergoing a rapid change. They are destined at no distant day to be absorbed into the general element, and the peculiar features which characterized the French of the olden times will soon be utterly obliterated and forgotten. History. Without going into historical detail, which would lead into too wide a field, I propose to notice some facts of general application and which will prepare us better to understand the character and customs of those who claim the honors of pioneers in the settlement of Michigan. The story of the settlement of Canada by the French is full of stirring incident, of marvelous adventure, of life amid deep forests and upon the vast rivers and inland oceans of our continent, almost as wild as that of their savage associates. It has been told nowhere with greater fidelity and graphic power than in the captivating pages of Parkman. English, and sometimes American, historians are not always just to the race who first peopled the territories of New France. They notice the complete subjection and willing obedience of the French émigré to the home government, his recognition of the Indian claims, and ready affiliation and sympathy with the savage tribes, and they compare with these unfavorably to the Frenchman. The energy, enterprise, and individual independence which brought to our Atlantic shores the New England emigrants, which led them to subdue the wilderness and have impressed their character upon the inhabitants and fortune of these United States. The flourishing period of French colonization was that of the long and brilliant reign of Louis XIV. In the home country, it was an age of corruption, of despotic arrogance in the high places of the kingdom, and of unwavering obedience on the part of those below. No successful clashing had occurred between the ruling and the ruled, between despotism and liberty, such as conspired to drive the first English emigrants, pilgrims from arbitrary power, to the wild shores of the New England in America. Here, thrown upon their unaided resources, all the energy of which the Anglo-Saxon nature is capable was called forth to enable them to establish a home in the wilderness. They struck at once upon the source of an enduring prosperity, the culture of the soil. While New France was the cherished care of the grand monarch, it did not escape the corruptions of that court and age. The principles which lie at the base of successful colonization were little understood and ill applied. Glory and gain to France, not the permanence and good of the colony, were the objects sought. The French pioneer came with a purpose beyond which neither he nor his government looked. This was not, with some exceptions, to found permanent communities by the practice of agriculture and the arts, but to establish and extend the gainful traffic in peltries. The first French settlers were communities of fur traders. To the profitable traffic in furs, the religious zeal of the age added another motive, almost equally powerful, the Christianizing of the native population. This was an aim which, with all their religious fervor, did not inspire the emigrants to New England. Equally intolerant with the Catholic emigres, but without their enthusiasm, they gave feeble encouragement to missions among the heathen around them. In the eyes of most, the savages were a race of heretics to whom was denied alike the consolations of the Christian faith and the benefits of civilization. The spirit of freedom is not always winged with charity. Strikingly in contrast was the conduct of their neighbors of Canada, and the genius to plan, and the courage and endurance to carry out the most toilsome expeditions for founding missions in the wilderness. Though little remains of the missions established by the Jesuits, their long, unremitting, and solitary labors and severe sufferings and martyrdoms have written their names in glory. History has nothing brighter on her records than the deeds of these Christian heroes. The order of the Jesuit, in rigid, compact, firmly knit, is inseparably interwoven with the fortunes and fate of the French Empire in America. Its character is well described in the following graphic lines from Touche Grandi. Quote, "A school of strictest self-denial, obedient unto every trial, invincible and calmly bold, a social problem to unfold, in vigils long, in rigid fast, beneath the scourge in penance cast, with constant, never-failing zeal, that all the woes of man can feel, with self-sustaining fervor blessed, that long devotions will attest, with deep enthusiastic glow that blazes in the polar snow, with master policy refined to rule the world of humankind, in closest league with royal state, wide conquest to accelerate, with grasp of universal plan, embracing every race of man. Such was the order shrewdly sent to seize the western continent." End quote. With such traits, unhappily, Jesuitism did not confine itself to the Christianizing of the Indians, but became intimately associated with the political fortunes of the country, for evil as well as good. In the genius of discovery, in establishing depots for trade and forts for protection, and in opening to the knowledge of civilized man a world vast and unknown, the French, too, were without a rival. The leading spirits in these enterprises would have been men of mark anywhere. With what a handful of men they invaded the savage wilderness, how indomitable their resolution, how judicious their selections of sites for forts and towns, how far-sighted the sagacity with which they secured to France, as they had reason to believe, a mighty empire in the New World. The great body of the colonists, it is true, were of the lower orders, uneducated in independence, moral or political. Many came as soldiers and were induced to remain as settlers. A few were from the gentry, men who claimed an ancestry and had names of which even yet their descendants are proud. No convicts were sent out, and there were no drones. All were accustomed to seek, and seldom failed to find, a living for themselves. The colonization of the Detroit, or Straits of Lakes Erie and Huron, dates from the first year of the 18th century, nearly 2 centuries after the discoveries of Cartier on the St. Lawrence and a century after the founding of Quebec. The object of Sieur de la Mothe Cadillac in the settlement of the Detroit was not only to establish a military post which should overawe the natives, check the advance of the English and Dutch, and secure the Indian trade, but to found an agricultural community and obtain a permanent foothold upon the soil. It was a step further into the wilderness than any colony had yet ventured. It was an intrusion into the stronghold of savage tribes, many of whom were hostile to the French and in the interest of their enemies. It was within reach of the English settlements, with which an eager contest had commenced for the Indian trade of the lakes and the vast country to which these opened the gate. A varied fortune awaited the new colony. From the first, there was strong opposition from political opponents of the measure and personal enemies of Cadillac, among whom the Jesuits were conspicuous, and those who were interested in the older settlements. Nor was it easy to distinguish between their allies and their foes in the numerous tribes whose villages crowded closely about the fort and who beset the colony on all sides. No less than 4 times the destruction of the fort was the subject of conspiracies and machinations urged on by rival interests, and for the first half-century the security of the peasantry was too precarious to permit extensive or successful agriculture. Hardly had the settlers began to feel secure in their possession when, with the capitulation of Montreal, 1760, followed the downfall of the Empire of France in the New World, and the transfer, almost without warning to its inhabitants, of the sovereignty of Canada to its lifelong enemy, the English. The lilies of France were never to float again triumphant over these waters. 30 years later saw the flag of England lowered to the stars and stripes of its rebel colonies. In less than 2 decades more, the cross of St. George resumed its sway over this region for a brief period, to be again, for the last time, succeeded by the triumphant banner of the new republic. Few people and no portion of America had in so brief a period experienced so many and singular reverses. None ever accommodated themselves more gracefully to the mutations of their fate. In their own way, they continued to prosper and had lined the banks of the Detroit with pleasant homesteads. Character of the Detroit settlers. Little more than a third of a century has passed since the writer's first acquaintance with a region which, not many years before, the author of McFingal had described as, quote, where Detroit looks out amid the wood, remote beside the dreary solitude, end quote. Making my abode in the country, at some remove from the city of the Straits, then boasting its 5,000 inhabitants of many nationalities, I found myself amid a people mostly French, the descendants of those who had braved the dangers of the remote wilderness in following the fortunes of Cadillac. As yet, the inroads of the Anglo-Saxon had but little disturbed the quiet river settlements, but a day of change had arrived, which in a very short time was destined to destroy their old-time character. Since that day, the Arcadian simplicity and content that had so long continued to prevail, in spite of contending sovereignties, has yielded rapidly to the restless energy of the invading Yankee, as did aforetime to the conquering Briton the dream of French empire in the New World. While the colonists on the Detroit retained many of the characteristics of their countrymen in the Old World, modifications necessarily took place in the adaptation to so different an abode. Taking possession of a vast wilderness, families neither gathered into hamlets, as is the custom of the peasantry of France, nor did they seek an independent existence like the backwoodsmen of New England stock, but their dwellings, each on its own farm, were in such close proximity as almost to constitute a continuous village for many miles of river shore. Originally, motives of protection against the savages, and afterwards those of social intercourse, led to this near neighborhood. Land titles and farms. The original titles to these lands were variously derived. Of those below the city as far as the River Rouge, 3 miles, 3 are from grants of the Marquis de Caen, Governor-General of Louisiana and Canada, 1740, 10 from Marquis de la Jauquière, vested with like powers, 1750. 10 others are from Indian deeds of gift, subsequent to the occupancy by the English, 1770 to 1780, confirmed by the British Commandant. 2 of the French grants actually received confirmation of the king, although this was required by the Coutume de Paris, which was the law of the country. Permits to occupy were sometimes granted by the French commandants. These grants and rights of occupancy were confirmed by the United States government early in the present century through a commission sitting at Detroit, and upon these patents were issued. The tracts thus confirmed vary in width from 2 to 5 arpents and were about 80 arpents in length. Note: the arpent is a measure of length as well as area. It is a square, the side of which is 192 feet 3 inches. End note. I have heard old inhabitants say they could shout to each other from their doorsteps, and this mode of telegraphic message, passing rapidly from house to house, served the purpose of modern methods in case of apprehended danger and even for social converse. An American backwoodsman thinks settlements crowd too close upon him, that he has not elbow room enough if a neighbor establishes himself within a mile of the spot which he has selected for his hearthstone. A Frenchman so situated would die of ennui. He must have facilities for regular and frequent intercourse with his neighbors, and as roads are execrable in a new country, he best accomplishes his object by fixing his habitations upon the streams, highways that nature has created. The canoe is his carry-all. In it he and his family move easily, at all times, to and from even distant settlements. What glorious opportunities for the gratification of these desires was presented by those grand highways of the New World. From the water also came a large part of his food, for fishing and trapping were more favorite employments than agriculture. The object of the first settlers being the fur trade and Indian traffic, these lakes and rivers supplied a natural channel through which those operations were conducted. It was along the chain of the mighty lakes and rivers of our continent that France sought to maintain her foothold in America by the erection of forts at points widely separated, but selected with wonderful foresight. In the vicinity of and under the protection of these were the early settlements made. As this protection became less needed, as the Indian trade declined or was further removed, the peasant farmers made more distant settlements. They retained, however, the practice of inhabiting only the banks of streams accessible from the Great Lakes. I know of no original French settlement which is not so situated. As a hunter, the French settler had none of the renown of the American backwoodsman, but to his skill in trapping, the great fur companies of Canada owed a large part of the smaller peltries that were so considerable a source of their revenues. Like the beaver and muskrat, the Canadian not unfrequently lived almost in the water of his favorite streams and marshes, and built his cabin in a spot which could be approached only by canoe. The dwellers in habitations so little superior in architecture and site to the houses which these ingenious little architects contrived for their accommodation in their native marshes, and denoting so little higher degree of mental advancement, deserved the sobriquet bestowed upon them by the contemptuous Yankee of muskrat Frenchmen. French agriculture. We have seen that the kind of enterprise which characterized the French emigrant was very different from that which marked the Anglo-Saxon settlers, which has converted the wilderness into fertile fields, and almost in a single lifetime constituted this nation one of the most formidable powers of the earth. After more than a century of settlement, the farms along the straits exhibited only a narrow strip of cultivation. This rarely extended half a mile from the water's edge. From their doors, the family had a view of the untrimmed forest where the deer roamed and wild beasts prowled, frequently to the very barnyards. Even this limited extent of field received very imperfect culture. It was almost never manured, and so little was high culture understood or regarded that instances are well known where farmers, whose manure heaps had accumulated to an inconvenient degree about their barns, adopted the most ready means of relief by carting the encumbrance onto the ice in winter. The offensive material was thus washed away without further trouble when the ice broke up in the spring. I declare on undoubted authority that in some cases even the barns were removed to avoid the piles that had accumulated. This limited agricultural improvement did not originate from the extreme subdivision of the land, for each proprietor possessed acres enough, though his farm, in its proportion of length to breadth, bore a resemblance to his pipe stem. As this great national interest flourished so little under the kind of encouragement bestowed by the French government, it may be curious to compare the terms by which grants of land were bestowed by the commandants with the tenure by which, under the fostering care of the present government, each householder may secure a homestead. One runs in this wise, quote, "The grantee was bound to pay a rent of 15 livres a year in peltries to the crown forever, to assist in planting a maypole on each May Day before the door of the mansion house. He was forbidden to buy or sell articles of merchandise carried to or from Montreal through servants, clerks, or foreigners, to work at the business of a blacksmith, to sell brandy to the Indians, or to mortgage the land without consent of the government. The Crown reserved all minerals and timber for military purposes. The grantor reserved the right of hunting rabbits, partridges, and pheasants. All the grain raised was to be ground at the manor windmill, where toll was to be given, according to the custom of Paris. On every sale of land, a tax was levied, and the government reserved the right to take precedence of any buyer at the price offered." End quote. In so many restrictions, we see one reason why agriculture, as an independent pursuit, should not flourish. Farm implements. Having spoken so disparagingly of French agriculture, it is but just to observe that the Canadians were speedy to adopt the superior implements and modes of cultivation used by the Anglo-Saxon settlers, and the present generation see little difference between the tools and the methods belonging to the one or the other. But half a century ago, the old methods were still practiced. The cart was the universal vehicle for farm and family use, wagons being unknown. The plow was of wood, except the share. Its long beam and handles extended 10 or 12 feet, and it had a wooden moldboard. In front were 2 wheels, also of wood, of different sizes, a small one to run on the unplowed side, and a larger one in the furrow. There were neither chains nor whiffletree. Oxen were fastened by a pole which had a hinged attachment to the beam, and very good, though shallow, plowing was performed by this rude but ingenious implement. Both oxen and horses were employed in the various operations. The harness was very simple and constructed of withes or twisted rawhide. No yoke was used, but a rope of the kind mentioned was passed around the oxen's horns, and they pushed with their heads. It was maintained by those who employed this seemingly singular method that it was the most natural and effective, and gave greater freedom of action to the cattle. Possibly scientific agriculturalists of the present day may get a useful hint from the simple ideas of the olden times. The hoe was a very heavy iron implement having a long shank. It was the same that was used by the Indians after the introduction of iron among them. The latter never plowed and were ignorant of the method of laying out the field in parallel rows, hills of corn being planted without regard to regularity, though at tolerably uniform distances. And though the Frenchmen used the plow effectively, their ordinary mode of planting corn was precisely that of the Indians. French vehicles. The winter carryall was a strong but narrow box placed upon runners, which spread widely and were iron-shod. Sometimes these were adorned with fancy heads. The thills, which were of hickory or ash, were so fixed as to spring outwardly, and when the horse was harnessed in, the ends were brought together and tied. The strain, consequently, prevented any rubbing against the horse's sides, and allowed a large liberty of action, which was of great service to their keen trotters and pacers. It was constructed for 2 persons only, although a seat for a third was sometimes placed in front. Horses were sometimes driven tandem. The traîneau was of rougher construction, made for work, and the runners did not spread. For summer pleasure driving, a few had the calèche. It resembled the modern chaise and had a movable folding top. The cart of which I have made mention is worthy of commemoration. It was the common vehicle for all classes, and even in the city, long after my arrival here, was almost the only kind of carriage. It was a light 2-wheeled vehicle of the ordinary cart construction, and the sides were protected by a low railing. The gentry sometimes had chairs placed within, but commonly all rode after a more primitive style, with a buffalo robe only for a seat. In this simple mode, ladies were taken to church, to parties and calls, or carted over the mud whenever the roads were in a condition unfit for dainty feet. The stiff clay soil which prevailed along the only road was often almost impassable for pedestrians. There were no pavements, nor even that convenient Western resource, plank walks, nor was there a stone crossing nor a public hack in the city 30 years ago. Many were the curious scenes and many the laughable stories, legends store, of strange adventures happed by mud, the suffocation of dogs, the loss of shoes, the discomfiture of neat gallants who ventured aid to the weaker sex in their rash attempt to cross a street. Even those who were so fortunate as to obtain the use of a cart did not always escape the danger or the fun, for sometimes the loosely made linchpin gave out when the living cargo was unceremoniously dumped, of course in the very deepest puddles. But such accidents in those days were a subject of mirth rather than of chagrin. The French cart was an article of real convenience and well adapted to the wants and tastes of the people and times. It was a legitimate descendant of the cart of Normandy, where, in recent times, I have been interested to see it in common use, of precisely similar construction. Among us, its use is now almost confined to Canada, but now and then one may be seen on the American side on its way to market with 50 pounds of hay or a quarter cord of wood drawn by a shag of a pony, whose back reaches scarcely above the thills, and a little weazen-faced Frenchman mounted on the top. Canadian ponies. The stock of the French farmer consisted almost exclusively of horses that dwarfed hardy race so well known as Canadian ponies. These roamed at large, beyond the enclosures, picking up an independent living by browsing. Even in the winter, they seldom received any but a stolen aid from the barns or stacks of their owners. Each pony bore its master's initials, branded upon the shoulder, and was caught and broken to the bit as he happened to be wanted. Whether these horses were obtained originally from the Indians of the plains or had any relationship with the Mexican mustang seems not to be determined. They were peculiar to Canada. To some extent, this mode of rearing horses has prevailed even down to the present times in the towns adjacent to Detroit, where the French are still a large element in the population. They receive literally no care whatever, and roam in bands, scouring along the roads with the speed of liberty, and often making the night hideous with the uproar. The following lines from a manuscript poem by Honorable James V. Campbell, I hope His Honor will pardon the theft, thus well describes these nightly races through the town. Quote, unchecked, with flying leap and bound, the savage courser spurns the ground. No venturous horseman leads the ranks, no spur has galled their heaving flanks, no master's hand has grasped the mane, no champing jaw has known the rein. But in a countless host they press, free as the storm, but riderless, compact as when an army's tramp bears down upon a foeman's camp, while the ground trembles like the shore, where foaming lines of breakers roar. End quote. French orchards. That the Detroit habitants of an early day were not altogether open to the reproach of being neglectful husbandmen, good evidence has come down to our own times in the fine orchards of apple, pear, and cherry trees that give beauty and value to nearly every farm. Our review of Canadian agriculture would be incomplete, indeed, without a particular notice of those old orchards which are so distinguishing a feature in the river landscape, and in which the Canadians showed such commendable enterprise. Though many of the farms so closely crowded along the riverbanks had orchards comprising several hundreds of these fruit trees, and few were entirely destitute, it is singular that little is known of their history. In answer to inquiries, old people will tell that their ancestors obtained the trees from Montreal, to which place they were brought at a still earlier day from Normandy or Provence, but they have no knowledge when or from whence. The prevailing opinion is that the seeds were brought from France and planted as soon as the first permanent settlements were made on the Straits, about a century and a half ago. The present generation remember well the days of their boyhood passed beneath the shade and in the enjoyment of the fruit of these trees, which, in their recollection, were even then of great size. Before further considering the mystery of their origin, the character of these orchards claims our attention. When we recognize that from the orchards on this river have emanated many noted kinds of apples, still extensively appreciated throughout the northern states, it will be apparent that they contained no wild or common fruit. From here were disseminated the famous Colville, both red and white, the Detroit red, Rousseau of the French, the Pomme de Neige or Famous, the celebrated snow apple of America, all fruits that have established a wide reputation. Besides these are several not so well known, the gray apple, russets, noted for long keeping, pearmains, and others. Almost every orchard had one or more of these noted kinds. Detroit cider. As cider fruit, these apples maintained a reputation long after the influx of settlers from the eastern states. In this respect, they were considered to surpass the apples of New England and to be second only to the celebrated New Jersey product. 40 years ago, a few cider mills of the French construction were in existence. They were quite unique. The crusher was a large stone or wood cylinder, 6 to 8 feet diameter and from 6 to 10 inches thickness. It turned on a wooden axis, fastened to a center post, and was carried around by horsepower. It ran in a trough, dug out of a large tree, and put together by sections. The press consisted of a long wooden lever, acting upon a platform and held down by tackling. French pear trees. But the crowning glory of the French orchard was the pear tree. Nearly every homestead possessed one, some 2 or 3. Few exceeded a half dozen. Such was its wonderful size and productiveness that one specimen usually amply satisfied the wants of a family. These pear trees were and still are conspicuous objects in the river scenery, and for size, vigor, and productiveness are truly remarkable. A bole 6 feet in girth and of a height of 60 feet are only common attainments. Many show a circumference of trunk of 8 to 9 feet and rear their lofty heads 70 and sometimes 80 feet from the earth. They bear uniform crops, 30 to 50 bushels being often the annual product of a single tree. The fruit is of medium size, ripening about the end of August, and though as a table fruit superseded by many sorts which an improved horticulture has introduced, it still holds a fair rank, and in some respects is not surpassed, if equaled, by any. The flesh is crisp, juicy, sweet, and spicy. For stewing and preserving, it is quite unrivaled. Individual trees differ a little in their period of ripening and in size and flavor of fruit, but the variety is well characterized. It is not a little remarkable that so little should be known of the history of a tree of such extraordinary character. The earliest travelers from whom we have published records, such as Charlevoix, Henry, and Carver, make none or only casual mention, and give no clue to their date and origin. The memory of the oldest inhabitant is only traditional in regard to them. Along the St. Lawrence and about Montreal, whence these trees are supposed by some to have been brought to Detroit, no specimens exist, and the orchards are few and inferior. In a hasty journey across Normandy, I saw many fine large pear trees, but I looked in vain for any of the size or character which might be supposed to have originated the Detroit pear tree. The prevailing opinion that the pear and apple trees of the Canadas originated from seeds brought from France is founded on the supposition that nursery trees could not have withstood the long sea voyage of that period. Yet this opinion cannot be accepted without hesitation. It is a law well understood by fruit cultivators that trees raised from the seed of these fruits tend to revert to their original wild state. They are, with rare exceptions, inferior to the cultivated varieties, and besides are of almost as many different sorts as the seeds which produce them. Neither the pear nor apple trees of the French orchards have the character of seedlings, and the fact that almost every orchard contained several trees of the same and of noted kinds militates against that supposition. On the other hand, it is improbable that they are seedlings raised here and grafted, for the art was then little practiced in America and not at all among the Canadians. The Detroit pear tree is found also on the River Raisin at Monroe, and so far as I am informed, exists nowhere else in America. The trees on the latter stream were planted by the early settlers there many years after the colonization of the Straits. In 1786, Colonel Francis Navarre of Monroe, traveling on horseback from Detroit, carried in his hand 6 or more trees, which he planted on his farm. They attained large size and are still bearing immense crops. One of these is said to measure at 2 feet from the ground, 9 feet 2 inches in circumference, and at 4 feet separates into 2 branches, one of which is 7 feet 4 inches and the other 5 feet in circumference. We have ample testimony to the great size of these giant pear trees half a century ago. I am informed by an old resident that in 1812 or 13 he saw one cut down, which was in the way of a battery that was being built just above the city, and which measured nearly 2 feet in diameter of trunk. Such a growth could hardly have been acquired in less than a century. I know not by what fatality, but our old French pear trees seem destined to have no successors to their fame, as though unwilling to survive the Americanization of the race who matured and so long enjoyed their stately munificence. Appreciated by all, no one has thought of continuing the species, or else all attempts have failed. No young trees are to be found in the extensive plantations of the present century, which include so many vastly inferior. None of the nurseries contain it. It is even yet without a name in the Dictionary of American Fruit Trees. Still, however, the pear trees flourish in a green old age, while the apple orchards are fast disappearing, partly from natural decay, but more perhaps from neglect, while many are annually swept from existence by the relentless besom of modern improvement. The old pear tree belongs to Detroit and her old habitants, and will perish with them and with their homesteads, which are so fast disappearing. Another half-century will see the last of those magnificent trees, the pride of the French orchard, the mammoth of fruits, of which the world does not afford its equal. End of section 6. Section 7 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. The Early Colonization of Detroit, Part 2. French homesteads. From the consideration which we have bestowed upon the agriculture of the early French settlers on the Detroit, we turn naturally to their homesteads. We often form some judgment of a people from the houses they live in. The better class of dwellings of the French habitants were of quite a substantial character, considered as mere timber structures. They were built of logs, squared and covered with clapboards, and the roofs shingled with cedar. They were of 1 or 2 stories, according to the need or ability of the owner, but were never ambitious. Generally, they were 1 full story, the upper or half story being chiefly within the roof, which was high and lighted by small dormer windows projecting on the front and rear sides. The entrance was in the center, and a hall ran from front to rear. A low and perfectly plain veranda was another usual feature. One of the oldest and most noted structures of this class was the Cass House, which has been used by several of the territorial governors of Michigan and exhibited many marks of the tomahawk and bullet received during the Indian Wars. It stood on the Cass farm and was built of cedar logs, weatherboarded, about 50 feet front and 1 story in height, with steep roof. A heavy stone chimney rose out of the center. The position, when I first saw it, was very beautiful. It was upon the immediate bank of the river, here quite abrupt and high, and shadowed with trees. No wharf or building obstructed the view, which commanded many miles of the river channel and shores, and in the rear were smiling gardens and green slopes, between which flowed the little river Savoyard, since diverted into a covered sewer. This old mansion is still a comfortable dwelling, or dwellings, on Larned Street. It stands but little removed from its old site, but in front and in rear are stony streets, thickly lined with houses. It is remote from the present border of the river, and its time-honored character is lost in new boards and white paint. Its age is probably not less than 150 years. Another old domicile of the times of French regime, the Lafferty House, stood half a mile below and was torn down in 1861 to give place to structures better suited to the wants of modern times. It was erected in 1747 and was, at the time of its destruction, in excellent preservation, the timbers heavy and solid, and the stone chimney exhibiting the large open fireplace which marked an age of hospitality and good cheer. The Nags House, another well-known mansion, was for several years my own residence. It consists of 2 parts, one a low structure of a single story with an attic and containing 2 rooms and a pantry. It is of unknown age and, like the Cass House, bears marks of Indian outrages. The other portion is of comparatively modern date and consists of 3 considerable rooms separated by a central hall. It has a second half story with dormer windows and also windows in the gables, and is throughout well finished. The front door is umbraged by a square portico, which had seats and commanded a delightful lookout upon the river in its immediate front. Both parts of the mansion are built of squared pine timbers, clapboarded. The newer portion had, when I took possession, a coat of paint, white in front, red in the rear. If there had ever been paint on the older portion, it had long disappeared. The panes of glass throughout all the windows were a curiosity, being of a size entirely disused and no longer sold by dealers, 6.5 by 7.5 inches. I will allude to another in one of the few French mansions in the city, the old Campau house. It is built upon the foundations of the original dwelling burned down by the fire which consumed the entire city in 1805. Though an interesting relic and a good specimen of its class, it belongs to the present century. It will give a good idea of the contrast between the old town and the new to state that the avenue of 120 feet wide upon which this house fronts corresponds here with the old St. Anne Street, on which it formerly stood, but which, though the longest street of old Detroit, had a width of only 30 feet. Few such memorials of the good old days now remain in this vicinity, but on the Canada side of the channel, comparatively little change has taken place in the appearance and condition of many old French homesteads. The village of Sandwich wears much of the old-time character, and a dreamy quiet pervades the place, worthy of Sleepy Hollow, and singularly in contrast with the bustling, wide-awake activity which distinguishes most American villages. Most French dwellings had yards, fenced by pickets of red cedar. These were often 10 or 12 feet in height, and were intended, if often served, as a stockade for protection during the troubles of the war times, as well as against wolves. Some of these defenses were standing along the river between my house and the town as late as 1837, and consisted of very closely set, large and mostly round posts, which were generally still sound. They were so deeply sunk that the axe was used rather than the spade when their removal became expedient. Few, if any, of these posts can now be seen in this vicinity, but the stumps of many still remain as landmarks of a past age below the soil where the axe has left them. Another feature of the old settlements has disappeared, the windmills, which once marked every few miles of river shore and were an animating part of its picturesque scenery. These institutions of primitive times were in full operation down to the stirring period of Yankee improvements, 1836 to 37. Until then, there were no flouring mills of any other description within many miles, though we have the authority of Judge Campbell for stating that a watermill was built as early as 1734 on Mays Creek below the city, and one on Mill or Connors Creek above, and that as late as 1830, one was standing in ruins upon Bloody Run, where it is crossed by Jefferson Avenue. The windmills served sufficiently well all the needs of the French era, but with the advent of larger wants, more capable structures were demanded. The neglected windmills fell to decay, and at the present time a few only survive in ruins. From these brief notices of the dwellings of the French landowners, it will doubtless, and with truth, be concluded that the occupants lived in reasonable style and comfort, and that the personal appearance of our French progenitors corresponded to the simple and comfortable character of their homesteads. Costumes. The gentleman's dress of the olden time, in winter, consists of colored shirt with vest and pantaloons or leggings. A belt or sash held up the pants, and over all was worn a capote or heavy blanket coat, with a sack or loose cap attached, that was thrown back or over the head as required. The latter extremity was bound with a colored handkerchief, while the lower were protected by shoepacks and sometimes moccasins. On dress occasions, the sash was richly ornamented with beads, in the Indian fashion, and sometimes was of wampum. It was spread widely over the body, outside the coat, and tied behind, the ends hanging down 2 feet or more. In warm weather, pantaloons were worn without vest, and were sustained by a belt, generally of leather. The feet were bare, and hats of straw completed the covering. The voyageurs, or boatmen, often wore shirts over the trousers, made of leather, with ruffles in the bosom made of the same material. They had bright-colored cloth caps, which hung over on one side and terminated with a tassel. The dress of the women consisted of short gowns or habits, falling no lower than the knee, and showing the petticoats, which reached to the feet, and they had ample straw hats. For cold weather they had fur hats or bonnets. They received the fashions from Montreal, but the changes were so slight that probably less variation had occurred in a century than takes place in the costume of our modern belles in a single year. In fact, the costume I have described continued always unchanged, from the earliest period down to the time of my own personal observation. The straw hat maintains its repute even yet as a permanent and wholesome style abroad, its merits having given it a wide adoption, and it would be well if, in other particulars, the convenient fashions of our Canadian dames could be preserved. Society. The French people continue to preserve, down to a very recent date, a good degree of their ancient character. There was much of the beau monde at the rival but neighborly cities of Detroit and Monroe, and a constant intercourse was kept up until the preponderance of the former city and the overwhelming influx of foreigners. Amusements were of the social rather than literary kind, and the social virtues never shone more brightly among any people. Nor were these confined to their own kin, but were extended to the newly come of whatever nationality. The old habitants of the better class still retain a vivid recollection of those happy days, and will tell that no people ever enjoyed life so keenly. During the winter, which comprised nearly half the year, the settlements on the Detroit and River Raisin were almost shut out from the eastern world. Vessels and river craft were all laid up. Railroads were not in being, and travel to the nearest eastern cities was a long and painful journey. I have myself known Detroit to be without a New York mail for more than 2 weeks at a time, and have found it a week's journey, traveling by ordinary stage, day and night, through Canada to Buffalo. This was the season for French gaiety and resource to display themselves. No aid from foreign sources was needed to make the winter pass pleasantly, and who could surpass the French for parties, balls, and merrymakings? At these were gathered, especially, the young of both sexes, who kept up until a late hour in the morning that fascinating amusement of whose saltatory mazes a Frenchman never tires, and here were exchanged glances from those lustrous black eyes, so suited to brunette complexions, and which lighted up even the most ordinary face, like native diamonds sparkling through their rusty covering. And indeed, the demoiselles were not to be despised for graces of face and figure, for though the men mostly had long, thin visages, scarcely in keeping with their fun-loving propensities, the girls were both plump and handsome. During the period of depression which followed the speculations of 1836, when a general stagnation and gloom overspread the whole land, there was no lack of French gaiety. In the winter of 1841, when times were at their worst, this was manifested, even to an unusual degree, in numerous balls and other social gatherings. With a characteristic tinge of superstition, the French considered this unusual gaiety ominous of approaching war or other calamity, and that they were impelled to it by some secret and uncontrollable impulse. Perhaps philosophy may find a more reasonable solution. I relate the fact only. Amusements. Sundays, as in all Roman Catholic countries, were holidays, and were improved as such to much greater extent among the Canadians of half or even quarter of a century ago than now among their descendants. Possibly they were spent quite as innocently, though more noise and hilarity prevailed. The parents and daughters of the family traveled to church in sober jog-trot style enough, and carts drawn by a single pony. But the young men went mounted on their nags, and returned in the grand style, racing with whoop and hurrah. In the winter, these races were exchanged for trotting matches on the ice in their light homemade carryalls. Long and eager were the contests for superior speed and skill. No docks and piers then interfered with this winter use of the river, which was thus improved from the very heart of the city down to and up the Rouge. Many noted trotters and pacers are still to be found among the keen little rugged breed of Canadian horses. The example has not been lost upon the bloods of the modern city, famous yet for fast nags and fast men. White fishing. A season of great excitement to the early settlers was that of the white fishing, which was confined to the late fall months, commencing about the middle of October and continuing until very cold weather. Seines only were used, and a feature in the river landscape as numerous and almost as striking as the windmills were the reels, the platform, and the fish houses which pertained to the business. This season was looked forward to with great interest and pleasure, and was one of feasting and merriment, for the fish were as abundant and cheap as the flesh was admirable, and for cooking these, as well as most other natural products of river and forest, none could excel the French. Although few engaged in the business, for the market was limited, almost every farm front was available. And truly, it was an interesting and inspiriting spectacle, the boats leaving the shore with the nets coiled on the bow as the men pulled up the stream until, reaching the channel bank, the net was dropped and the boat pulled rapidly back to the land, the floats following in a graceful curved line, while often a song kept time to the oars. Then, as both ends were drawn briskly in, to see the beautifully white and silvery bodies glancing through the water, and finally tossed, all glowing and active, on the beach. White fishing is still pursued on the river, but the old-fashioned reel is to be seen in but one place within the limits of the extended modern city, a place famous still for its fortunate ground, the Loranger Farm. Patriotism. I cannot omit to mention a commendable trait in the French character, their early and sincere attachment to the United States and her republican institutions. To be known as a Frenchman was to be known as a patriot, and in the times which tried men's souls, and few parts of our country had more varied and bitter experience, the Frenchman was always our reliable and active ally, cool and unflinching in danger, shrewd and watchful when caution was most needed. If a man was wanted for a dangerous enterprise, it was a Frenchman who was chosen. Few now survive of the old habitants who were interested and intelligent witnesses of General Hall's surrender of the fort of Detroit, and with it the whole territory of the Northwest, to the British arms, and the rapid succession of events has almost crowded out the recollection. But when I first came to reside here, the feeling of indignation was still fresh and warm, though more than 10 years had elapsed since that event, and it would have been a vain attempt to convince one of those who witnessed and entered into the scenes and feelings of those times that the act was one of mere timidity and weakness and not of downright treason. Among the many interesting reminiscences of that period which have been collected and published in newspapers from time to time by an honored citizen and friend, now alas departed, Judge Witherell, I am pleased to find honorable mention of Captain Whittemore Knaggs, the patentee of the old farm to whose proprietorship I had the honor to succeed. As the record is illustrative of my theme, I make no apology for copying the following anecdote of my predecessor in the now peaceful homestead. Quote, Captain Knaggs was a firm and unflinching patriot in times when patriotism was in demand during the War of 1812. He was one of the Indian interpreters, spoke freely 6 or 7 of their languages, besides the English and the French, and possessed great influence with several warlike tribes. On the surrender of Detroit to the enemy, he was, by the British commandant, ordered to leave the country, and did so, of course, but joined the first corps of our army that advanced towards the frontier. He acted as guide to the division under General Winchester, and was at the fatal and bloody defeat of our troops at the Raisin. The British Indians discovered him after the surrender and determined to kill him. There happened to be present among the enemy an Indian whom Knaggs had often befriended in former years. This Indian resolved to save him at every hazard, but the savages would not listen to him. They were not yet fully gorged with blood. Nothing daunted, however, the brave red warrior placed himself between Knaggs and his foes, and for some time kept them off. They pressed on, however, and as a last resort, the brave fellow seized Knaggs around the waist, kept his own body between him and the enemy, and kept whirling around, and so prevented the oft-repeated blows of the tomahawk and war-club from taking effect on the victim's head, until he succeeded in getting him in the midst of a number of horses that were harnessed together. Here they struck under at his legs, and over their backs at his head. He, however, avoided the blows till a British officer interposed and saved him. After escaping innumerable dangers and death from the white and red warriors, he departed this life in peace about 1827. On the day of the surrender of this post, Nag's dwelling was sacked by the savages, his furniture hewed and hacked to pieces, and all that was valuable to Indians was carried off. Mrs. Naggs had succeeded in saving a few blankets, and they had many wild ponies in the bush. During the year succeeding the surrender in 1812, and while Naggs was yet absent, very many of our people, soldiers and citizens, were brought in as prisoners by the Indians from the frontiers of Ohio, etc. Poor creatures were they, some wounded, many sickly, and all nearly naked, bareheaded and barefooted, the personification of misery and want, compelled to follow their savage captors around the streets and to sleep on the bare ground in their smoky and filthy tents or under the open sky. The compassion of our citizens was deeply excited, and every effort was made in the power of a plundered and impoverished people to ransom the suffering captives. Mrs. Naggs, among others, parted with horses, blankets, and nearly everything that she had saved from the pillage of her home to purchase the freedom of the prisoners. The mother of Captain Naggs, a lady 80 years of age, was compelled to ride from Monroe to Detroit on a train-hoe on the ice, thinly clad, in the most severe winter weather. When asked why she did not freeze, she replied, "My spunk kept me warm." End quote. I do not mean to say that there were no exceptions to patriotic conduct among the French. During the War of 1812, there were some who were suspected, and not without reason, of giving aid and comfort to the enemy. These excused their conduct on the pretense of fear of the Indians, who, especially after the defeat at the Raisin, were patrolling the country in hostile bands and committing many savage atrocities. James, a brother of Captain Whitmore Naggs, resided at the Raisin. Some of his neighbors were strongly suspected of favoring the British, if not of consorting with them and their Indian allies. Against these, the indignation of James was aroused, and he did not hesitate at open accusation. A Mr. Lascelles was one of the supposed culprits, and though he declared that his adhesion to the enemy was only feigned for the protection of his family, James Naggs would by no means admit the justice of his plea. Meeting him sometime after the massacre, Lascelles offered his hand, which Naggs scornfully refused, saying, "I don't shake hands with traitors." James was at the Battle of the Thames. He saw the shot fired by which Tecumseh was killed, and was one of 2 Frenchmen who brought off Colonel Johnson, wounded, from the field. Education. Among a people so circumstanced as were the early settlers on these straits, it may be imagined that schools did not receive a large degree of patronage. Few children learned to read or write, but the catechism was taught by the priests and the pious art of telling their beads. At every few miles was to be seen the little chapel, surmounted by bell and cross and sometimes a tin cock, and in the open space in front was often erected a tall wooden cross, which on Corpus Christi and other festival days was crowned with flowers and became the goal of a long procession of the young people. But though good Catholics, the Canadians were not bigots. Their religion was simple as their tastes and suited to the light-hearted gaiety that was so prominent a characteristic. I speak in the past tense because within the last quarter of a century, many changes have taken place, mainly through the disturbing elements that have poured in around them. In spite of defective education, such is the native force of the French character that I have known among the present generation many a hard-working and successful farmer, and many an industrious and really accomplished mechanic, not one of whom could read or write. I should do injustice also to the merits of our old habitants if the conclusion was left to be drawn from the above observations that neglect of education was universal. This was not the case. There were schools at Detroit, besides the Sunday schools in the olden times, and the labors of good Father Richard in this direction were appreciated and are well remembered by many still living among us. The very Reverend Gabriel Richard, for many years a priest in this community, had the entire respect, confidence, and affection of the whole people, and was the first representative to Congress from the territory of Michigan. At the commencement of the present century, there were schools under his encouragement, if not due to his efforts, not only in the town of Detroit, but at Grand Marais, at Spring Wheels, and at the River Huron. At Spring Hill, a mile below the town, Père Richard had established not only an academy, but a printing press. It was the first one that was set up in the territory, and here was published the first book printed in the Northwest. In regard to these schools, the following pertinent facts are gathered from a quaint memorial address by the Reverend Father to the then legislative authority of Michigan. It bears date October 18th, NS 1808. We learn from it that, quote, 3 of these schools are kept by the natives of the country, of whom 2, under the direction of the subscriber, have learned the first rudiments of the English and Latin languages and some principles of algebra and geometry, so far as the measurement of the figures engraved on the tomb of the immortal Archimedes, end quote. Also, that in the academy at Detroit, quote, there are better than 30 young girls who are taught, as at Spring Hill, reading, writing, arithmetic, knitting, sewing, spinning, etc. In these 2 schools there are already 3 dozens of spinning wheels in one loom, on which 4 pieces of linen or woolen cloth have been made this last spring or summer, end quote. This is mentioned for the benefit of modern schools for young ladies, where the piano is so often thumped. It is pleasant to know that the ears of our neighbors of half a century ago were more agreeably entertained with the music of the spinning wheel. At this same Academy of Spring Hill, the memorialist goes on to say, the number of the scholars has been augmented by 4 young Indians, headed by an old matron, their grandmother, of the Potawatomis tribe. 5 or 6 more are expected to arrive every moment. We are also told that, to encourage the young students by the allotment of pleasure and amusement, he had sent orders to New York for a spinning machine of about 100 spindles, an air pump, an electrical apparatus, etc., and a few colors for dyeing the stuffs already made or to be made in his academy. Take note of that, ye modern educators who are in pursuit of sources of pleasure and amusement for the young people. As a further memento of those times, I add, verbatim et literatum, the concluding appeal of the memorialist, asking that, quote, for the encouragement of literature and useful arts to be taught in the same academies, one of the 4 lotteries authorized by the Honorable Legislature on the 9th of 7th Burr, 1806, may be left to the management of the subscriber on conditions that may appear just and reasonable to the board, end quote. Language. A word about the language used by the French Canadian. It is generally believed that this has become so corrupted from the pure Parisian as to constitute a patois, so abominable as to be with difficulty understood by one skilled in the standard tongue of the Academy. The truth is, this so-called patois is the old French tongue, continued almost unchanged, like the manners and habits of those who use it, while the language of cultivated France has undergone many modifications. It is satisfactory to find these observations upon the French character confirmed by an early authority. Charlevoix, who was at Quebec in 1720, says, quote, the Creoles of Canada draw in with their native breath an air of freedom, which renders them very agreeable in the commerce of life. And nowhere in the world is our language spoken in greater purity. There is not even the smallest foreign accent in their pronunciation, end quote. He describes them also as gay and sprightly, rusticity being unknown even in the remotest parts, end quote. Relations with the Indians. I have alluded to one trait in which the French emigrants differed widely from the English and Spanish settlers in America, their friendliness towards the aboriginal inhabitants. This kindly disposition was appreciated by the Indians, so that the 2 races, whenever they fairly understood each other, lived in peace together. I am not aware that intermarriage was very frequent, or that this relationship was often entered into by the peasantry of this part of Canada. It was common enough at the remoter posts, down even to times within my personal knowledge. The Indian trader, whether Frenchman, Scotsman, or Yankee, prompted partly by interest, usually took to himself an Indian wife. At such places as Mackinac and Sault Ste. Marie, half-breeds were quite numerous, as they had been at Detroit at an earlier day. The class known as voyageurs, the coureurs de bois of the older times, had become to a very considerable extent of mixed blood. The licentious lawlessness of those wildwood rangers was not only well known, but was a subject of much complaint at a very early day. Certain it is that in many points there was greater assimilation between the natives and the people from France than was the case with the emigrants from any other civilized country. In several excursions which I made between 1836 and 1840 in the wilderness portion of Michigan and along the large streams and channels, it was not uncommon to find the solitary lodge of a Frenchman with his squaw wife and sometimes two wives and a troop of half-breed children. They lived more like Indians than white people, associated chiefly with them, and depended upon fishing. Voyageurs. The class of men known as coureurs de bois, or voyageurs, was extinct at Detroit some time before my acquaintance began with the country and people. But at Mackinac and on Lake Superior these found somewhat of their old employment and retained a good deal of their ancient character. They manned the Mackinac barge and the canoes of the fur traders that still plied along the northern waters of the Hudson's Bay Company. A wild-looking set were these rangers of the woods and waters. The weirdness was often enhanced by the dash of Indian blood. Picturesque, too, they were in their red flannel or leather shirts and cloth caps of some gay color, finished to a point, which hung over on one side with a depending tassel. They had a genuine love for this occupation, and muscles that seemed never to tire at the paddle and oar. From dawn to sunset, with only a short interval, and sometimes no midday rest, they would ply these implements, causing the canoe or barge to fly through the water like a thing of life, but often contending against headwinds and gaining but little progress in a day's rowing. But how sweet was the rest when a favoring breeze sprung up, enabling the little craft to carry sail. Then in came the oars, and down lopped each mother's son, and in a few minutes was in the enjoyment of a sound snooze. The morning and evening meal consisted almost universally, and from choice, of bouillon, a soup made from beans, peas, or hulled corn, with a piece of pork boiled in it, and hard bread or sea biscuit. To the northern voyageurs, rations were generally served out of 1 quart of hulled corn and half a pint of bear's grease or oil, this being the daily and only food. The traveler Henry says, 1776, quote, "A bushel of hulled corn with 2 pounds of fat is reckoned to be a month's subsistence. No other allowance is made of any kind, not even salt, and bread is never thought of. The difficulty which would belong to an attempt to reconcile any other men than Canadians to this fare seems to secure to them and their employees the monopoly of the fur trade." End quote. As late as the end of the last century, Detroit was one of the principal depots for provisions and fitting out for the Indian trade, and here particularly the corn was prepared, hulled, boiled, and mixed with fat for the voyageurs. After supper, pipes were lighted, and seated on logs or squatted around the campfire, they chatted until bedtime. This came early and required little preparation. To wrap a blanket around the person, placing coat or shoe packs beneath the head, and a little greasy pillow, the only bed that was carried, constituted the whole ceremony, and speedy and sound was the sleep beneath the watchful stars. The labor of the oar was relieved by songs, to which each stroke kept time with added vigor. The poet Moore has well caught the spirit of the voyageurs' melodious chant in his, quote, "Boat Song upon the St. Lawrence," end quote. But to appreciate its wild sweetness, one should listen to the melody as it wings its way over the waters, softened by distance, yet every measured cadence falling distinct upon the air. These songs are usually half ballad or ditty, and love, of course, the main theme. They express the natural feelings of a people little governed by the restraints of civilization. Here is a specimen which I have preserved. The words were sung by one of our party, and all joined in the chorus. Note by reader: this long song is entirely in French, and I'm unable to pronounce it, so I have omitted it. End note. These boat songs were often heard upon our river, and were very plaintive. In the calm of evening, when sounds are heard with greater distinctness and the harsher notes are toned down and absorbed in the prevailing melody, it was sweet from my vine-mantled porch to hear the blended sounds of song and oar, by distance mellowed, o'er the waters sweep. To my half-dreaming fancy, at such times they have assumed a poetic, if not a supernatural character, wafting me into elfland on wings of linked sweetness. Quote, some spirit of the air has waked the string. 'Tis now a seraph bold, with touch of fire. 'Tis now the brush of fairies' frolic wing. End quote. At other times, these sounds harmonize with scenes that are still more inspiring. Seldom have I witnessed a more animating spectacle than that of a large canoe belonging to the Hudson Bay Company, manned by a dozen voyageurs, the company's agents seated in the center, propelled with magic velocity, as if instinct with life, every paddle keeping time to the chorus that rang far and wide over the waters. But times have changed, and with them have passed from our midst the voyager and his song. French gaiety is rapidly ebbing into more sober channels. Even the priests have set their faces against balls and merrymakings. As I call up these reminiscences, with the same noble river in my view, I listen in vain for the melodies which were once the prelude to many joyous hours of early manhood. But instead, my ear is larumed by the shriek of the steam whistle and the laborious snort of the propeller. All announce that on these shores and waters the age of the practical, hard-working, money-getting Yankee is upon us, and that the careless, laughter-loving Frenchman's day is over. End of section 7. Section 8 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Fort Shelby. Recollections of Old Fort Shelby and Its Surroundings by Mrs. Samuel Zug of Detroit, and read before the Detroit Pioneer Society, September 27, 1872. While reading the reports of the Pioneer Society, some scenes with which I was long since familiar have fixed themselves upon my mind very vividly, though surrounded by the mist of many years. Sad thoughts arise when we remember that many persons and places that we then knew we shall know no more forever, but still thoughts that we love to dwell upon. Though what I can tell may not in itself be of much interest or historic value, it may perhaps awaken more important reminiscences in the minds of others who, like myself, were born and bred in the little French town of Detroit, and who remember the time when it was a rare thing to meet anyone whom we did not know, not only those of the city, for it must be remembered that we boasted of being a city at a very early day, but also every Frenchman that we met in his little cart seated in his marche donc chair or in his carriole from Grosse Pointe to the river Ecorse. Within the last 10 years, many have died who possessed knowledge of great interest and value of the early history of our city, and it is much to be regretted that an effort was not sooner made to put on record facts that are now lost forever. Few remain whose recollections extend as far back in the history of our city as the year 1826, and one of that remnant now ventures to give you what she can remember of old Fort Shelby and its surroundings. The ground on which was the fort and what was called the cantonment was given to the general government in 1826, when Detroit ceased to be a military post. The fort, the center of which was near the intersection of Shelby and Fort Streets, was an embankment said to have been 30 feet high, surrounded by a ditch and pickets. It was built by the British in 1777. The cantonment, or barracks, were built in 1815 and were west of the fort, and composed of 4 rows of one-story log buildings, about 300 feet long, arranged in a quadrangle. The center was used for the parade ground. The west row stood directly on the Cass line. The cantonment and the fort extended from that line to, I think, a little east of Shelby Street, and from the south side of Fort Street to a little north of Lafayette Avenue. The entrance or gate of the fort was directly in front of the house now occupied by Mrs. McDonald on Fort Street, and which was in the southwest part of the fort. This house has been somewhat altered, but its general appearance is the same, though we miss the 4 stately Lombardy poplars which stood like so many sentinels to guard the residence of their commanding officer. Besides this house, there were 2 other smaller buildings and a very large root house, which, if I remember correctly, was all that was within the embankment. The cantonment may have had more than one entrance, but the only one that I remember was in the southeast corner, near where Fort and Wayne Streets intersect each other. As it is depicted upon my mind, the houses presented an unbroken wall. Some of the houses in the cantonment and in the fort, after they came into possession of the city, were rented by the corporation to individuals for residences. The officers' quarters in the cantonment were in the northeast and southwest corners, and were occupied respectively by Mr. E.P. Hastings and the Reverend N.M. Wells, known then as now as Parson Wells, and the officers' quarters in the fort by Mr. S. Gillette. The soldiers' quarters were occupied generally by poor families. About the middle of the east row was a long room, fitted up in quite a magnificent style, as we then thought, having on either side pillars and arches. This was called the Military Hall. It had been used as a dancing hall and for court-martials, etc. I remember one Sunday attending an Episcopal service there, the Reverend Mr. Cadle officiating. How it happened I cannot tell, as their usual place of worship was in the old council house on Jefferson Avenue, where Fireman's Hall now stands. This hall was afterwards purchased by the First Protestant Society and moved to the rear of their old yellow wooden church on the corner of Woodward Avenue and Larned Street, and used for a session room. It was afterwards moved again and used for a city courtroom. It must have been as late as 1830 when a part of the East Row, I think the part that had been occupied by Mr. Hastings, was fitted up for the infant school after the model of those under the patronage of Mrs. Bethune and other benevolent women in New York, and Miss Lucina Williams, a sister of Mr. Harvey Williams, a gentleman well known in the early history of our state, was sent to New York to qualify herself for a teacher in that particular mode of instruction, then, I suppose, thought to be the royal road to learning. And there all the small children of the FFDs were sent to go through the routine of marching and singing their spelling lessons and multiplication table, and even the profound science of astronomy, while in a closet just off the schoolroom was a little bed, where any of the poor little creatures who were overcome by sleep were carefully tucked away for a nap. Some of the families whose children were sent to the infant school lived where Christ Church now stands, and good Mr. Hastings' cart, the usual mode of conveyance in those days, was fitted up in bad weather with a cover after the fashion of emigrant wagons, and was the vehicle in which the children were toted to school and back. Some straw was placed in the cart, a buffalo robe lay over the straw, then the children were packed in to an incredible number, for old Thomas, Mr. Hastings' man, did not mind how far out of his way he went, and he was never known to refuse to take one more child for the want of room, for the capacity of those ancient vehicles was limitless, as was Thomas's patience. I remember a beautiful Sunday evening in the early spring of 1827, when an unusual number of people had been walking on the parapet, inquiring the reason. I was told that the next day they intended to begin taking it down. And sure enough, early on Monday appeared a gang of men, mostly Irish, with picks and shovels. The less laborious work of carting away the earth was left for the French, who were very glad of the work, for many who possessed that, to a Frenchman, most coveted treasure, a pony, found it necessary, in order to make out a living for himself and family, to find something to do besides hauling water for family use, which had heretofore been their chief reliance. The price for hauling water was from 12.5 to 25 cents a load, according to the weather. 2 barrels were considered a load, and though the barrels might have been full when they left the river, as an old bag or coarse cloth was the only cover, and our streets were not at that time celebrated for their smoothness, by the time it reached its destination the quantity was very materially diminished. It may be supposed that water was not in those days used as freely as it is now. The leveling of the parapet was considered a great undertaking, and it was 2 or 3 years before it was entirely accomplished. Much of the earth taken from the fort was used to fill up the bank of the river, which was in some parts very shallow, and no doubt occasioned the severe malarial fevers that prevailed at certain seasons, and from which cause many useful lives were sacrificed. Well do I remember the consternation that was created by the caving in of a portion of the earth, and one poor man, old Kelly, being buried under it, and the haste with which his fellow workmen labored to extricate him. But when it was done, life was extinct. It was several years later before the cantonment was all removed. Part of the buildings were torn down and part detached and moved away, and no doubt some portions of them still stand in some parts of the city. Many persons may remember the chimneys that stood like monuments after the wood that surrounded them was taken away. And that brings to mind a gentleman now living in a neighboring town in our state, who, then an enterprising youth of about 13, took a contract to take down some of the chimneys at 50 cents apiece and let out the job to some of his young companions at 25 cents. And though the undertaking was rather hazardous, it was accomplished without accident, and the boys earned their own 4th of July money and enjoyed it much more than the boys in these days do twice the amount without labor or effort on their part to get it. A short distance south of the fort stood quite a large one-story wooden house, which I am told had been used by the commissary department and was at that time occupied by Colonel Edward Brooks, and a little south of that, standing by itself, was a stone magazine. Both of those buildings must have stood between Cass and Wayne Streets and between Fort and Congress. The old arsenal, which stood on the corner of Jefferson Avenue and Wayne Street, where Mr. Phelps' store now stands, will be remembered by all, though not the yard back of it, which I think must have extended to Larned Street. Captain Perkins, the military storekeeper, kept this yard in most beautiful order. The piles of cannonballs arranged in squares and triangles at regular intervals, the clean walks and well-kept grass plots have made a lasting impression on my mind. And the cannon, looking so formidable, ready, as we children thought, to be used at any time, if the British should ever dare molest us. But of course there was little danger of that, for had we not whipped them twice? The house where Captain Perkins lived stood just below the arsenal, on Jefferson Avenue. It was a small wooden house, and if the captain presided over the ordnance yard with precision, with no less exactness did Mrs. Perkins look after her front yard, which was noted for its profusion of fine flowers. Many years since, when the arsenal was built in Dearborn and the military stores ordered there, this house was purchased by the late Colonel Sheldon McKnight and moved to the north side of Fort Street between Wayne and Shelby. It has been many times altered, until finally all similitude to the original building was destroyed by adding another story to its height. It is now occupied by Mr. Chittenden. Little remains of old Detroit. I can only remember St. Anne's Church, Mrs. McDonald's house in the Campaw homestead. If Father Richard should be permitted to visit the sphere of his early labors, he would hardly know his church, for that has been remodeled once and again since his death. The house on 4th Street, I am told, is soon to be taken down to give place to a stately edifice, and it is not to be expected that the spirit of the age will long permit the Campaw house to stand a monument of the old regime. Why will not some public-spirited individual or individuals present it to the Pioneer Society for a hall, and to preserve any relics that they may collect? Perhaps I am an old fogey, but even at the risk of being thought anything so dreadful, I might say it is too bad to have every old landmark taken away. End of section 8. Section 9 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Observations and Experiences in Michigan 40 Years Ago, by Reverend O.C. Thompson, read before the Detroit Pioneer Society, January 13, 1873. Among the passengers who came ashore at Detroit from the steamer Henry Clay in the month of August 1831 was the writer of this paper, then a young man direct from Princeton Theological Seminary, bearing a commission from one of the National Benevolent Societies to labor in the new territory of Michigan. Detroit, though called a city at that time, contained only 3,000 inhabitants. The capital of the territory was built and stood far out on the commons away from the business and dwellings of the embryo city. Jefferson Avenue, the principal street, was open as far up the river as the residence of C.C. Trowbridge and as far down the river as Cass Street, where the Mansion House then stood on a bluff high above the river. It was a first-class house for the times. Beyond these points, the road meandered along the shore. The hotels of the city were the Mansion House, which was the most fashionable, the Steamboat Hotel, the most popular, and the Eagle Hotel, the most accessible. Besides these, there were a few smaller taverns. One on the road to Pontiac stood where the Purdy House now stands. The remains of the old fort were still standing on Fort Street. Of all that which then made up Detroit, either in persons or buildings, little now remains. The men whose faces were familiar on the street have mostly disappeared. Standing now on the corner of Jefferson and Woodward Avenues, you can see nothing that one saw then save the sky overhead, the river in front of the city, and Joseph Campau's house. On the corner where King's Clothing Store now stands, southeast corner of Jefferson and Woodward Avenues, there was a one-story wood building with two round pillars supporting the end of the roof, forming a porch. The building was occupied as a drinking saloon. On the corner below this stood a story-and-a-half saddleback wooden building in which a Mr. Gray kept the best assortment of dry goods in the city. His principal clerk, Mr. Lewis, is still seen among us. A little incident that serves to illustrate the extent of trade in dry goods at that time is this. A man entered the store to purchase cloth for a coat. He found a piece that suited him and ordered it cut off. As the shears were being applied, he said, "Stop, Mr. Gray. I will take 2 patterns." "No," said Mr. Gray, "it would break our assortment." The city market house stood in the middle of Woodward Avenue, south of Jefferson Avenue. In this market, the French language was vernacular. On the northeast corner of these avenues stood the best mercantile building in the city, viz. Smart's 2-story brick block. The Bank of Michigan, E.P. Hastings, president, and C.C. Trowbridge, cashier, stood on the northwest corner of Jefferson Avenue and Randolph Street. It was a 1-story, 4-roof brick building. The writer of this paper went on board the steamer Argo one morning, bound for Fort Gratiot. This boat was a novelty in the way of steamboats, at least it would be so now in the eyes of a ship carpenter. It was literally what is called a dugout. It was made of 2 logs put together in the form of a large canoe, decked over, and on this platform was placed a cabin and the engine. On the morning referred to, we passed successfully out onto Lake St. Clair, but before we reached the flats, a north wind of moderate velocity admonished Captain Burtis that he could go no farther in that direction, so the vessel returned to the city. That year, 1831, the steamboat General Gratiot came onto this route, running from Detroit to Black River and to Maumee. There was no Toledo or Port Huron at that time. The General Gratiot was commanded by Captain Arthur Edwards. With him, I went to Black River, where the steamer arrived sometime in the night. The passengers were hurried ashore about daylight, and the boat left for Detroit. I cast about for shelter and breakfast. I could see no other shelter than 2 log houses. Into one of these I made my way, and found 5 or 6 shingle weavers doing ample justice to pork and potatoes. They invited me to share with them. They were practically illustrating men's rights to do and live independent of all womankind. After spending a week at Fort Gratiot, I came down the river as far as the county seat of St. Clair County on foot. It was then called Palmer. At this village there was a courthouse and a few dwellings. Here I took passage on board of a schooner from Mackinac bound for Detroit. From Detroit I went out in every direction, visiting all parts of the territory then inhabited, visiting every neighborhood and entering almost every dwelling. The hospitality and good cheer of those pioneer families will never be forgotten by the writer. The house of S.V.R. Trowbridge of Oakland County will serve as an illustration. A few settlements had been made on the prairies in the western part of the territory. These must needs be visited to fulfill the end of my mission, so, late in the autumn, I found myself at Jackson on my western tour. Jackson was then only an apology for a village. It was the end of the road in that direction. The marshes and streams being unbridged and the causeways afloat, my horse, floundering through these, had become discouraged and obstinate, so that on nearing Sandstone, west of Jackson, he utterly refused to plunge down the steep banks of that stream. Here I found a gentleman traveling west who was in the same predicament with myself. No amount of coaxing or compulsion could induce either of our horses to take the cold bath, so we resorted to strategy. He led his horse close alongside of the bank of the stream when we both, on the land side, suddenly pushed him over the bank. The rider jumped into the saddle and was soon on the other side. But alas for the narrator of this story, he tried to do the same to his horse, but the horse was too spry for him every time, and he was obliged to return to Jackson, leave his horse there, and undertake the journey on foot, which proved to be a tramp of 200 miles. When approaching the log tavern that morning, a company of Indians were gathered about the premises, and being somewhat the worse for liquor, they had been excluded from the house, and therefore did not feel very amiable. One of the number, resting his gun on the back of his pony, took aim at me and snapped his gun. Fortunately, it missed fire. I heard the click of the lock as I was pounding at the barroom door for admittance. The landlord, perceiving my condition, came to my rescue. West of Jackson, it was next to impossible to distinguish the main road from the Indian trails and the paths of the new settlers. I became lost in the openings and was obliged to make my dinner that day on raw turnips which I found growing on a deserted homestead. Late in the afternoon of the second day's tramp, I entered a 10 miles woods, beyond which I was told I would find accommodations for travelers. The sky was overcast with clouds, and the rain began to fall before I had half accomplished my task. The night set in fearfully dark and gloomy, and the stillness was broken only by the howling of wolves. I began to feel that my situation was anything but pleasant and might be sadly disastrous, so I quickened my steps. Just then the noise of wagons and teamsters on the road before me was a glad and welcome sound. As I came up with the teams, I found there were several families of immigrants benighted like myself, and all bound for that same house of entertainment beyond the woods. Among these immigrants was the Reverend J.D. Pearson family. His wife, whom he had recently married, a highly intelligent lady from a wealthy family in the state of New York, was sitting in her silks in an open ox wagon, drenched to the skin with the falling rain. Misery sometimes loves company, and I took such a liking to that company that dark night that I determined not to leave them. The road was bad, and it seemed to me that oxen never went so slow before. Late in the evening we saw the light of the long-looked-for tavern as it shone through the chinks of the logs, a sight most welcome to us all. Our caravan halted before the door, only there was no door there, a blanket being where the door should be. The shanty was only partly covered with shakes. The rain was pouring in at one end, and a cook stove stood on the ground in the middle. The stove was soon put in requisition, and the coarse fare was a great relief to us, weary and hungry mortals. After supper we prepared to retire for the night, but where to retire to was the question. If there had been a cellar or a garret, we might have retired, and either would have afforded some relief. Some of the women of the company packed themselves away on the only bedstead, others under it on the ground, their husbands next, and the rest of us occupying a little more than the remainder of the dry ground in the shanty. Sleep soon came to the relief of the weary bodies. At least it was so with one of the number. The morning came, a dark, gloomy morning. The rain was still falling, so we made another requisition on the potato pile and the pork barrel, after which Mrs. Pierce sang so beautifully as few persons can sing, "Home, Sweet Home," then turned her face to the wall and wept. Poor woman, the next summer she fell a victim to the cholera. In the course of the forenoon, another adventure impressed itself upon my mind. I undertook to put on my boots, which the good woman of the house had placed near the stove the evening before, and the more I tried, the further I seemed to be from the accomplishment of my object. Either my feet had swollen from the severe hardships to which they had been subjected the day previous, or my boots had shrunk, or both, and I was attempting an impossibility. I pulled at the straps until my fingers had no strength left in them. In my grief, I cried out, "What can I do?" I was 50 miles from a shoemaker or any place where I could provide for my understanding. Among the company there chanced to be a genius. He advised me to take some of the fat that was fried out of the pork, and with it thoroughly baste the heel of my stocking and the inside of my boot. This was a success. In went my foot and on went my boot. That day we reached Marshall, consisting then of one log house and another in the process of erection. A few immigrants had planted themselves on the beautiful and fertile lands in that vicinity. The next day, being the Sabbath, we had public worship. A young Methodist clergyman by the name of Pilcher preached in the morning, and the Reverend J.D. Pierce, one of our company, in the afternoon. These meetings were held in the unfinished log house of Mr. Sidney Ketchum. On Monday morning, I resumed my journey on foot and alone, and before breakfast reached Battle Creek, without passing a house or seeing a person on the way. The creek was then, as now, only larger, but the beautiful town that now occupies the site was then known as. One single log house, in the process of being built by a Mr. Stoddard, marked the spot of the future town, and here I took breakfast before crossing the river. It is said that a bath immediately after eating is unhealthy. I do not know about that, but I know I took a bath that morning after eating, and I have lived more than 40 years since. The stream was swollen by the recent rains to full banks. No bridge, no boat, and the stream too deep in most places to ford, and the icicles were hanging from the bushes on the banks. Mr. Stoddard pointed out to me the shallowest spot and the only fording place, so, holding my clothes high over my head with both hands, I waded chin deep to the other shore, where I hastily made my toilet and pursued my journey. That afternoon my eyes were gladdened by the first sight of a prairie in its native wildness. The sky was clear and the sun just setting as I emerged from a thick forest and came all at once upon Gull Prairie. A gentle breeze was swaying the tall grass to and fro, and the scene was more than beautiful. It was sublime. I sought and found the residence of an old acquaintance, Mr. John Barnes, who was then unyoking his oxen, having just returned with his family from meeting. If I were to ask the reader of this how far, thank you, they had traveled to enjoy a religious meeting, I think it doubtful whether you would guess the distance within many miles. The fact was, they had become so hungry for the word of life and the forms of religious worship that they had been to Edwards Prairie, 60 miles, with an ox team, to enjoy a single sermon and a Sabbath worship conducted by the Reverend Luther Humphrey, a brother of the president of Amherst College, Massachusetts. He was then located at that place. It had taken them more than a week to go and return, yet Mr. and Mrs. Barnes said they were well paid for their trouble. Surely there is a great difference between them and multitudes here as to the importance of religious worship and the propriety of giving personal attention to it. At Gull Prairie, I found a college chum who graduated at the W.R. College the year after myself. Instead of digging out the roots of Greek verbs, he was digging out the tough roots of the prairie grass and preparing himself a farm. Such men as these helped to make Michigan what she is, one of the best states in the Union. From this point, I went south to Kalamazoo, where I found one log house, and that was covered with bark. It was a house of entertainment, of course, and kept by Mr. Bronson. He had just fed a Baptist minister who was swinging himself into his saddle as I came up. He bowed to the landlord, who, by the way, was called a pretty hard man, and said, "Mr. Bronson, I wish you would treat my master as well as you have treated me," and rode away. I admired the form of that expression, but then thought of the master's version of giving a cup of water and put the act down to the credit of Mr. Bronson, especially as he treated me in the same generous manner. That afternoon, as I was passing down the Kalamazoo River, I gave to a little girl, who was at play in front of a rude shanty, some religious tracts to take into the house. I had passed on a mile or more when heard a noise behind me, and turning around I saw a man running after me. His hair was long and disheveled and flying in the wind. I immediately conjured up all the cases of which I had heard where persons had been offended at the leaving of religious tracts or books where such things were not acceptable, and concluded that I had got myself into trouble. My first inclination was to run, but I thought again and decided that he could outrun me, and it would be better to face the difficulty as best I could. When within hearing distance, he inquired, "Have you any more of those good books?" "Oh, they were so good. I have been here 3 years, and in all that time I have not heard any preaching. I have no books, and when my little girl came in with those you gave her, it did seem that I must have more of them if I could get them." I gave him all I had with me, feeling that I would be willing to take a sound thrashing from some other one for the joy of giving to so hungry a man the bread of life. After visiting Edwards Prairie, White Pigeon, Sturgis, Coldwater, etc., etc., I returned to Ann Arbor, where I found the skin and bones of my horse, notwithstanding the large sum I had paid the Jackson landlord for his keeping. Here I put myself into the saddle and started for Detroit. The roads were very bad, but by diligent effort I reached Springwells the evening of the second day, where I was informed that the mud holes were too numerous and too deep to be passed through in the night. So I remained there that night, and towards noon of the third day from Ann Arbor, I reached the hospitable residence of E.P. Hastings, my Detroit home. When the winter had fully set in, I returned to Ohio and came back to Detroit the next spring and worked specially for Sabbath schools, supplying them with libraries, etc., etc. This was in 1832. Immigrants were then pouring into the territory in large numbers. It was safe to establish a Sabbath school anywhere, for it would surely increase in numbers from the families of the new settlers. To a large extent, these schools have been a source of good wherever they were established. In the autumn of 1832, I accepted the appointment of principal in the academy at Ann Arbor. This, so far as I know, was the only institution of learning in the territory of a higher grade than the common school. There had been a higher school in Detroit, kept in what was known as the University Building, but I think it was not in operation at the time of which I speak. At all events, some of my best scholars in Ann Arbor Academy were from Detroit. Among the number were Samuel Woodworth, son of Benjamin Woodworth, who kept the Steamboat Hotel, William Woodbridge, whose father was afterward governor of the territory, and William Tenike, son of Conrad Tenike. There were 100 pupils in that school that winter. This institution, humble as it was the beginning of better things in education in Michigan, especially in Ann Arbor. As the water spring, bursting from the mountainside, forms a rivulet flowing to the plain and onward to the ocean, marking the origin and the course of the river, so the Ann Arbor Academy stands related to the University of Michigan, which I think is the best university in the nation. A few years after that academy was established, it took the form of a manual labor institute, and when the question was agitated, where shall the university be located, I think the claims of Ann Arbor were respected on account of the advanced standing of her school privileges, so our humble academy was not built in vain. The place where the university now stands was most beautiful when in a state of nature. The writer of this paper well remembers, 40 years ago, wandering through the oak arbor covering that tableland on which the university is located. It was called Ann's Arbor in compliment to an excellent woman, the wife of John Allen, one of the first settlers of the place, whose name was Ann. The nationality of the pioneers of Michigan were mostly of two kinds, viz., Canadian French and immigrants from the state of New York and northern Ohio. The first class were all found on the front, occupying the shore of the lakes and rivers which divided Michigan from Canada. They all spoke the French language, and in some neighborhoods, at the time of which I speak, it was impossible to find a person who could speak or understand any other language. Their religion was universally Roman Catholic, as was their fathers who dwelt here before them. The other class were immigrants of quite recent date from the states of New York and Ohio, and nearly all of these were of the second remove from the Yankee land, their fathers having come from New England to those states seeking a home for themselves, as these families, their descendants, were then doing in Michigan. These immigrants located in the interior of the territory, quite across the whole southern portion of the peninsula, from Lake Erie to Lake Michigan, and immediately commenced clearing the land in good earnest, building mills, locating villages and cities, and having an eye to making money, as well as to provide for home in the Commonwealth. All these were Protestants, and mostly of three denominations, viz., Presbyterian, Baptist, and Methodist. The Congregationalists were included in the Presbyterian denomination on the plan of the Union of 1801, and continued so for 8 or 10 years after this time. It was thought that Congregationalism would not thrive west of the Hudson River, and Congregationalists consented to this until about 1840, when her friends commenced rallying around their own standard in all the western states. At the time of which I am speaking, viz., 40 years ago, these three denominations maintained public worship in Detroit, as did also the Episcopalians. The Presbyterians worshipped in a wooden church of respectable dimensions and appearances that stood on the northeast corner of Woodward Avenue and Larned Street. This was the first Protestant religious society organized in Detroit, and it bears that name to the present time. The Reverend N.M. Wells was then the pastor. In the rear of this church edifice was the principal Protestant cemetery of the city. It was removed at about this time to Gratiot Street, near the present site of the county jail. Just north of the Presbyterian church stood the Episcopal church, a brick edifice, and almost the only worshiping assembly of that denomination in the territory. Away out in a northerly direction stood the Methodist church, a brick building of no mean dimensions for the time. This building stood about as far east of Woodward Avenue as the Capitol was west of it. The Methodists were not then fully organized in the territory, but were attached to the Ohio Conference, where all the ministers went every year to receive their appointments to their several fields of labor. The Baptists of the city worshipped on the northwest corner of Fort and Griswold streets in a small wooden building. Here I attended church the first Sabbath I spent in Michigan. The Reverend Mr. Goodman was the pastor. The names of the Presbyterian and Congregational ministers then officiating in the territory were Reverend N.M. Wells in Detroit, Reverend Warner in Monroe, Reverend Ira M. Weed in Ypsilanti, Reverend John Beach in Ann Arbor, Reverend C.G. Clark in Dexter, Reverend Luther Humphrey in Edwards Prairie, Reverend Bridgman in Northville, Reverend Prince in Farmington, Reverend Reuben Armstrong in Nankin, Reverend Horner in Auburn, Reverend Luther Shaw in Romeo, Reverend Father Ruggles in Pontiac, Reverend J.D. Pierce in Marshall. There were about the same number of Baptist and Methodist ministers in the territory at this time, but I am not able to give the names of many of them. Reverend Mr. Booth ministered to the Baptist Church in Troy, Oakland County. He was a well-informed and worthy minister. Reverend Mr. Tripp lived at Franklin. He was a man of strength and noted for his anti-slavery zeal and labors. Reverend E.H. Pilcher supplied the churches of his denomination in the southern and western parts of the territory. All these itinerated largely in the neighborhoods where they lived, preaching in schoolhouses and private dwellings. The Lord greatly blessed their labors, not only in gathering the scattered Christians into churches, but also in the conversion of very many who had hitherto neglected the great salvation under far better opportunities for obtaining and enjoying it. Protracted meetings were very common in the territory in 1831 and 1832. They were held in barns and groves for the want of church buildings. The people did not feel it a hardship then to leave their work, though it was very pressing in those early days, and spend days and even weeks in holy convocation. The power of the Most High rested down upon these gatherings often in a most remarkable manner, and great numbers turned unto the Lord. This was at the time of the great revival in the state of New York and in other parts of this country. There were then very few courthouses in the territory. So far as I can recollect, Wayne, Oakland, Macomb, St. Clair, Monroe, and Washtenaw counties were all that could boast of houses dedicated to justice. In most of these, the county jail was a part of the same building, and except in Detroit, the courtroom was occupied for all sorts of public gatherings, religious, political, literary, scientific, and social. The same was true of the schoolhouses in the territory. Extensive fires were but little known in those days, and there were but few insurance companies. The means provided for extinguishing fires in Detroit were leather buckets, which every householder was expected and even required to provide and keep hung up in some conspicuous and accessible place in his house, usually in the front hall. When a fire occurred, it was expected that every able-bodied man would at once repair to the scene and place himself in one of two lines of men reaching from the burning building to the river. Down one line, the empty buckets would go, and up the other, the full ones to be handled by the experts either in filling the engines or pouring the water directly upon the fire. I have left my bed many a night to perform this service. None were exempt. Father Richard rarely ever failed of being in the ranks. What a farce, you say, in extinguishing fires in a city in that way. Not quite so fast, my friend. I am compelled to reply, it did oftentimes do very good execution. In the interior of the territory, not even this was provided, and sometimes for the want of it, a conflagration would occur. The published account of one of these ran in this way. Quote, "Last night, after a spelling school was dismissed, our schoolhouse in the village was discovered to be on fire, and the conflagration continued until every public building in the place was consumed. All are this morning in ashes. Besides the schoolhouse, the Methodist meeting house, the Baptist and Presbyterian meeting houses, the courthouse, and the town hall are all gone. Do you ask how many in all? Oh, there was burned only one building, the log schoolhouse, but as you will readily see, it is a very great loss to our new village." End quote. These early days of labor and privation are past in Michigan, or at least in this part of it. In commencing this paper, I promised to speak of nothing which has occurred later than 40 years ago. So here I arrest the subject and close this account. End of section 9. Section 10 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Wild Animals of Wayne County, read before the Detroit Pioneer Society, March 23, 1874, by J.S. Tibbets. Most of the wild animals common to the state were found in great numbers by the early settlers of this county, and the descendants of Nimrod and Esau found abundant material upon which to exercise their favorite pursuit. The animals mostly to be found here were the deer, bear, wolf, lynx, wildcat, fox, coon, badger, fisher, porcupine, woodchuck, rabbit, mink, and weasel. The skunk and rat did not make their appearance in the rural districts for nearly 10 years after the first settlements were made. They were both as great curiosities to me then as the mermaid would be now. My first experience with the skunk was a sad, though I think a profitable one. A neighbor, having an open cellar wall, ascertained one day that a skunk had taken refuge in the wall, and he offered me 10 cents to kill and skin him. Being anxious to gratify my curiosity to see a skunk and my ambition to earn an honest penny, I readily undertook the job. Ascertaining the locality of the animal, I proceeded with a sharpened stick to dislodge him. Getting down on my knees, I peered into the hole and gave him a sharp punch with my stick. He immediately resorted to his usual mode of defense and discharged a full battery square in my face. I retreated in good order, though in very bad odor, and have wisely concluded ever since to let every man skin his own skunks. The birds common in these early days were the eagle, hawk, turkey buzzard, raven, owl, crane, turkey, partridge, duck, wild goose, and a variety of the smaller birds. The crow, like the skunk and rat, did not make its appearance till a number of years after the first settlements were made. The turkey buzzard, so common in those early days, is seldom or never seen now. This bird resembles the wild turkey more nearly than any other bird, though by no means so large. It is not a bird of prey, but, like the raven, lives on carrion. It is a powerful bird on the wing and soars to great heights, sailing seemingly for hours without a movement of the wings. The quills are very valuable for writing purposes, and the possession of one was considered a treasure, inasmuch as with careful usage one would last through a school term of 3 or 4 months. The wild turkey was very common, and vast flocks of several hundred were frequently to be met with. The usual mode of hunting them was for 2 or 3 persons to proceed cautiously through the woods till they came upon a flock, then suddenly fire at random amongst them, the object being to scatter them in all directions. When thus scattered, they will invariably return to the same spot to get together again, the old ones coming first to call their young together. The hunters, hid in some secluded place, with their turkey calls ready for use, would wait patiently for the return of the old birds. These turkey calls consist of the hollow bone of the turkey's wing, and in the mouth of an experienced hunter can be made to exactly imitate the piping sound of the mother bird when calling her brood together. Soon the maternal notes of the old birds are heard, and the hunters respond with their calls, luring them on to certain destruction. After the old birds are killed, the young ones fall an easy prey to the unerring aim of the skillful marksman. The flesh of the wild turkey is esteemed a great luxury, and one of the most delicious meals I think I ever ate was made from steak cut from the breast of a young turkey, fried in butter, and partaken after a hard day's hunt, in which a companion and myself killed 7 large, fine birds. The wild turkey is sometimes caught in pens made of poles, some 5 or 6 feet in height, and covered over the top to prevent their escape. A covered passageway is made under the pen large enough for the turkeys to crawl through. Corn or other grain is scattered in the passageway and inside the pen. The unsuspecting birds, seeing the grain, commence picking it up, and thus, one after another, crawl through the hole into the pen. Once in, forever in, for they never think of putting their heads down to crawl out again. Deer were also very abundant, and scarcely a day passed but more or less of them were seen in and about the clearings. But little skill was required in killing them, the principal qualification being a steady nerve. During the hot days in the summer, when the mosquitoes and gnats were troublesome, the deer would resort to the streams and ponds of water during the night to get rid of their tormentors. Here they would fall an easy prey to the hunter, who, in his canoe, with a torch at the bow, would row noiselessly about. The deer, seeing the light, would remain as it were entranced, presenting to the unerring aim of the hunter 2 small bright globes of light, between which the fatal bullet was sure to be lodged. Another mode of hunting the deer, which frequently occasioned rare sport, was by watching for them on their runways and shooting them down as they passed. 1 or 2 persons were stationed on the runway, while others with the hounds would scour the woods to scare up the deer. Whenever one was started, it would invariably make for the runway, the hounds and the men or boys following in hot pursuit. Rarely, indeed, was it the case that he was successful in running the gauntlet, but usually fell a victim to his ruthless pursuers. A laughable incident occurred at one of these hunts, which is too good to be passed by unnoticed. A young man came on from an eastern city to visit his country cousins at the west. Having never seen a deer, and being very anxious to engage in a hunt before his return, it was soon arranged to have one. Proceeding to the forest, the young man was stationed on the runway, with strict instructions to shoot the deer when he passed. The boys, with their hounds and guns, commenced scouring the woods. Soon the deep baying of the hounds was heard, denoting that the game had been started. Nearer and nearer came the pursuer and the pursued. Suddenly a fine buck made his appearance, with his noble antlers laid back upon his shoulders and his white tail aloft in the air. On he sped past the affrighted youth, who stood with his rifle cocked, his eyes and mouth wide open, the embodiment of wonder and astonishment. Hard upon the heels of the deer came the dogs, and soon the boys, who, seeing their cousin in this ludicrous situation, asked in amazement why he did not shoot the buck. "Buck," said he, "I haven't seen any buck. I only saw the devil coming down the hill with a rocking chair on his head and his white handkerchief sticking out behind. Wolves and bears were more numerous than agreeable. They were very destructive to the few flocks of sheep and herds of swine then in the county. They were caught in traps and in deadfalls, and sometimes wolves were inveigled into the folds with the sheep and captured in that way. A large pen was made of poles and so constructed that it was narrowed up at the top, leaving an opening only a few feet square. This afforded an easy ingress to the hungry wolf, but an effectual barrier to his escape. He would thus be found in the morning, having done no harm, and looking very sheepish indeed. A novel mode of trapping the bear was sometimes adopted, which proved successful. A hollow tree was selected, into which a hole was cut of a triangular shape, with the acute angle at the lower side. The hole was made some 7 or 8 feet from the ground, and just large enough for Bruin to squeeze his head through. Inside of the tree, some 2 or 3 feet below the hole, was suspended a piece of meat. The bear, scenting the food, would climb up the tree, and in his efforts to get at the meat, would get hung in the acute angle of the hole, from which it was impossible to extricate himself. Occasionally a lynx was seen in the swamps in the western part of the county, but they were extremely shy, and it was rare indeed that one was killed. The porcupine was more common, and they proved very troublesome to the hunters' dogs, which would frequently return from the chase at night with their mouths full of their sharp quills. It is supposed by many that the hedgehog and porcupine are identical, but this is a mistake. The only point of resemblance is in their coat of armor, which consists of long, sharp-pointed quills. Whenever these animals are attacked, they double themselves up into a ball and thus present a formidable defense. Their quills are easily detached, but I think it is a mistaken idea that they have the power of throwing off their quills, as some suppose. The hedgehog is a native of the Old World, is small in size and carnivorous, whereas the porcupine is a native of the New World, is about the size of the woodchuck, and lives on roots, vegetables, and wild fruits. The badger and the fisher were occasionally seen, but they were by no means common. Most of these wild animals, like the aborigines of the country, have receded before the march of civilization and improvement, and but few of them can now be found within the limits of the county. End of section 10. Section 11 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Memoir of Luther Harvey, by Bella Hubbard, read before the Detroit Pioneer Society, January 1873. The life of the subject of this memoir, though it presents no features of lofty public interest, is worthy the attention of all who love honor and patriotism, and especially of the pioneers of Michigan. His youth, going back far beyond the recollections of any of us, was spent amid the hardships and struggles of the first settlers, in the midst of savage atrocities, and in the volunteer service of his country. His manhood was marked by variety of occupations and fortune, and felt the excitements of the flush times of Michigan. His age has been passed in the honorable employment of a cultivator of the soil, and in that dignified repose which befits a life of activity prolonged beyond the ordinary limit allotted to man. Luther Harvey was born in 1789 at Burlington, Vermont. When he was 4 years old, his father, Joel, moved to the Genesee Flats, a place called Big Tree. The family remained there until 1801 or 1802, when they moved to Buffalo, and 2 years after bought land and settled at 18 Mile Creek. Buffalo in 1802. He remembers that Buffalo in 1802 had 5 or 6 houses only, some framed, but mostly of hewed logs. One was a store called The Contractors, kept by one Tupper, who had charge of the government property stored there to be sent up the lakes to the different military posts. For this purpose, a small public vessel sailed once a year, commanded by Captain Lee, called the Contractor. A British vessel, the Camden, came occasionally to Fort Erie. It once got driven down the rapids and was compelled to winter there, but was got off the next spring. This vessel was made a prison ship during the war. He remembers her bringing once some French pears from the trees on the Detroit, the only article of commerce he knows of being brought from that remote post except furs, and he thought them the most delicious fruit he ever ate. Buffalo to Erie once a week. About 1806, Joel Harvey took a contract under Postmaster General Granger to carry the mail from Buffalo to Erie, about 100 miles, once a week. Joel made the first trip with his son Luther, who thenceforward carried the mail regularly, summer and winter, for 2 years. He stayed a week in Erie to meet the Southern mail, another week being consumed in going and returning. There was then a house at Fredonia, another at Chautauqua. Cattaraugus and Chautauqua rivers were not bridged, and at the latter was no ferry. In good weather he went on horseback, in bad weather on foot, as it was impossible for a horse to ford the streams or get through the woods and swamps. Young Harvey thinks he never missed a trip. Once traveling with his horse, he was belated and chased by wolves to Fredonia, then called by its Indian name, Kanataway. The mail was very light, often containing nothing. Supplies. Provisions and most necessaries for Buffalo and Erie were then obtained from Canada, chiefly Fort Erie, where was an old settlement. Pork was imported into Canada from Ireland, and the Irish pork had a great reputation. Hay was brought over on the ice. Salt came from Onondaga by way of Oswego and Lake Ontario. It was hauled around the falls to Fort Schlosser, 3 miles above. Thence it was shipped in boats to Erie and distributed to the country south. These boats were extremely long and narrow and capable of carrying each 100 barrels of salt. All were painted red. They had sails but were impelled up Niagara River chiefly by setting poles, manned by 8 men. A barrel of whiskey, Pittsburgh's best, remained on tap in the stern, with tin cup near, and was the resort of these men whenever, like Dame Gamp, they felt so disposed. It was more common than water. Of this practice, Mr. Harvey, being a temperance man, may be allowed to say that he never knew any harm to result from it. Perhaps the exemption may be attributed in part to the constant and severe work which these men endured. At any rate, whiskey was an article of prime necessity and cheap at that, for while the best was dear at 25 cents a gallon, that article of luxury, flour, cost $40 a barrel. The schooner Lark. There was no commerce on the lakes, properly so called, but about this time some private enterprises were started. A small schooner called the Lark was built and owned by Dr. Cyrenus Chapin, uncle of the late Dr. Chapin of Detroit. He was a man for the times. There were then no harbors on Lake Erie, nor were there anywhere piers or other improvements. The captain of the Lark made several unsuccessful attempts to get into Chautauqua Creek, which was obstructed by reefs. This failure raised the ire of the doctor, who swore by all that was good he would take the command himself and run her into the river or run her to the devil. He undertook the feat, balked the devil, and returned in safety. That first steamboat. Harvey remembers well the first steamboat, Walk in the Water, built in 1818 at Black Rock. She came to Detroit, returned, and started to come up again. Hard wind compelled her to anchor at Point Avenue, some 20 miles from Buffalo. She sprung a leak, attempted to reach that point, but made the beach instead. The crew were saved, but the vessel went to pieces. She was too weakly built for the rough seas of the lakes, being after the pattern of the North River boats. Captain Harvey says the engine was a curious affair and had as many cogwheels as a grist mill. The engine was saved and afterwards went into the Superior. In 1810, Joel Harvey moved to Pennsylvania and next year into Ohio at Conneaut, where he settled with many other newcomers. He bought a block of lots and 80 acres of land adjoining and built a house and barns. After 2 years and considerable payments on the lands and other expenses by the new colony, a man arrived from Connecticut claiming to have a heavy mortgage on the whole property. Litigation followed, ending in total loss. Luther then went west to Cleveland in search of some means of mending his fortune. On the way at Painesville, he met an old friend of his father, Judge Henry, who owned improved land in the town of Avery, 6 miles up the Huron, and bargained with him for a lease of the place. War of 1812. While at Cleveland, news arrived of the declaration of war, summer of 1812. In August, General Hall surrendered Detroit. A call was made by the governor of Ohio on the militia for the protection of the settlements in the northern parts of the state. Harvey volunteered and joined the company of Captain Clark Parker. Cleveland's early days. Settlers in northern Ohio were very few and scattering. Cleveland had a few houses, the mere nucleus of a village. A wagon road led from Erie as far as Huron, but west of Cleveland there were no bridges. About the river Huron was a tract called the Firelands, being a donation by Congress to sufferers by fire at New London, Connecticut. Many settlers had gone on under this benefaction a few years before and formed quite a thriving settlement. About the river and the prairies bordering it were some pretty large farms. Marching from Cleveland to Huron. Captain Parker's company, consisting of 108 men, left Cleveland August 26, 1812, and marched to Huron to protect the property of the inhabitants who had fled south, leaving plenty of provisions. At Camp Avery, 6 miles from the mouth of the Huron, the militia built a blockhouse and another 3 miles above. From Huron to Sandusky and up that river, there was only an Indian trail. Harvey remained with Captain Parker in camp until the ensuing winter when, with his consent, he entered the employ of Major Tupper, a commissary, and was sent to carrying dispatches from Cleveland to Fort Meigs on the Maumee, then in command of General Harrison. He followed the lake shore with 1 man only in company, by trail, sleeping generally on the ice and ever on the alert against lurking Indians. Fort Meigs. On his first arrival at Fort Meigs, after delivering his dispatches to General Harrison, he asked for food and lodging. General H. replied, "I can give you pork and flour, but nothing more. We are building the fort, and there are no barracks. You see the tents are all occupied." End quote. So as before, he and his comrade camped on the open ground, where they cooked their dough and pork. After the trip to Fort Meigs, Harvey was employed to take charge of the ox teams occupied in transporting flour to the fort from Cleveland. He had 6 teams on their way in February to that fort. When near Huron River, he was met by an expressman riding on horseback who delivered a written order from General Harrison announcing the defeat of General Winchester at the River Raisin by the British and Indians, the abandonment of Fort Meigs by General Harrison, who had retreated to the swamps, and commanding the roadsters to turn out their teams and take care of themselves. The British and Indians, it said, would soon be down upon the Huron settlements, and no time must be lost. Harvey replied to the courier that he should do no such thing, that he should neither turn loose the cattle nor unload the flour unless receipted for by some responsible person. "Then," said the man, "if you will not obey General Harrison's orders, go to hell in your own way," and rode off. Harvey rode ahead across the ice to the house of a Mr. Wright. This house was of hewed logs and had a porch made by projecting logs. After some hesitation, he agreed to take the flour, about 60 barrels, gave a receipt for them, and piled them up under the shed. Harvey then led back the teams to a farm near Cleveland where they were cared for. How the old settlers saved their bacon. General Harrison, when he abandoned Fort Meigs, had on hand a large quantity of pork. It had been driven in the live hog from Kentucky and salt transported through the long and dense swamps on horses with great difficulty and expense. These hogs had been killed and salted down, and together with a large quantity of flour and other provisions were stored under sheds below the fort. These sheds Harrison ordered fired, which was done by his men. After the troops were out of sight, some Frenchmen put out the fire and saved the provisions. Seeing that not even any squaws made their appearance, Harrison got over his fright in a few days and returned to the fort, where, but for the timely and prudent act of the Frenchmen, his army would have found themselves in a condition of starvation. Harvey thinks his teams and their loads of flour afterward all safely reached their destination, but his opinion of General Harrison as a prudent and courageous chief is by no means of so high a character as that of some of old Tippecanoe's worshippers during the hard cider log cabin campaign. On the watch for Indians, Harvey returned from Cleveland to Huron with his father and family, and they worked on the farm during the summer of 1813. The men always took their guns with them to the field and flew to them on the slightest alarm. No actual disturbance took place at Huron, but at Pipe Creek, 6 miles west, 2 families, Snow and Butler, were set upon by the savages. The men being absent, they killed Mrs. Snow and 2 of the children. The other children they took to Detroit, where they were bought or redeemed by the citizens. There Snow found them after the fort had come back into American possession. A visit to Perry's fleet. In August of this year, the fleet of Commodore Perry, during their cruise in search of the British fleet, came to anchor between Cunningham's Island and Sandusky. Young Harvey, anxious to see the fleet and its commander, hired an old French bateau that was scarcely seaworthy and which Colonel Spafford had escaped with his family from Maumee. On the farm was a large quantity of melons, cucumbers, beans, corn, then in the roasting state, butter, and other products, with which he filled the bateau, determined to bestow them or sell them as occasion should warrant. 5 or 6 other young fellows volunteered to accompany him. It proved that this supply was most timely. No person from shore had visited the fleet, and Perry was ignorant that there existed any settlement in that vicinity, and was entirely destitute of fresh provisions. The boat was allowed to come up to the side of the flagship, the Lawrence, where the sailors crowded around and began to buy. This sale had proceeded but a short time when an order came from the purser to stop selling to the men. Harvey was ordered to restore the money and the men to return the purchased articles. Harvey reached up and put the money on the deck edge, and the men were directed to reclaim their own. They, indignant at the order which prevented their buying, seized the pile and suddenly tossed it over the rail into the lake. Harvey put up his hand and a few shillings fell into the boat. The rest sank into the waters. Then the purser took possession of the whole cargo and removed it to his own vessel. This being done, he made out a bill of the goods, setting down to each article his own price, and handed over the money to Harvey, a much larger amount than he would have asked. Interview with the Commodore. Expressing a desire to see Commodore Perry, the crew of the bateau were taken by Mr. Hamilton into the cabin and handsomely entertained. While there, a person in plain clothes passed through into a private room adjoining, from which, to their surprise, he soon emerged in a naval uniform of a commander and was introduced as Commodore Perry. The first feeling of awe and bashfulness over, the meeting became very sociable, and Perry, a young man like the rest, proved a good fellow among good fellows. He was delighted to see them, said theirs was the first boat that had approached the fleet, that the provisions were precisely what they wanted, and urged Harvey to bring further like supplies. Upon Harvey's reply that this was impossible, as the bateau was not his and was unseaworthy, Perry gave him a boat and offered to furnish money. Harvey returned to land, procured a horse, and went through the settlements, securing potatoes, vegetables, and cattle. Cucumber pickles were an article in especial demand. The Great Naval Battle. He bought a field of potatoes about 6 miles up the river and was digging them on the morning of the Great Naval Battle of Lake Erie. He heard very distinctly every gun and could plainly distinguish those of the several vessels. The flagship in the Niagara had short carronades carrying 18-pound balls. These made a somewhat continuous roar. The Detroit, British flagship, had long 18-pounders from Malden and Detroit. The gunboats carried long 32s. These made a louder sound. Not only the roar, but the concussion reached their house and rattled glasses on the shelves. After the battle, to Put-in Bay was some 25 miles. The inhabitants of Huron had no means of knowing how the battle had gone. Opinions varied, but the majority thought the British had gained the day. The next morning, Harvey, having with considerable difficulty obtained a crew among the terror-stricken people, put out for the fleet with a boatload of potatoes. As they neared Sandusky Bay, a boat hove in sight, coming down upon them. In the uncertainty they laid to, and most of the crew suggested making for shore. Harvey refused, saying that if necessary they were able to run into shallow water where the larger craft could not venture. On nearer approach, the craft proved to be a gunboat and came rapidly on. At length its deck appeared covered with redcoats. Now indeed it was a case for speed. They turned and pulled for the shore. Once there, the woods were near, but a ball from a gunboat was not so easily escaped. Before the distance was accomplished, happily, the gunboat rounded to, and then its colors came into view, a United States flag. A speaking trumpet hailed them. All fears were over. Harvey retraced his course and soon reached the vessel. The redcoats were no triumphing foes, but British prisoners. The boat was commanded by Captain Champlin. He died last year, the last surviving officer of this great victory, which restored Michigan to the Federal Union. He had been sent to see what had become of Harvey and his supplies. The potatoes were taken on board, and Harvey sent back for further immediate stores. The scene of the contest. In 2 days, Harvey had ready another load, including a beef cow, and with this he went out to the fleet, then lying between Put-in Bay and the Middle Sister, the battleground. Here the whole surface of the water was strewn with relics of the fight, broken spars, bloody mattresses, rigging, clothing, and other fragments. The Queen Charlotte and the Detroit lay near together, the former with her shrouds all cut to pieces and hanging like grapevines about her foremast, the mizzen and mainmasts being shot away. The Detroit had all 3 masts cut off and the rudders shot away. She was a wonderfully strong vessel of solid timber, and by far the largest and best armed of any vessel in either fleet. The Lawrence, which lay to the eastward, contained the wounded of both fleets, cared for by the united help of the American and British surgeons. Harvey was permitted to inspect the ship. The hold had been cleared from end to end, and mattresses stretched along on both sides. A platform was constructed, on which 2 wounded men at a time were placed. It was then raised above deck and remained there 2 minutes to give them air. On the Lawrence, Harvey found Adams, the purser's steward, who had dealt with him for his load of provisions, minus a right arm. Perry's distress. Perry was on one of the gunboats and showed great distress at the loss of so many officers and men. He was walking the deck and spoke to no one. During the action, Perry wore the dress of a common soldier and worked as hard as any of the men. Harvey took out to the fleet 3 or 4 loads afterward. Meantime, Harrison had moved his army from the Maumee to Portage, or Carrying River, where Perry sent his gunboats and brought them by day and night to the fleet. This was all accomplished in 2 or 3 weeks. Almost immediately after the victory, Detroit was evacuated by the British. The public buildings and property were burned, as was done at Malden. Piloting a boat to Malden. At the last visit of Harvey to the fleet, as he was ready to return, Perry requested him to pilot a large open boat carrying 100 Kentucky soldiers to the Canada shore and thence up to Malden. Harvey pleaded his ignorance of the Canada coast, which he had never visited, and also the anxiety which his father and family would feel at his absence. But the Commodore would hear no excuses, and compliance became a duty. On landing below Malden, the men destroyed the house and furniture of Colonel Elliott, the Indian agent, who they considered instrumental, together with the noted Simon Girty, in setting on the Indians to the bloody massacre at the Raisin. They gutted the dwelling, cut up the furniture, and destroyed the fences, the barn, and the storehouses. A rough set were those Kentuckians, almost as wild and savage as their Indian foes. At Malden, the public property, barracks, etc., were still smoking. From Malden to Sandwich. From Malden, Harvey marched by land to Sandwich, where he with the soldiers took possession of and slept in the old Huron church, much to the terror of the priest. No injury, however, was done to any part of the building. A sentry was placed before the altar, and it proved first-rate quarters, as it was raining hard. Here they crossed the river in boats. Detroit in 1812. Captain Harvey says he found Detroit a very filthy place. Most of the streets were very narrow. It was all built of wood except the public storehouse, which had been saved from destruction through the influence of Colonel Henry I. Hunt. He is not certain whether the little brick office of Colonel Hunt had then been erected, but thinks not. The troops encamped along Jefferson Avenue, or where said avenue had been established by the new plat, for it was not graded until years afterward. Harvey saw it plowed up in 1816 or 1817. The camp extended down the Cass front, and the officers had quarters in the old Cass house, then the property of General Macomb. Detroit had but one wharf, the government. Hudson built another soon after the peace. While there, a large body of Indians came in with a flag of truce. Among them were the savages who had committed the depredations and murder at Pipe Creek. Smith recognized them by seeing his wife's shawl on one of them. He was furious, as were the Kentuckians, and it was with difficulty they were restrained from doing battle and obtaining instant revenge. Few incidents of a public interest mingle with the future career of our hero, but it will be useful briefly to pass under general review his subsequent history, as exhibiting the state of the times and the sterling elements and versatility of character which, in the early days, went to make up a hardy Western pioneer. Harvey now returned home, and the same fall came back to Detroit, journeying by water, with his father, who was so delighted with all he saw that he determined to make his home here. After spending the winter at Huron, early the following spring, Luther Harvey set out for Detroit, hiring his passage in a boat. On reaching Sandusky Bay, the weather became so bad they ran in and remained several days at the house of a trader with his squaw wife. Harvey then resolved to proceed on foot. He accomplished the distance to Frenchtown partly by land, partly by canoe. Here he fell in with Colonel Anderson, bound to Detroit, with a pirogue laden with furs, in which he took passage, working his way and reaching Detroit April 1st, the entire journey occupying 12 days. A Grosse Pointe farm. Learning of a farm at Grosse Pointe offered at the low rent of $50 per annum, with the privilege of cheap purchase, Harvey bargained for it. The papers were executed, and he started on his return to bring his family. At the city, he met a neighbor from Huron who informed him of the death of his father. The project of the farm had to be abandoned, and Harvey paid $50 to be released. Thus, narrowly, he missed the chance of becoming a freeholder near Detroit. He returned to Huron, where he remained until 1815, buying a drove of cattle the first winter and driving them to Detroit. Next year, the whole family, then consisting of the mother, 2 daughters, and 3 sons, of which Luther was the oldest, removed to Frenchtown, the scene of the massacre. Monroe was not laid out until the year following. Old neighbors from the east had already settled there, and he brought with him a boatload of others. Here Luther Harvey opened a tavern. He also rented a farm, but it was not a success. His first 4th of July at this new abode was occupied in a manner very different from the holiday custom of celebrating independence. The men and boys of the settlement spent the day in gathering up for burial the bones of the victims of the dreadful massacre, which took place on the opposite side of the river 2 years before. The bodies of the murdered had been left to the sport of the Indians and wild beasts, and lay bleached and scattered about the woods. They filled a large box. It was a hard day's work, but could the day have been honored with any more appropriate, pious, or patriotic duty? Lake traffic in 1821. In 1817, Mr. Harvey married Mary Choate, a relative of Rufus Choate of Massachusetts. His taste inclining to a more adventurous life, he bought a small sloop and engaged in the carrying trade on Lake Erie, fish, salt, and passengers. In 1821, he took employment under Colonel Henry I. Hunt and ran the Firefly on shares for 5 years, taking supplies to the troops at Gratiot, Saginaw, and Sault Ste. Marie, and buying grain along the Ohio and Canada coasts of Lake Erie. He also purchased corn for the distillery of Colonel Hunt and Governor Cass. This was situated in the gully on the Cass farm. Also for their grist mill, a treadmill worked by cattle, located under the riverbank on the same farm. Many thousand bushels were boated from Maumee. Meantime, Captain Harvey had bought a farm to which his family was removed 3 miles above Monroe. This did not prevent his engaging in other freshwater ventures. He sailed the steamer Gratiot one year. Settling at Monroe, in 1836, having a family of 7 children, he concluded to rent out the farm and remove to the city of Monroe for the benefit of their education. Here, with slender means, he embarked largely in trade, bought out a store of goods in company with a partner but little known to him, built a store, and took contracts to the extent of many thousands of dollars on the Michigan Southern Railroad, then being built by the state as a part of its magnificent plan of internal improvements. A time of general bankruptcy followed. The paper of the state itself, of which Harvey held large quantities, was at a large discount. His partner and others with whom he was associated or surrounded proved to be rogues, and like many a less honest man, he went under in debt over $30,000. He refused to take advantage of the bankrupt law, went to work again, and by hard labor and perseverance paid all the debt except about $3,000. But this small balance took his last resource, the farm, leaving him penniless. A few acres only were saved out of the wreck on the rear of the place. This became a nucleus to which, by industry and energy, were added from time to time other acres, until once more Harvey was a flourishing farmer. On this new farm, Mr. Harvey lived until advancing age prompted retirement from active labor. In conclusion, he still lives at Monroe in a green and honorable old age of 84 years, with his wife of more than half a century and surrounded by a third generation. Mr. Harvey has been all his life, in word and deed, a good Christian and a consistent Democrat. Of his father's family, 2 members only survive, himself and a sister, Mrs. Sarah Harvey Bowman, widow of Reverend John A. Bowman, so well known as an itinerant missionary pioneer, an eloquent preacher and hard worker in the ministry in the Ohio and Michigan conferences. A few years ago, Captain Harvey applied for a pension under an act of Congress intended to do justice to the soldiers of the War of 1812, and which granted a pension to each veteran who had served 60 days. From the time when Harvey volunteered in Cleveland until after Winchester's defeat, a period of 6 months, he was in active service and had never received a discharge. Yet by erroneous entry, the records of Captain Parker's company showed but 42 days, and the lapse of years had removed all witnesses known to him who could testify to the period of his service with the commissary. His application was rejected, though backed by affidavits, and such strong and honorable testimony as should have satisfied anything but the red tape department at Washington. For his volunteer and hazardous service, he never received a cent of pay, and is denied, on the verge of the grave, even the paltry show of a nation's gratitude. End of section 11. Section 12 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Slavery in Detroit, by J.A. Girardin, read before the Detroit Pioneer Society, September 27, 1872. In ancient times, the city of Detroit and vicinity had slaves among its inhabitants. The old citizens generally purchased them from marauding bands of Indians who had captured the Negro slaves in their war depredations on plantations. Many were thus brought from Virginia, New York, and Indiana, and sold to the inhabitants of Detroit, sometimes for nominal prices. Among our old citizens who were slaveholders in the olden times were the late Major Joseph Campaw, George McDougall, James Dupron Baby, Abbott and Finchley, and several others. The Negro slaves were well treated by their owners. Many of those poor captives, when sold and released, were at once well taken care of by our ancient inhabitants. Sometimes the price of a Negro slave was regulated according to his intrinsic value, but their price was quite high for those days. For instance, a Negro boy named Frank, aged 12 years, the property of the late Philip Joncier of Bellefontaine, now Springwells, was sold on the 22nd day of October 1793 by William Rowe, acting auctioneer, to the late Honorable James Dupron Baby for the sum of 213 pounds, New York currency, equal to $532.50 of our money. Mr. Baby being the highest bidder, he, Frank, was adjudged to him for the benefit of Mr. Joncier's estate. In the records of baptism of St. Anne's Church, several persons of color we find recorded as having received the sacrament of baptism, and in the absence of family names, we find that the names of Margaret, for instance, a negress, unknown, would be entered in the absence of a regular family name. Several instances of this kind are entered in the old records. During the administration of the governor and judges of the territory of Michigan, several Negroes received donation lots. Among them was a well-known Negro named Pompey, the property of the late James Abbott. As a class, the Negroes were esteemed by our ancient population. Many of them could speak the French language fluently, especially those living with their French masters, but little cruelty was practiced by their owners. There was no Wendell Phillips, nor any Lloyd Garrison, nor any higher law doctrine expounded in those days to disturb the mind of the slave or the slaveholder. Everyone lived in Arcadian simplicity and contentment. The Negro was satisfied with his position and rendered valuable services to his master, and was ever ready to help him against the treacherous Indians. During the War of 1812, several of them accompanied their masters to the battlefield and materially helped their masters and the troops. By an ordinance enacted by Congress, dated July 13, 1787, entitled An Act for the Government of the Territory of the United States northwest of the Ohio River, there was a clause in Article 6 saying that, quote, there shall be neither slavery nor involuntary servitude in the said territory, otherwise than in the punishment of crimes, end quote. This was a safeguard by Congress to prevent the extension of slavery northwest of the Ohio River. Notwithstanding this wise provision, our ancestors paid but little attention to it, for whenever a spruce Negro was brought by the Indians, he was sure to find a purchaser at a reasonable price. Most every prominent man in those days had a slave or two, especially merchants trading with the Indians. Detroit and vicinity was a heaven to the slave compared to the southern states, although slavery was carried on a moderate scale here, there being no cotton or rice fields to employ them in, their labor being on the plantations near Detroit or at their masters' houses. The master, once attached to his Sambo, a great price would have to be paid to buy him. The late Judge May had a slave woman who had come to his hands for a debt owed him by one Gransion. This faithful slave served the judge some 25 years. Mr. Joseph Campow, an extensive trader in those days, had as many as 10 slaves at different times. Among them was a young Negro named Crow, who was quite a favorite of Mr. C., who had him dressed in scarlet, a contrast with his color. This Negro, to the amusement of the inhabitants of the old town, used to ascend old St. Anne's Church steeple and there perform some of his gymnastic tricks. He was supple and elastic as a circus rider. He had been purchased at Montreal by Mr. Campaw. He was afterwards drowned from one of Mr. C.'s bateaux. Hannah, another intelligent colored woman, was purchased at Montreal by Mr. C. This faithful slave, after serving him several years, married Patterson, also a slave. Mulette, one of the most honest and faithful of all slaves, also belonged to Mr. Campaw, who very often employed him as confidential clerk. This slave died but a few years ago at a very advanced age, respected and esteemed for his great integrity and fidelity. The slave Tetro was among the favorites of Major Campaw. He, too, was as faithful and as honest as the day was long. The late General John R. Williams also possessed a slave named Hector. He, too, was faithful and trustworthy. In the year 1831, Daniel Leroy, Olmsted Chamberlain, and Gideon O. Whitmore sold to Colonel Mack, General Williams, and Major Campaw the newspaper called the Oakland Chronicle, the office being transferred here, and the well-known slave Hector was placed in charge of it. When the late Colonel Sheldon McKnight entered to take possession, he was fiercely resisted by Hector, who showed fight, and the colonel had to retreat. This paper was afterwards merged into the Free Press of this city. Anne Wiley, a former slave, suffered the extreme penalty of the law for having stolen 6 guineas from the firm of Abbott and Finchley. She was sentenced to death by a justice of the peace and buried on the spot where St. Anne's Church now stands, which ground was used as a place of burial in early days. And when, in 1817, the foundations of the church were being excavated for, the body of this unfortunate woman was found face downward. It was supposed that she was in a trance at the time of her burial. This incident was related to me by an old lady some years ago who knew all about the facts and who has since died. The late Joseph Drouillard of Petticoat, Canada, had 2 daughters. Upon the marriage of one of them to the grandfather of your humble servant, she received a farm. The other received 2 slaves as her marriage portion. This goes to show that the Negro in those days was considered a chattel. Several of our French farmers on both sides of the river had 1 or more of them. Many anecdotes can be related of Africa's sons among our ancestors, and they as a class were well cared for and educated by their kind masters. I could digress and go into more details, but the present sketch will suffice to show our modern philanthropists that the slaves here in Detroit were as well treated as the families in which their lot had been cast. The question may be asked, how did slavery die out here? The owners of slaves, after having received their services for a number of years, generally would liberate them, or sometimes sell them to parties outside of the territory. When the celebrated Ordinance of 1787 was extended over the Northwest, Michigan assumed for the first time the first grade of government, and the laws of Congress were put in force. No more slaves were afterward allowed to be brought into the territory, and slavery was known no more here. Sale of Negro Man, Pompey. Copy of deed furnished by W. W. Backus of Detroit. Know all men by these presents, that I, James May of Detroit, for and in consideration of the sum of 45 pounds New York currency, to me in hand, paid by John Askin, Esquire of Detroit, the receipt whereof I do hereby acknowledge to be fully satisfied and paid, have sold and delivered, and by these presents in plain and open market do bargain, sell, and deliver unto the said John Askin, Esquire, a certain Negro man, Pompey by name, to have and to hold the said Negro unto the said John Askin, Esquire, his heirs, executors, administrators, and assigns forever. And I, the said James May, for my heirs, executors, and assigns, against all manner of person or persons, shall and will warrant and forever defend by these presents. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and seal this 19th day of October, in the year of our Lord 1794. Signed, James May, in presence of Robert Stevens. I do hereby make over my whole right, title, and interest in the above-mentioned Negro man Pompey to Mr. James Donaldson of this place for the sum of 50 pounds New York currency, the receipt of which I do hereby acknowledge, as witness my hand and seal at Detroit, this 3rd day of January, 1795. Signed, John Askin. Witness, William McClintock. End of section 12. Section 13 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Schools of Wayne County at an Early Day. Read before the Wayne County Pioneer Society, April 21, 1874, by J.S. Tibbetts. The facilities for obtaining even a common school education in this county in an early day were meager indeed. The disposition to establish schools was not wanting, but want of means and want of children in the neighborhood in the then sparsely settled portions of the country were the great obstacles. Most of the early settlers, however, realizing the fact that the schoolhouse and the church go hand in hand with civilization, refinement, and improvement, were not slow in erecting the former, which, though rude and primitive in its construction, answered very well the purposes for which it was intended. The schoolhouse of the pioneers was built, of course, of logs, and was generally located at the intersection of crossroads, where there were any, or on the brow of some hill which afforded fine facilities for coasting in the winter season. The house was usually covered with shakes. The door was made of rough boards, hung with wooden hinges, and fastened with a latch of the same material. The windows were made of 12 lighted 7x9 glass, the sash placed horizontally instead of perpendicularly. The floor was made of rough boards where they could be obtained, but frequently logs split in two and hewn smooth were made to answer this purpose. For seats, slabs with legs to them were universally used, which answered the double purpose of seats and sleds to ride downhill on. The desks were constructed by placing boards upon pins driven into the walls of the house. No stoves were used in those days, but instead an ample fireplace was constructed by sawing out a few logs at one end of the house and filling up the hole thus made with stone and mud, which formed the back of the fireplace. Sometimes the luxury of a brick hearth was indulged in, but usually this consisted of dried clay and sand. The chimney, of course, was built of sticks, plastered on the inside with mud. Wood being plenty, there was usually a rousing fire roaring in these primitive fireplaces. One or two amusing incidents happened at these fireplaces which will bear mentioning. A certain teacher had carefully impressed upon the minds of his pupils the importance of thinking 3 times before they spoke once. Coming into the house one cold morning, he pulled off his boots and placed them before the fire to thaw. Soon they began to scorch and fry before the intense heat of the fire. A thoughtful scholar standing by drawled out, "Schoolmaster, I think your boots are burning." By this time the boots had burned to a crisp, and the teacher gave the boy an unmerciful flogging for not telling him sooner that his boots were burning, though the boy stoutly maintained that he strictly obeyed orders. At another time, a man by the name of Sprague was employed to teach a school where 2 other teachers had been turned out of school the same winter by a set of unruly boys. This Sprague was very strict in his rules, and being a powerful man, was abundantly able to enforce them. Among his rules was one forbidding any of the scholars to ask to go to the fire after they had taken their seats. For several days everything went on like clockwork, the boys seeing no chance to kick up a row. Finally, they combined and agreed to go to the house in a body, and after taking their seats, one was to ask to go to the fire. If he was refused permission, as he expected to be, he was to march boldly up, and then the row was to commence. Sprague, hearing of this conspiracy, went very early to the schoolhouse, built up a roaring fire, and commenced school. Soon the boys came in, and after warming themselves, took their seats. Directly, one of the most resolute of the company jumped up and said, "Please, may I go to the fire?" The teacher, who was standing near the fire with a book in his hand, hearing a class read, answered, "Yes, come right along up." No sooner had the young man got well up to the fire than the teacher grabbed him and threw him square on to the burning logs, at the same time exclaiming, "Boys, if any more of you want to come to the fire to warm, come right along." He had no further trouble in his school that winter. The branches taught in the schools in those early days were reading, spelling, writing, geography, arithmetic, and grammar. The books mostly used for teaching these branches were Webster's Spelling Book, Murray's English Reader, Morse's Geography, Daboll's and Ostrander's Arithmetics, and Greenleaf's and Murray's Grammars. The mode of teaching these branches would hardly bear a favorable comparison with the present improved methods of teaching. The alphabet was taught by commencing at the letter A and calling them off down to the letter Z, and then back again to A. Usually one term was consumed in learning the letters. Another one in learning the abs and to baker. If one was so smart as to be able to read the readings in the spelling book during the third term, he was immediately advanced to the Old English reader to flounder along through those abstruse selections. There were no mental arithmetics in use in those days, and so the student was put immediately to ciphering. If he mastered multiplication the first year, he did well. Possibly he might get as far as vulgar fractions or the rule of 3 the second year, but usually he would have occasion to repeat quite often the old familiar saw, multiplication is a vexation, subtraction is as bad. The rule of 3, it puzzles me, and fractions make me mad. Neither gold nor steel pens were in use in those days, and the writing was done entirely with a quill. It was a busy time indeed with the teacher during writing hours, mending pens. The price paid for the services of a teacher in the winter was from $12 to $14 a month of 24 days and board. In the summer, females commanded from 12 to 14 shillings a week and board. Notwithstanding the books now in use and the present mode of teaching are far in advance of what they were in those days, yet I think some of the instruction imparted at school then might with much profit be modeled after now. A reverence and respect for elders and superiors was impressed upon the minds of the young. Then scholars were taught to say very politely, "Yes, sir," and "No, sir," instead of "yes" and "no," in very broad accents, as at present. Then, if a stranger was passing, the boys were required to take off their caps and bow politely, and the girls courtesy gracefully. Now, if one escapes being snowballed or hooted at as an old hoss, he may consider himself fortunate indeed. Then, if a stranger came into the schoolroom, the scholars were all required to rise and make their obeisance to him. Now he will be likely to be stared and gazed at as an intruder. With all the modern improvements and appliances for obtaining an education, it is a question whether any real advancement has been made in imparting a knowledge of the elementary branches. Reading, spelling, and writing, the foundation of all good education, is most sadly neglected in most of our schools at the present day. As an old teacher once observed, the lower rounds of the ladder are now all left out, and one gets to the top by a single bound. End of section 13. Section 14 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. History of Judge Zephaniah W. Bunce. A paper read before the Wayne County Pioneer Society by Reverend O.C. Thompson. Note: in the early part of 1874, I was appointed by the President by the Wayne County Pioneer Society to prepare a paper containing incidents in the life of Judge Bunce. It was indeed a pleasing task, because over 40 years' acquaintance had led me to hold this old gentleman in the highest estimation. My parish for 15 years as a minister of the gospel was St. Clair County. I therefore claim him as a parishioner. My residence most of this time was at the county seat, where he, either as presiding or associate judge, held his courts, which gave me the opportunity of knowing the man quite thoroughly and compelled me to esteem him very highly. It is but just to the subject of this sketch to say here that it originated entirely without his knowledge, and has been written to gratify the wishes of his many friends and to preserve the facts herein stated. It was a little trying to his modesty to be questioned so closely as was necessary to obtain the facts, especially the early part of his history. O.C. Thompson. Zephaniah W. Bunce was born in Hartford, in the state of Connecticut, in 1787. Both his grandfathers, Bunce and Drake, were sea captains and owned their own vessels. They were among the first settlers of Hartford. Captain Bunce sailed out of New London and was engaged in foreign commerce. Captain Drake sailed out of Hartford in the West India trade. Captain Bunce owned a farm within a mile of the present site of the State House, south of Little River. On this farm stood the old Charter Oak. It was the highest ground in the neighborhood, and he built his house on the highest point of that ground. Judge Bunce tells us of his visit to that spot in 1813, just before he came to Michigan. The original orchards and shade trees were then standing. The judge at that time sold out his interest in the old farm and did not visit it again until 1868, when everything familiar to him had passed away. Relatives, friends, and scenery, even the old oak, all gone, except one old apple tree. The grounds were made into a public park, and the site of the old dwelling was occupied by institutions of learning. Old Captain Bunce had 6 sons and 1 daughter. His oldest son was sent to Yale College at New Haven. While he was there, the Continental War broke out, and he entreated his father to let him enlist into the army. The father refused and directed the boy to finish his studies. A privateer was fitting out at New Haven, and when she was ready to sail, young Bunce and one of his classmates by the name of Dodd shipped on board of her. They had success in privateering, taking several prizes. When young Bunce returned, his father forgave him, but with the threat that if he left again before his course of study was complete, he would disinherit him. Notwithstanding this threat, which he knew was full of meaning, when the privateer was again ready for sea, the boy with his companion Dodd shipped again for further adventure. This time they did not fare so well. Their vessel was captured by the British and the crew imprisoned at Halifax, where they suffered very greatly, but finally made their escape from prison, found a boat on the shore, and put to sea. After boating about for some time, they were picked up by a vessel, but for some reason not explained, the captain would not or dared not bring them to the shore. They left his vessel 4 miles out at sea, and by the help of the tide reached the shore in safety by swimming. When he came to Hartford, his father offered to forgive him if he would give up his engagement with Mary Drake, the mother of the old Michigan pioneer, which engagement had been of long standing, was favored by both families until Captain Drake became poor by the loss of his ship and cargo. The boy refused to accept the conditions and was accordingly disinherited. But it seems the father afterwards became reconciled to this son, for in his will he made him equal with the other heirs, and not only so, but made him executor of his estate. This son was the father of our Michigan pioneer, who was the oldest of 6 children, 2 sons and 4 daughters. His father died at the early age of 33 years. After the death of Zephaniah's father, his mother went to live with her mother Drake, who was a sister of Uncle Joseph Pratt, who was also one of the first settlers of Hartford. His home farm comprehended the grounds on which the State House now stands. The grandfather Drake had 5 children, 2 sons, Ebenezer and Samuel, and 3 daughters, Mary, Martha, and Submit. Mary, the oldest, was the mother of the boy whom Michigan inherited. Submit, the youngest, took her name from the sad fate of her father, who was lost at sea before she was born. 9 captains sailed out of Hartford at one time, all married men. A terrible storm fell upon them, and every one of them was lost. It is very remarkable that each wife subsequently gave birth to a daughter, and they were all named Submit. Ebenezer Drake, the oldest son of Captain Drake, followed the occupation of his father. He was gone on his last voyage, 31 years, and is said to have visited every port of any importance in the known world at that time. Samuel, the youngest, joined St. Clair's army as a private and was promoted to the office of colonel. Neither of these Drake boys were ever married. Both died at their mother's in Hartford. Submit married William Emerson of Northampton, by trade a hatter. On one of his visits to Hartford, he persuaded the mother of Zephaniah to let him take the boy and bring him up as his own child. She consented to this, and young Bunce, then between 5 and 6 years of age, went to live with the hatter, learned the trade of him, and became quite a proficient in the business of hat-making. At the age of 12 years, his uncle sent him out through the mountains of New Hampshire and through the thinly settled parts of the country to buy up furs, and this became quite a business for him. He was very skillful in horsemanship. He tells of a boyish freak in which he used to indulge with his uncle's horses. On a stream where he watered the horses, there was a perpendicular fall of several feet. The backwater from a mill dam completely covered this fall, and young Bunce would go up the stream, mount a horse, sometimes standing upright on his back, and then put him to the top of his speed down the stream. The horse, not aware of the fall, would make a glorious plunge, and the boy, holding onto the halter, would swim ashore, bringing the horse out well cleansed from all mud spatters. This uncle, having failed to give his nephew the education that the young man thought he was entitled to, a separation took place between them when Zephaniah was 17 years old. He then took his effects and engaged as a journeyman hatter in another house in the same town. There he earned money and sent himself to school for a time. He then left and started the hatting business in Claremont, New Hampshire, where he remained 3 years. From this place he went to Chester, Vermont, started the hatting business there, and continued it 4 years. He then connected himself with one Allen in the dry goods trade in Albany, New York. With this business he connected the sale of ready-made clothing. One day in the fall of 1816, a young man came into the store to rig himself out with a suit of clothes. He was the brother of the late Thomas S. Knapp of Detroit, on his way from that military post to his home at Hudson. Knapp told such a story about the prices and scarcity of such goods here that young Bunce got the Western fever. In the spring of 1817, he put on board a one-horse wagon, $3,000 worth of ready-made clothing, and started for Detroit on the 15th day of April, 1817. He passed through Rochester, New York, when there were only 20 persons there, and a choice of lots could be had then for $50. Our adventurer was detained at Buffalo some days for the completion of the schooner Michigan, on which he intended to cross Lake Erie. This schooner was the one which was subsequently sent over the Niagara Falls with the wild animals on board. After 3 days' passage, he arrived at Detroit, stored his goods with James Abbott, and engaged board at Colonel Richard Smith's tavern. He made an effort to see the farming country around Detroit, and for this purpose told Colonel Smith, his landlord, to have a horse saddled for him. He mounted this animal and took his course across what was then called the Commons to a French wood road, followed this till he found himself deep in the mud and water. Tried another and another road and found all the same. He then returned to the tavern and asked the colonel to put him on to a road that would take him into the country. "Where do you want to go?" he inquired. "Out among your farmers, to see what you have got for a backbone for your city," he replied. "We have got no such bone. You will find nothing in that direction but swamps, wolves, wild cats, and Indians. If you want to see our farmers, you must go up or down the river." He took his advice and went as far as Hudson's, now Fisher's, on Lake St. Clair, by way of the old stone windmill. He was invited by Colonel Jack Langan, paymaster in the United States Army, to go with him and assist in paying off the troops at the River Raisin, now Monroe. They started at 3 o'clock in the morning. Colonel Langan and Colonel Dick Smith on horseback, and Chauncey S. Payne and the judge in a one-horse wagon. They crossed the Rouge by swimming the horses and carrying the wagon over in 2 canoes. In the same way, they crossed the Ecorse. The ground over which they passed in the first part of the journey was sandy, and they found no great difficulty until they reached Swan Creek. There they mired their horse and wagon, but after one expedient and another, they extricated themselves from this quagmire. Here night came on, a dark, dreary night, with nothing to amuse or cheer them but the howl of the wolves, which kept up their serenade until nearly daylight. The last part of the way there was a road made by United States troops through a dense forest, free from stumps, but with no bottom to the spongy soil. They arrived at the Raisin about 9 o'clock in the evening. After 4 days at the Raisin, they started at 6 o'clock a.m. on their return, and having daylight for the worst part of the way, they got along better than when going down, crossing the Ecorse about 9 o'clock in the evening. Halfway between that river and the Rouge, they found a pack of wolves in the road before them, which opened to the right and left and let the travelers pass, at the same time saluting them with a hideous howl. Payne, badly scared, stuck to the wagon. The judge, having provided himself with a cudgel, posted himself in the hind end of the wagon for defense, but neither of them were injured. The horse suffered the most from the effects of Payne's whip. They reached Detroit in the wee hours of morning. Mr. Payne was for many years a citizen of Detroit, associated with one Levi Brown in the silversmith business. Note: Levi Brown invented the gold pen. End note. Payne married the daughter of Jacob Smith, an Indian trader. Captain Garland of the Army married another daughter of Smith. These girls inherited from their father an Indian reserve west of this city. Mr. and Mrs. Payne are both yet living and able to give a large amount of information and interesting incidents of Indian and pioneer affairs. The traffic of this family with the Indians was carried on mostly through the house of Conrad and Jerry Ten Eyck. On the 13th of September, 1827, Judge Bunce was married to Laura Ann Duryea, only daughter of John T. Duryea, merchant in the city of New York, and left for Detroit the next month with his wife and a stock of dry goods. Crossed Lake Erie on the old steamer Michigan, Captain Sherman, master, and Blake, mate. Sold goods at Detroit for 1 year, and then went on to the place where he still lives. They have had 8 children, but only 3 of them are now living. Mrs. Bunce died January 26, 1857, aged 56 years. She was a most excellent woman. The following is the pathetic language in which the old man spoke of her death a few days ago. Quote, "She was a woman of rare attainments, possessed of every endowment that constitutes a lady, refined, amiable, and Christian. But alas, she is gone." End quote. The writer of this paper, having made the acquaintance of this family soon after his residence in that region in 1834, would most emphatically corroborate this account of this most worthy woman. Judge Bunce, now 87 years old, moved on to the place where he now lives 57 years ago. In the early days of Michigan, he traveled extensively over the territory, held public offices, and occupied positions enabling him to take observations of the growth of this commonwealth from its first incipiency. At one time, he says, he knew personally every man who lived in Michigan. When I first made his acquaintance in 1834, he was judge of the county court and continued so during all my residence in that county, some 15 years. He was a member of the first legislature of Michigan and served in that body from 1821 to 1824. The first year after his arrival on the River St. Clair, he built a sawmill on the creek emptying into the St. Clair near his residence, which creek has borne his name to the present time. Near the site of his mill were the remains of a mill which was built 90 years before his, and even that was the second mill in that spot, the first having been built 131 years ago. I obtained from the judge a description of their mode of traveling in the early days of his residence on that river. When there was no ice to prevent, the conveyance was a canoe with the motive power of an Indian paddle in the stern. In the winter, a French train on the ice, drawn by an Indian pony. If the ice was sound, they sometimes went through the middle of Lake St. Clair and going to Detroit. The most common route was down the St. Clair River, through the North Channel, passing Middle and Cartwright Islands, through the Canal Écart, or Lost Channel, to Milk River Point. From there to Detroit they had their choice by land or ice. In the autumn or spring, when the ice was unsound, they took the margin of the river and lake down the North Channel to old Mr. Chorty's, thence across the prairie to the lake at Toad Creek, down the lake to Swan Creek, and Salt River to the farm of James Meldrum, who was the son of the senior partner of the firm of Meldrum and Parks. From this farm there was a road to Mount Clemens, which they could take if they wished, or they could take the shorter route by the ice to the mouth of Huron River, now called Clinton River. They sometimes crossed Huron Point to the bay at the mouth of Milk River, near the residence of a Frenchman named Larrabee. He was of the Catholic persuasion, something of a scholar, and became noted on account of a lawsuit with old Father Richard. They disagreed with regard to some of their matters, so the Reverend Father forbade his neighbors from having anything to do with him. This brought on a lawsuit, ably defended by Counselor O'Keefe for the plaintiff and Governor Woodbridge for the defendant. Larrabee was victorious. From Milk River Point, they usually had a fair road to Detroit. In the year 1818, Judge Bunce had occasion to visit Mount Clemens from Detroit twice. Once he met a large, white-faced bear, but the bear did not molest the judge, nor the judge the bear. In the spring of the same year, 1818, heavy ice had come down from Lake Huron, blocking up the channel of the mouth of St. Clair River, setting the waters back so that the St. Clair Lake and Detroit River were literally drained. The waters of the lake had receded at least 4 miles from shore. The surf had raised several sand ridges. The judge took the one farthest out, as it would bring him most direct to Old Papineau's, near the road leading to Mount Clemens. About 1 mile from Milk River Point, he came so near the water of the lake that he could see the current of the North Channel, which appeared to be running at the rate of 3 miles an hour. He was then about 4 miles from what is ordinarily the shore. There has been one such freak of the ice since that, though not to so great an extent. Where the banks of the St. Clair were low, men were obliged to take their wives and children upon their backs and wade through the ice and water 4 feet deep to reach dry land. The only dock in Detroit at that time was what was called the public dock, some 30 feet wide, extending into the river until a depth of 8 feet of water was reached. A road from this dock went up the hill, past Colonel Henry I. Hunt's store to the fort. The second dock was built by Mr. Hudson, and the third by Mr. Roby. In the spring of that year, while in Detroit, he hired a man by the name of Jackman and started on horseback for his St. Clair home. The lake was nearly free of ice, but some remained in the bogs. At the mouth of Clinton River, he made inquiries as to the soundness of the ice across the bay to Salt River, and was told that an Indian had just come down on the ice, and he hired him to go back with them as their pilot. They found the ice firm enough to within half a mile of the shore. When looking back, they saw their Indian in full run for the Clinton River. This admonished them that something was wrong, or the Indian would not have deserted without his pay. They soon found that the field of ice which they were on had loosened itself from the shore and was floating out into the lake. The judge sounded the depth of the water with his rifle and found it 3 feet. Then, jumping his horse into the water, mounted him, taking Jackman on behind, and after fording about a quarter of a mile, reached the shore in safety. Found a Frenchman cutting wood for a man in Mount Clemens, and stayed with him overnight. He gave them corn soup for supper and breakfast. When asked in the morning what his soup was made of, he said he had shot a wild goose a few days before, and with the entrails had made this soup. They were in the same predicament with a man who, in swallowing a raw egg, heard the chicken peep and exclaimed, "1 minute too late." One year he was in Detroit in the beginning of winter and purchased goods of Conrad and Jerry Ten Eyck. Some of these goods he needed at once and decided to take as many as he could in his train. He made a box some 3 feet square by 3.5 feet high and filled it with goods. This box formed his seat on the train. When all ready to start, he found his leading lines missing, and substituting a cod line for them, started on the ice, which was sound along the margin but open in the lake. There were many cracks in the ice, from 2 to 8 feet in width, running from the shore to open water. Our hero came within a rod of one of these cracks before seeing it, when he drew suddenly on the cod line, and it broke at both ends near the bits. There was but one expedient left for him now, and that was to make the horse leap the chasm if possible. He plied the whip with full strength. The third jump he cleared the crack, about 4 feet wide, and being impatient of the lash, he kept on at full speed toward the open water. The driver crawled down from his box, got hold of the breeching, and from strap to strap succeeded in reaching the headstall and checked his speed, after being taken out of his course 3 or 4 miles. He then steered direct for Salt River, leaving Point Huron a mile or more to the left. While on this beat, he was struck by a tornado, which wheeled him quite around like a top. He managed to bring the horse's head to the wind in order to reach shore, but the horse either would not or could not budge a bit in that direction. About a quarter of a mile to the east, he saw a ridge of broken ice leading in the direction of Larrabee's. He made for that, and after a few more whirls, succeeded in reaching it, and bringing his starboard runner in contact with the rough ice prevented the whirl. After breaking through several times, he reached Larrabee's at 2:30 in the morning, cold and hungry, but not frozen. In the spring of 1826, while returning from Mount Clemens, accompanied by Councillor O'Keefe, when near where New Baltimore now stands, they were overtaken by a blinding snowstorm. It was near sundown, and they could neither see land nor prairie. They steered for Swan Creek, hoping to reach for the night's quarters, Shomana-Goblin's wigwam, but brought up at the open water in the North Channel, far out in the lake. They followed up the channel, and when yet half a mile from shore, broke through the ice in 3 feet of water. The horse and the judge succeeded in climbing onto the ice, but O'Keefe was so benumbed with the cold that he stayed in the train. After one more like freak, they came to the mud and wallowed through that several rods before they found solid ice on the prairie. Reached old Captain Pierre's at 2 o'clock in the morning, thoroughly wet and weary. Captain Pierre then lived 2 miles below Mr. Chartier and chose that location when he came from Canada for the purpose of fishing. In the fall of 1827, Mrs. Bunce's mother came from New York to reside with him at St. Clair. The judge came to Detroit to meet her, and there hired a Frenchman to take them to the mouth of the Huron in his cart. Here he hired another Frenchman to take them in his canoe by the Snibora Channel to old Mr. Chartier's. This canoe navigator said he knew the route well, but he missed the Snibora. The sky became overcast, wind and wave arose. They began to ship water. The guide became bewildered, and the judge told him to give up the paddle and the stern of the canoe. He refused, saying, "I spaddle my own canoe." He was told with authority, "Give up the paddle and take your hat and go to bailing, or leave the canoe." He finally complied, and after a blind effort of 3 or 4 hours, they made the middle channel, more by luck than choice, and reached old Mr. Cartwright's about 3 o'clock in the morning, wet, tired, and sleepy. In 1828, he left home for Detroit with Mrs. Bunce, her brother, and 3 Indians, Onsha, Loidegan, and Mickaneen. They took the vessel route down the St. Clair River by the North Channel and Snibora to Milk River Point. An easterly wind arose, and with it a heavy swell, so they were in the trough of the sea and soon taking in water fearfully. Old Onsha began to whistle and cast over tobacco, an Indian sign of great peril. There was but one course left for them, and that was to reach shore at the nearest point and in the shortest time possible. As they neared the shore, the swells increased, and it was plain that the canoe would fill as soon as it reached the breakers. Onsha was told to jump into the water as soon as the canoe reached the breakers and take Mrs. Bunce in his arms and get her ashore if possible. He, being a very tall, stout Indian, accomplished this difficult feat very nobly. The judge caught a trunk and leaped ahead of a swell, and so reached the shore successfully. Young Duryea lay seasick in the bottom of the canoe and was rescued with more difficulty. They then made their way to the wigwam of Brant, the half-Indian. He is said to have been the son of old Commodore Brant, who in days of yore resided 2 miles above Hudson's on Grosse Point. When they reached the shanty, Brant was off hunting and the door was barred. One of the party made his way through a window, unbarred the door, and all entered. They soon made a fire, took down a venison ham hanging on a rafter, and with tea, bread, and pork were enjoying supper when the Indian returned from his hunt. With the usual Indian grunt of surprise, he manifested his displeasure at their freedom. "Taya, O Bunce, suppose you not one gentleman at all?" But a loaf of quashigan, some cookies, with a few shillings for the venison, soon soothed him, and he became quite friendly. In the morning he went to the settlement, hired a Frenchman with his pony and cart to take Mrs. Bunce and the judge over to Milk River Point, the Frenchman going before, sometimes up to his middle in water, to pilot them through. Young Duryea, with the luggage, went around by water. In 1828, the wind blew with unabated fury for 3 days and nights. The judge was then running the mills which Thomas S. Knapp of Detroit had built some 15 miles above the outlet of Lake Huron. He made a road to that place as near the margin of the lake as the ground would permit. This road passed through a heavy grove of white oak timber that was about 50 rods long and 25 rods wide. Every vestige of this grove was swept away by the violence of the storm. Some of the trees were 3 feet in diameter. It was equally disastrous at several points between that place and the St. Clair River. After the storm abated, they found the shore strewed with round clams, very much like the ocean clams except in flavor. They were fresh and insipid. If cooked and highly seasoned, they were palatable. They gathered a bag full of them. The two following incidents are related by Judge Bunce in his experience of St. Clair life. He started one evening to go to Herson's Island for hay, the nearest place where that article could be bought. It was winter, and he was in his train. When passing a point a little below where St. Clair is now, he saw some animals clambering up the steep bank, and on the ice by the side of his path lay a deer which the wolves had just killed and which they had butchered very scientifically. It was still bleeding at the wounds in the throat. The judge bethought himself that a venison steak would be a treat, and he appropriated the deer to himself by putting it into his train and started on. But he had not gone far before the whelps whom he had robbed came yelping after him in such earnestness and growing numbers that they began to be somewhat troublesome. He succeeded, however, in beating them off with his whip till he came to a rough place in the ice, which compelled him to go slow, when he began to fear that the wolves would have him and the deer too, and so he compromised the matter by tumbling the deer out of the sleigh, and putting the whip to his pony, left them to their carnival. Once, while crossing Lake St. Clair on the ice, driving nearly across the middle of the lake, he saw an animal in the beaten road before him, and he gave chase, but the animal kept ahead for miles. The snow was deep on each side of the track. After a long drive, the brute, tired out, jumped into the snow and stood on his haunches. The judge raised his heavy hickory whipstock and struck at the animal's head, and so stunned the beast that he cut his throat without difficulty and put him into his train. When reaching the shore, he inquired of a French settler what it was. The astonished man asked the judge where it came from. "Oh, I got him back here on the ice," replied the judge. "Got him?" shouted the Frenchman. "Got him alone? Mon Dieu! You must thank the Virgin that he did not got you." He found that the prize he had captured was a huge wildcat. What a change like dissolving views has been wrought on the shores of the St. Clair since this old gentleman first cast his eyes upon them. As he recollects, there were then 19 men with their families living on the American side of the river. Old Mr. Cartwright lived on Cartwright Island. He was one of Lord Selkirk's colony. When they broke up their settlement on the Thames on account of inundating waters in the spring, some went to Bear Creek, some to Chartier. Cartwright came here. On Herson's Island were Jacob, George, and Frank Herson, good families. Harvey Stewart was a prominent man, a good farmer, and ran a small distillery. His wife was the daughter of Mr. Graverod. On the mainland, at the lowest point of Duchesne, was Louis Chartier, who came from Three Rivers between Quebec and Montreal. He was a trapper and a raiser of ponies. He had 55 at that time and fed them on the prairie, which was about 9 miles in circumference. Commodore Harrow, as he was called, lived a little further up the river. The remains of a brick distillery which he built are still there. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters who are yet living near the old place. Old Captain Thorne occupied a place above Harrow's. He had 2 sons, William and John. John owned and plotted the first village lots in Port Huron. One of the daughters was married to Billy Brown, another to James Fulton, who was the founder of St. Clair. The other became the wife of Andrew Westbrook. Captain Robertson owned and occupied a farm above Thorne's. He was somewhat famous for catching white fish. More white fish were taken on the St. Clair River at that time than at any other place, and they were better fish. The white fish of Lake Erie were small, weighing from 1/2 to 1 pound. On the Detroit River, from 1/2 to 1.5 pounds, and on the St. Clair, from 1 to 2.5 pounds. No steamers were here to frighten the fish then, and they were caught in large quantities. You could take your choice for $1.50 a hundred. The judge went with the Indians one day to the mouth of the middle channel of St. Clair River to inspect their mode of fishing. This channel was as deep as any other, but shallowed off as it entered the lake to 3 feet, where were 3 small islands. These in the spring of the year were covered with gulls' eggs. The Indian mode of catching sturgeon was thus: they boiled a sturgeon and took off the oil and mixed it with sand, then took branches from the trees, put them into a canoe, and went out to the middle of the river. There they threw over the sand and the branches, and then went to the shoal water below and waited for the branches. When they appeared, 7 sturgeon appeared with them. They took 3 of the 7. One of these measured 5 feet 9 inches. Before Black River was obstructed by dams, the sturgeon, pike, and mullet went far up this stream to deposit their eggs. Often the sturgeon would be too late in getting down and would have to get into deep holes and wait for a flood. The Indians would then attack them, drive them into shoal water, and kill them with their hatchets. George Cottrell had a good farm, 3 sons and 1 daughter. George Jr. was the farmer, Henry the sheriff, and David the associate judge, all very respectable. William Brown kept a public house and was a thrifty man. Peter Yax comes next. He was a good Catholic, as were also most of the citizens on the river. Father Richard visited them twice a year and frequently stopped with Yax. Yax had 3 stalwart sons, all fiddlers. The Reverend Father thought there was too much dancing among the young people and prevailed on them when they came together to sing and amuse themselves in some other way. So he told Mr. Yax that the young people had agreed to amuse themselves without dancing so much. Now, as the old man's sons were all fiddlers, it rather interfered with his financial interests, but he was obliged to submit. The next time the father came round, he said, "Well, Monsieur Yax, not so much dance among the young people, I suppose?" "No, Father, not so much dance, but the young men get the cards and gamble. They drink whiskey and get drunk. They curse, they swear. No, not so much dance. Oh, no, not so much dance." Next above this farm was the Negro Harry. He was the servant of Meldrum and Parks, who gave him this farm for his faithful services. Captain Andrew Westbrook had a very large and good farm, yielding some $5,000 worth of produce annually, which he exchanged for lumber, shingles, etc. Thibault is remembered too, the father of Frank Thibault of Port Huron. Mr. Record was an excellent farmer with an excellent farm. His wife was half Indian, an amiable, refined lady, a pattern of neatness. Joe Min is remembered too. His mother was a squaw. He was a gentleman of the first water, very hospitable, and with great energy of character. At one time he had a lawsuit before Justice Wolverton, whose office at that time was at the Bunce place. Min had been twice there with his witnesses and could get no trial. He then asked the justice when his case could be tried. He was told to come in the morning early. His was the first on the docket. Min was on hand in time, but another case was called. Mr. Min rose and said, "Mr. Wolverton, you told me that my case was the first on the docket. I want my trial." "Constable," said the justice, "put this half-Indian out of the court. I cannot be disturbed." "I shall not go out, sir, until I have my trial. And if you, sir, or your constable undertake to put me out, you will find I am not half-Indian for nothing." The jury was called and his case tried. Old Mr. St. Barnard comes in for his share of remembrance. He came from Canada and located above Pine River. He furnished the timber for St. Anne's Church in Detroit on contract with Father Richard and did a large share of the work with his own hands. Father Richard would say, "St. Barnard, don't let the moss grow on your axe handles." "No, Father, I for the hew timber, you for the prey." The old man, at 76 years of age, built a 2-story house and lived in it for many years. Old Mr. Pettit lived at the mouth of Black River, on the flat near where Howard's Mill now stands. When Judge Bunce first saw him, he was plowing for wheat with a bull and a horse side by side. There were 4 or 5 French families above the fort who obtained their living by catching fish and selling them to the soldiers. On the Canada side of the St. Clair River was the trader Campo, to whom the British government gave a farm for his services in the War of 1812. This farm has since been known as the Sutherland Farm. It is directly opposite the city of St. Clair. Thomas Sutherland, Esquire, the poet of Moore, still occupies a part of that farm. Next above this was John Courtney, a Dutch family from Pennsylvania. Above him was Sampson Ward, back of Elk Island, and near him lived Frank Bartrow, the blacksmith. From Bartrow's to Port Sarnia was a dense forest that looked as though a tree had never been cut from it. It was a heavy green fringe along the east margin of the River St. Clair. On the spot where Port Sarnia now stands was one log shanty surrounded by apple trees planted by the Indians. This picture of the shores of the St. Clair has dissolved and passed away from the vision of this old man, and now, as he is approaching his 80 years, he finds himself in the midst of cities and villages and a thriving agricultural and manufacturing population. It is a matter of rejoicing that this old patriarch is hale and cheerful, enjoying a good, vigorous intellect, and has the prospect of another 60 years at least before he takes his departure. End of section 14. Section 15 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Plymouth. The first settlement, reminiscences of the early history of the place, incidents and anecdotes, read before the Detroit Pioneer Society by H.M. Utley. The first settlement was made in Plymouth in the spring of 1825. Previous to that time, a few hardy pioneers had penetrated the wilderness west of Detroit, located lands, and made settlements in what are now the towns of Farmington, Livonia, and Nankin. In the year above mentioned, Mr. William Starkweather, going still further into the woods than any of his predecessors, stuck his stakes in the now pleasant and prosperous village of Plymouth. He slashed down the forest trees and made a little clearing on which he erected a rude log house on the site of the present residence of John Fuller in the midst of the village. He was soon afterward followed by others. In the same year came Esquire Tibbets, Roswell Root, John Van Sickle, and others. The country was heavily wooded, and it was with considerable difficulty that the pioneer settlement was reached. The trail, which only by courtesy could be called a road, extended through a distance of some 15 or 18 miles from the city to a point on the Rouge, where a little settlement had been made and a mill erected by a Mr. Lincoln, a gentleman who, a year or two later, erected a mill on the same stream at Plymouth. Beyond this limit of civilization, the way through the woods was marked by blazed trees, and the difficulties of clearing a passage for a wagon through the thick undergrowth and around fallen trees and quagmires can be more easily written about than realized. But men who had thus set out to subdue wild nature and convert the forests into fields were young and hardy, inured to physical labor, and full of energy, hopefulness, and courage. Their teams consisted of oxen, which were able to pick up their living in the woods, and they took with them a few tools and household utensils. The first work after making a little clearing was to erect a house. This was only a rude cabin of logs, usually containing but one room, and that of limited dimensions. The logs were laid one above the other and notched at the corners so as to fit as snugly as possible. The crevices were then chinked with bits of wood and mud. The floor consisted of such planks as could be split and hewn out of logs with an axe. The roof was covered with shakes, split out of oak logs, somewhat after the present style of barrel staves. These were held in place not by nails, but by having placed upon them long, heavy poles running lengthwise of the roof, and which were also kept in place by having their ends firmly bound by withes of green sapling. The chimney was built of small sticks and plastered an inch or two deep with mud to protect them from the fire. The fireplace was of spacious proportions, occupying nearly one end of the house, and was built of stone. On its hospitable hearth, the huge backlogs rolled in on skids and amply supplemented with branches and smaller sticks, blazed a cheerful welcome on winter nights. The cabin had 2 windows and a door, but for the first summer blankets hung over them were the only obstructions to intruders. But in the course of a few months, the windows boasted the dignity of glass, and a door with rude wooden hangings was added. The door hinges were made of bits of hickory, The latch was of the same material, and literally, as well as in the figurative, hospitable sense, the latch string was always out. The occasion of raising the house was the most trying emergency of the pioneer's first summer experience. The logs were heavy, and they could not be put into place by his unaided efforts. His neighbors were few and far away. When everything was in readiness, he sallied forth and summoned everybody within reach to assemble on a day appointed to assist in this work. The first settlers at Plymouth on such occasions called their neighbors at Farmington 16 or 18 miles away, and always responded promptly to return the service. These raising bees were made occasions for considerable social hilarity. Thus isolated from each other, the pioneers had few opportunities for social enjoyment, but when they did come together, they entered into the spirit of the meeting with zest. Their fare was rude, but it was hospitably dispensed, and when all the neighbors were thus invited in, the good wife was expected to give them a specimen of her best style of cooking. The plan of calling in all the neighbors to assist in raising the frame of a house or barn prevailed for many years, and even yet my memory revels with unctuous delight over the feast of good things which always crowned the ceremony, and the games and sports which closed the day. The cabin, once enclosed, offered a shelter for the family, and the next labor was to clear an opening in which to plant corn and vegetables for the household sustenance. The forests were dense, the trees of large growth, and it may well be imagined that the physical labor of clearing them away was very great. The trees were slashed in windrows, and fire did the further work of removal. The second season generally saw the barn erected, and this was built of logs, like the house, and covered with shakes. All supplies had to be hauled from Detroit, and as ox teams were used, the journey would have been a tedious one at best. But when we consider the state of the roads through the forests, axle deep with mud in the spring and fall of the year, it will not be hard to credit the fact that at such times the round trip to Detroit of 25 miles and back occupied a whole week. Detroit was the only market, and not a very good one at that, for there was not much shipping demand. To haul wheat such a distance and at such disadvantages, and then sell it for 50 cents a bushel was not very encouraging to the producer. But the pioneer had come to stay, and did not suffer himself to become discouraged by adverse circumstances. Shin plasters and wildcat money was not very plenty, even though of little value, and the coin of the realm was exceedingly scarce. But the settlers in the woods had not much use for money. The fertile soil produced abundance to satisfy the appetite, and the clothing was homespun. I well remember my first suit of store clothes, the general magnificence of which, in my estimation, was utterly indescribable, its gorgeousness being enhanced by the fact that brass buttons ornamented the coat and vest. It came from the store of J.L. King on the corner of Woodward and Jefferson Avenues. The shoemaker was literally a journeyman, making his rounds about once a year and living with the family while he made up boots and shoes enough to last until his next periodical visit. The pioneer usually kept a little supply of leather on hand and was his own cobbler. Among the earliest settlers in Plymouth, beside the Starkweather and Tibbetts families already spoken of, were A.B. Markham, John Miller, Peter and Henry Freilich, Silas Sly, Rufus Thayer, William and Hiram Utley, Lyman Terrell, Esquire Taylor, John Welch, Benajay and Henry Holbrook, and many others. The tide of immigration having set in, the town rapidly filled up, and by 1832 the settlement had become quite a village. The first town meeting was held in Esquire Tibbetts' barn, and the township organization was perfected through the aid of the late Judge Witherall. It was at one time proposed to call the town Pekin, as two of the adjoining towns were, and are still called Canton and Nankin, but better counsels prevailed, and this Chinese nomenclature was discarded for the more historical and patriotic name which was finally selected. The village boasted 2 hotels. One called Union Hall and kept by Peter Freilich is still kept as a hotel. It was first class for those days and was extensively patronized, being the stage headquarters. The stage route over what was known as the Detroit and Ann Arbor Road passed through the village, and there were nearly as many travelers then as now. The rush from the eastern states to Michigan was unprecedented, and there were many landlookers abroad. As many as 8 four-horse stages passed through the village daily, and a crowd of teamsters spent the night at the hotels. The barrooms were crowded each evening, and innocent hilarity prevailed. The time passed with anecdote and song, and he who could spin the wildest yarn was the best fellow. These anecdotes generally pertained to frontier adventures, and were apt to be of a ludicrous or humorous character, though they sometimes bordered on the marvelous or supernatural. The village then had all the characteristics of a frontier town, and was not without those peculiarities which have rendered vigilance committees necessary in other places. A mock court called the Court of Dover was instituted, and being organized to convict, it soon cleared the town of that class of roughs and scalawags who, for many years thereafter, rendered the name of Pontiac and some other new towns a byword and reproach. The Black Hawk War made a great sensation in this little hamlet in the woods. All the able-bodied men were ordered out to serve as militia, leaving the women unprotected. The presence of Indians and the uncertainty of the fate of their husbands, who had gone to the front, rendered the position of these women anything but comfortable. But the pioneer women were fit companions to the hardy men who penetrated those wildernesses. They had plenty of spirit and courage, and though they congregated together for self-defense, they were not unprepared to meet an invading foe and give him a warm reception. I have often heard my mother tell how they all assembled in one house at night, and while the others slept, 1 or 2 watched, with a cauldron of water boiling over the fire, ready to scald the first head that thrust itself unpermitted into the castle. Fortunately, the suspense was of short duration, and soon Johnny came marching home again, none the worse for the war. Allusion has been made to the Indians. There were but few of them in the neighborhood, and those were of the seedy vagabond variety, who never dreamed of taking a scalp and cared for nothing so much as for enough to eat and plenty of firewater on which to get tipsy. By far the more dangerous foes to the farmers were the bears and wolves, which at some seasons of the year were unpleasantly abundant. The bears had a keen appreciation of the toothsome qualities of tender young porkers, and the wolves would finish a flock of sheep in a single night, biting each animal in the throat, drinking its blood, and leaving the carcass for the foxes. One of the most vivid of my early recollections is of a grand wolf hunt. The wolves had been troublesome in the neighborhood, and my father had constructed a close pen near the house, and the sheep had been carefully folded. But one morning it was found that the pen had been invaded in spite of its proximity to the house and the difficulty of getting into it, and the finest sheep had been destroyed. Then longer forbearance could not be endured, and all the neighbors from far and near were summoned for a hunt to rid the country of the scourge. At an appointed hour, all assembled with such weapons as they could command. The whereabouts of the wolves were ascertained, and they were surrounded. Gradually the circuit was drawn in, the movements being indicated by signals upon a tin dinner horn. The wolves would undoubtedly have all been killed had it not been for an episode. One of the young men who had an important part of the circle to guard had a tenderness for a young damsel, near whose house he had been stationed. As the old gentleman was away in a distant part of the circle, he improved the opportunity for a brief dalliance with a fair maid. While he lingered with his love-making, the wolves escaped through the place which he had left unguarded, and great was the wrath of the hunters when the facts became known. But the wolves had evidently taken a hint that they were not wanted, for they were never heard of in these parts again. The settlers were New Englanders, or of New England descent, who had enjoyed the advantages of and fully appreciated common school education. As soon, therefore, as the first rude wants of life had been provided for, and the settlement had become sufficiently dense, a school was established. The schoolhouse was a rough log cabin, of the same style of architecture and finish as the settlers' dwellings. The seats consisted of hewn slabs, with pegs set in at the proper angles for legs, and without backs, and the desks consisted of slabs supported upon pegs driven into the logs which formed the walls of the building. The master was generally a young man who worked on a farm in the summer, but who had found time to accomplish the rudiments of education embraced in the 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, and he was therefore employed in the winter to teach the urchins of the neighborhood. Very often his success in staying in the school all winter depended on his physical ability to handle the big boys, for it was proverbial that either the teacher or the bully of the school must be thrown out of the house before the winter was over. Generally the teacher was victorious, for the bully knew that he was defying lawful authority, and this weakened his cause. I well remember one of those teachers whose strength of mind was less than his strength of arm. He was not particularly learned, but he had an ear for music and was passionately fond of the violin, having just procured one upon which he was learning to play. He used to saw away at the noon hour and at recess until he finally overcame the tune of Old Dan Tucker. To this tune he set the multiplication table and had the whole school sing it in concert 4 or 5 times a day, while he played accompaniment upon the violin. This served to relieve the monotony of proceedings and gave him an opportunity to practice on his favorite instrument. Woe to the luckless urchin who did not attend properly to the rehearsal or who sang out of tune. The fiddle bow was liable to descend upon his head with celerity and vigor. This amateur violinist never succeeded in getting a position in an orchestra, which was then his ambition, but is now a tolerably successful preacher in an interior village. Many scenes and incidents of frontier life might be related, but they would not differ materially from those which are now of daily occurrence of this and other states, and it is hardly worthwhile to take up your time with them. The pioneers of the western portion of Wayne County are passing away. They were a sturdy, sterling race of men and women who builded wisely the foundations of prosperous and virtuous communities. They endured many hardships and years of unremitting toil. They served their day and generation faithfully, and those of them who still live enjoy the fruits of their early labors. The surviving are entitled to honor, and the dead to grateful remembrance. End of section 15. Section 16 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Life and Times of Reverend Joseph Hickox, by Reverend E.H. Pilcher, D.D., read before the Detroit Pioneer Society, March 10, 1873. Joseph Hickox, the subject of this memoir, was born near Hartford, Connecticut, August 20, 1788. His surroundings were favorable for a sound mental training and for an orthodox religious education. His parents were of the standing order, that is, Congregationalists of the old school, and he was thoroughly instructed in the doctrines of grace as held by that order, to wit, the doctrines of Calvinism. It is not our intention in this paper to express any opinion in regard to those sentiments, but simply to state the fact. Nothing had occurred to disturb this community on doctrinal subjects until our subject had attained the impressible age of 15 years. At this time, greatly to the chagrin of the Orthodox believers and his pious parents among the rest, who had taken so much pains to educate their son in the faith and externals of religion, a Methodist itinerant preacher came into the place and commenced to preach. His mother at first was very unwilling for Joseph to go to hear him, lest his faith should be corrupted. But he did go, and so did she. They had heard of the Methodists and had formed no very favorable opinion of them or of their doctrines. It was a new and strange thing to them to see a man stand up and preach without any manuscript, and his doctrines, too, were so new and strange to them, that Christ had died for all men, and that all might be saved if they would, and that if they failed, it was their own fault, and not because of any decree of the Almighty. His words of eloquence fairly electrified the people. It is not to be wondered at that a thrilling sensation was produced, and that a great religious excitement followed. Even the mother, who was afraid her son would be injured by hearing the Methodist preacher, herself became identified with the new movement. The son Joseph in a short time united with the new society and was advanced to class leader, exhorter, local preacher, and finally to the itinerancy, uniting with the Genesee Conference, which embraced all of western and central New York, Upper Canada, and Michigan in 1812. When he had been 3 years in the ministry, he was sent as a missionary to Detroit. This was in June 1815, at the conclusion of peace, the termination of the war with England. He was sent as a missionary without any missionary society to fall back on for support. He was young, active, and courageous, and entered on his isolated field with a determination to cultivate it to the best advantage and to brave all its difficulties. This seemed like exclusion from the world, as the difficulties were so great that it was almost impossible to pass to and from Detroit. Having been assigned to this distant field at the conference in June 1815, he had to find some way to reach it, which was no easy matter. But we will let him tell his own story in a communication which we received from him on that subject. He proceeded to Buffalo at once with the expectation of finding some opportunity of getting to Detroit by water. He says, quote, "After waiting 2 weeks at Buffalo for a vessel to take me up the lake, without avail, I crossed over to Canada, mounted my horse, and commenced a tedious and dangerous journey through the forests, swamps, and savages. About halfway, I stopped with a friend who constrained me to stop over the Sabbath with him and allow an appointment for preaching to be circulated. On Sunday morning, however, news came that travelers and emigrants were collecting some 30 miles in advance, preparing to move in a body through a deep forest 40 miles wide and infested with hostile Indians. As it was said to be dangerous to pass through this forest without a formidable company, and as such companies were only occasionally formed, I felt it to be my duty to push on that day and join that company for many days' journey. It was the most trying Sabbath day's journey I ever made. Several miles from the settlements, I fell in with 2,000 or 3,000 Indians, painted in the highest style of savage life and yelling like demons. I was alone and knew not what to expect, but they offered me no real violence. Towards the close of the day, I seemed to have passed the host and to be comparatively free from danger. Alighting from my horse, I breathed more freely than I had during the day, very thankful for a whole skin. In the midst of this reverie of thankfulness, the crack of a rifle nearby suddenly put an end to my congratulations of myself. My heart beat quickly, and my hair rose instantly on my head as a huge Indian stepped from behind a tree, as I feared to my peril. Summoning all the coolness I could, I asked, "Kill him?" "No," was the laconic reply. He had shot at game and had not aimed at the itinerant. I reached the company in safety. Perhaps a worse road than we traveled the next day was never passed over. We were impeded by sloughs through which a horse could only pass by successive lunges, rendered doubly annoying by the clouds of flies and mosquitoes that assailed us. About midway of the forest, a mournful spectacle presented itself. It was the field where Holmes overtook General Proctor, who was retreating from Moraviantown when a great slaughter took place. The British had buried their dead so slightly that the wolves had dragged the bodies from the loose earth that had been thrown over them. There lay the skeletons strewn over the ground. They were entire, the hair yet upon the head, the teeth all perfect, denoting the youth and health of the slain. The first day after having passed this heavy forest, a man hailed me, asking, "Are you a Methodist preacher?" "Yes," I replied. "Well, won't you stop with me?" "Yes, gladly," said I. "Won't you speak for us?" continued he. "Yes, if you will gather a congregation," said I. Lying down to rest after my toilsome journey, I slept soundly till he awoke me, saying that the people had assembled. Springing up, I was enabled to preach with freedom to this long-forsaken people, and the God of all grace blessed the word to the conversion of one man at the time. He was the head of a family and lived and died in the faith. Much encouraged by this incident at the very threshold of my work, I began the task assigned to me with confidence in the power of God to make even this wilderness to bud and blossom as the rose. End quote. Through such perils and sufferings did Mr. Hickox proceed until he reached Detroit, where he was kindly received by Robert Abbott and the few members of the church who had remained faithful during the war. He was immediately introduced to the governor, General Cass, who at once placed the council house at his disposal and said that he and his family would be constant attendants, which promise was well redeemed. General Cass had succeeded the infamous General Hull as governor of the territory. The memory of Hull's inglorious surrender of the city to the British was yet fresh, as it had occurred only 3 years before. By the way, there has been a variety of opinions as to the motives which influenced General Hull to that infamous act. It was my good fortune a few years since to meet with a lady, the widow of a British officer, who was a young lady at that time, belonging to the family whose house was made the headquarters of General Brock, and the family were permitted to occupy a part of the house. She told me she overheard the British officers say, in speaking of the surrender, that British gold had done its work. It was after this she married an officer in the British Army, and they always said it was not cowardice, for they regarded Hull as a brave man. I furnish this item, and the reader may take it for just what he thinks it is worth. Michigan had been recovered from the British, and though war had ceased, the desolation occasioned by it had not passed away. The effects were still here. It is perhaps impossible for us now to form any adequate idea of things in and about Detroit at that time. The original settlers, after the savages, were French, and they were Roman Catholics in religion. The few English-speaking people coming in at a later period were mostly concentrated at Detroit, or its immediate vicinity, and Monroe. A few, as the Ecorses, the Thomases, had gone up the Rouge a few miles, so that 3 places could be found where our missionary could seek to preach, viz., Detroit, on the River Rouge, and Monroe. But in these 3 places there were but few to give any heed to what he might have to say, to entertain him, or to furnish him any support. He did not confine his labors to this side of the river, therefore, but crossed over into Canada and even extended his circuit to the Thames. Indeed, he was the only Protestant minister in all this region. It is not boasting to record the fact that no other Protestant denomination had ever made any attempt to supply the gospel to this region earlier than the summer of 1816. Mr. Hickox found all the demoralizations of the war still existing when he came here. Having obtained from Governor Cass permission to occupy the council house as a chapel or place of worship, he immediately established preaching once in 3 weeks and recognized the following persons as a church: Robert Abbott, Betsy Abbott, his wife, William McCarty, Maria C. McCarty, his wife, William Stacy, Betsy Stacy, his wife, and Sarah McComb. These same 7 persons had been organized into a church in the latter end of the year 1810 or early in 1811, and though their numbers had been increased to 30 before the war, these were all that now could be found to claim their membership. So the Methodist Episcopal Church had not been extinct since its first organization in Detroit, as above stated, for Messrs. Abbott and McCarty had maintained religious services and kept the few together. Robert Abbott was a man of great firmness and decision of character. He was born in Detroit in 1771, the first American other than French. His mother was the first English-speaking woman who settled in Detroit. He was Auditor General of the territory for a long term of years. He was the first person who ever made a profession of experimental religion in Detroit, so far as is known. This event occurred in June 1810, through the labors of Reverend William Case, who had been appointed to Detroit in June 1809. Mr. Abbott died in 1853, aged 82 years. William McCarty was a combination of Irish and French blood, was born in Grosse Ile. Quick and lively in his temperament, but always maintained a consistent religious life and was a ready and fluent speaker. Their wives were sisters, born in Philadelphia, of French and Irish Catholic parentage, but true to the faith they had now embraced. William Stacy and wife resided over on the Rouge about 5 miles from the city, and were very decided in their religious life. Sarah McComb was a very decided and faithful Christian and good woman. They are all dead. These 7 persons constituted the entire Protestant church in Michigan when Mr. Hickox came here in 1815. There had been regular Methodist preaching in the city of Detroit from June or July 1809 till it was interrupted by the war. Indeed, Reverend Ninian Holmes was here when war was declared and was in Detroit on the day of Hull's surrender and baptized a child for William McCarty on the morning of that day. During the 3 years of deprivation of ministerial services, these 7 persons maintained their church organization. William McCarty, being a ready speaker, generally conducted their services. This was the church Mr. Hickox was appointed to serve. He, however, could not think of confining his labors to the 3 places in Michigan, so he crossed over the river and bestowed labor on that side. Indeed, no Methodist preacher of that day was satisfied unless he could preach nearly every day in the week and twice or thrice on the Sabbath, so he took in all the country he could visit once in 3 weeks. In order to visit Monroe, he had to travel over an almost impassable road and return the same way, making a journey of 80 miles to preach once to a very few people. We will allow him to speak for himself as to what he found to be the state of things here. He says, quote, "At that time, the work placed before the missionary was such as to appall the heart, and such did he feel to be his own inadequacy for it, that nothing short of his confidence in the power and abounding grace of God could have enabled him to undertake it or to persevere in it. Detroit was a sink of iniquity. The pandemonium created by rum-drinking British soldiers, Indians, and French may more easily be imagined than described. It was awful. When I arrived at Detroit, Generals Harrison, Brown, and Cass were holding conferences with the Indians preparatory to a general treaty of peace. The garrison consisted of a large number of soldiers. In this state of society, but little impression could be made by a sermon once in 3 weeks. True, the council house, a large and commodious building, was always filled with attentive auditors, the superior officers setting a decorous example by their uniform presence and respectful attention. But in my hurried rounds on a 3-week circuit, traveling some 300 miles, my stay in Detroit was necessarily so short I could not follow up to any extent by pastoral visits any impression that might be made by the labors of the pulpit." End quote. Mr. Hickox had difficulties to encounter and perils to pass through, but he had tact and shrewdness to meet them. Hear him. Quote, "As I passed through the adjacent parts of Canada, it pleased the Lord to follow up the word with such power that the people were strangely aroused to a consideration of their spiritual interests and flocked to the places of meeting on weekdays as well as Sundays. This provoked the more respectable British sinners, and they accused me as a disturber of the peace. This was so soon after the war that civil government was not yet reestablished, but the country was under martial law. Colonel James was then in command near Sandwich and seemed to have jurisdiction along the lines. To him, the gentry complained of me as a kind of spy, and he issued orders to have me arrested and brought before him. Having obtained information of this movement, it seemed to be most prudent to anticipate an arrest. So mounting my horse, I rode in haste to his quarters before my whereabouts could be discovered. By the advice of friends, I had worn the sash of a British officer, which gave me impunity when among the crowds of Indians that beset my way. When the attendants of the colonel saw this, they supposed me to be somebody of importance. They held my horse in stirrups and helped me to dismount. The colonel himself, misled by this, came to the piazza, received me with the utmost courtesy, and showed me into his best room. I opened the matter by saying, "Colonel James, I suppose I am the man you want to see." "What is your name?" asked he. "Joseph Hickox," I replied. "I am a Methodist preacher doing the work of a missionary through this country, trying to promote peace among men. I have been told you are opposed to this, and I have called to find out the reason." He was taken all aback by the announcement and looked blank, but soon rallying, he said politely that he had no objection to anything of that nature that I could do, but wished me all success, and permitted me the freedom of the country. End quote. This incident is only characteristic of the tact and shrewdness of the man. As we have already suggested, the rides and labors of the missionary to fill the duties connected with the Detroit circuit for the 2 years Mr. Hickox remained in it were excessive and exhausting. 3 times every 3 weeks he had to pass a wilderness of 57 miles without human habitation and to swim his horse 5 times each trip across rivers. In the winter, when the clumsy ferry boats were stopped, he had to leave his horse on the Canada side and walk up and down the river, seeking the strongest ice. Sometimes he was obliged to jump from cake to cake of broken ice and leap over wide fissures in order to get to and from Detroit. At the close of his first year, Mr. Hickox makes the following very just reflections. Quote, "When the chaotic state of the country and the multitudes who are perishing for the lack of knowledge are considered, the privilege of preaching the worldwide gospel and a free salvation is so great that the labor and dangers of doing so sink into insignificance, and the remembrance of that work is full of sweetness to me." End quote. All the time of his first year, Mr. Hickox had been a solitary watchman beyond the hail of any other minister, and had all the labor and responsibility to himself. But during the time of his absence from Detroit, attending the session of the conference, a Presbyterian minister appeared at Detroit, sent out under the auspices of the Board of Missions of the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church. He was a graduate of Princeton Theological Seminary, and his name was John Monteith. Mr. Hickox found him here on his return, for he was returned to Detroit Circuit for another year. This was the first introduction of Presbyterian preaching into Detroit. This was in June 1816. He was a well-educated young man and gentlemanly in his manners. These 2 young men soon formed a pleasant acquaintance which, however, was interrupted after a few months, very unexpectedly to our missionary. The circumstances were these, as related to us by Mr. Hickox. Reverend Henry Ryan, the presiding elder of the district, had preached to a large congregation in the council house. Reverend Mr. Monteith was present, and at the close of service he was introduced to the presiding elder. After the social greetings were exchanged, Mr. Hickox remarked, "Mr. Monteith, after you preach a week from next Sabbath, will you be kind enough to give out my appointment for the evening service to refresh the minds of the people?" "I don't know how that will be," said he stiffly. "I have an appointment myself at that hour, and want you to change your time of preaching to some weekday evening." To this proposition, Mr. Hickox very justly responded, "I have been preaching here all the year past every 3 weeks, before any other preacher came here, and I think it ungenerous to ask me to change when Mr. M. has all the time to himself except one Sabbath night in 3 weeks. I cannot consent to change." The circumstance was so public that the matter became generally known. The feelings of the people became interested to see how the thing would terminate. The consequence of this interest was that the house was unusually crowded when Mr. Hickox arrived. Mr. M. had reached the house before him and occupied the desk. When Mr. Hickox came in, the following colloquy occurred. Quote, "Mr. Monteith, do you expect to preach tonight?" he said. I do. Mr. H. said, "Very well. I will preach after you have done." End quote. At the close of the sermon, Mr. H. said, "I wish you would omit singing, and I will preach." Mr. M. replied, "I don't think the people will be willing to hear you." Mr. H. said, "I will ask them," and immediately stepped into the desk and told the congregation the reason of his being prevented from preaching, and if they would remain in their seats, he would then give them a sermon. Said Mr. M., "I will leave the desk then." "As you please," said Mr. Hickox. "The desk is large enough for us both." The congregation having signified their desire to hear him by remaining quiet, Mr. Hickox preached. At the close of his sermon, he announced that in 3 weeks from that time he would preach there again according to his custom. "For," said he, "I occupy this house by the permission of the governor. When that permission is withdrawn, I shall leave, and not before." Mr. M. remarked, "The governor will not have the impoliteness to tell you to withdraw your appointments." After a few more words, Mr. Monteith remarked, "Your manner of preaching is so different from mine. You can preach extempore, I cannot. You can get a congregation any time at 3 hours' notice, so I thought you might change your time to a weekday evening and give me the advantage of all the Sabbath services." Mr. H. then told him he could not comply with his request without deranging the whole plan of his circuit labor, and the circuit being very extensive, this would be very difficult for him to do. Thus the matter ended. The well-educated young man was deficient in adaptability. Late in the fall of 1816, Reverend Joseph Mitchell, a Methodist local preacher, came to Detroit on business to spend some time, and as it was very difficult crossing the Detroit River during the winter, Mr. Hickox gave up the work of preaching in the city to him. Mr. Mitchell was a great and useful pioneer in Methodism in different parts of the western country. He was a very venerable-appearing man, plain, bold, and eloquent, and although he dealt very plainly with the people, he was very popular with them. This drew the attention of Mr. Monteith, who concluded to call on the venerable man, test his ability and education, and make a proposition to him. He called accordingly when the following conversation took place. The conversation is given as narrated by Mr. Mitchell himself. Quote, "Mr. Mitchell, have you ever been to college?" "I have been past to college," Mr. Mitchell replied. Mr. Monteith then said, "I wish to make an agreement with you not to preach doctrines." Said Mr. Mitchell, "What? Not preach the doctrines of Methodism? I am bound to preach them, for I believe them to be true. Not to preach against Calvinism? That I am under the necessity of doing, for I believe it to be an erroneous system of doctrines." Mr. Mitchell was a great opposer of Calvinism. We do not intend in this to express any opinion of that system of doctrines, but simply to show the men of the times. This ended the colloquy, and the young divine went away discomfited and dissatisfied. He had set his trap, but it would not spring as he wished it to do. We are indebted to Mr. Hickox for the following incident illustrative of Father Mitchell's manner and influence in the pulpit. On a certain occasion, the council house was crowded, as indeed it generally was when he preached on Sunday. The governor and all the civil and military officers and other men of note were present. His theme was the new birth. In the warmth of his application, with finger pointing with significant force and eyes fixed on the persons addressed, he cried out, "You governor, you lawyers, you doctors, you judges, you must be converted and born again, or God will damn you just as soon as the beggar on the dunghill." Deep silence prevailed at first, and then a sensation. Some of the timid members feared the persons addressed would be very much offended. The next morning, Governor Cass sent him a complimentary note containing $5, saying it was the best sermon he had ever heard. Mr. Mitchell remained till the spring of 1817, then left Mr. Hickox and Mr. Monteith alone. Reverend John Monteith commenced his labors in the city of Detroit on the 6th of June, 1816, and on the 5th of August of that same year, he succeeded in the organization of a society, a corporation, not a church, made up of persons of the Protestant faith without reference to their church predilections, entitled the First Protestant Society of Detroit. In May 1817, a petition was presented to the governor and judges for a lot to be granted to the society for building a house of worship, and in 1819 all the land fronting on Woodward Avenue on the east side, from Larned Street to within about 60 feet of Congress Street, was granted to this society. A small church was erected upon it, which all were allowed to occupy, but the society finally voted itself Presbyterian and so appropriated the property. This was in accordance with the Articles of Association. A majority was to rule. After a time, they granted to the Protestant Episcopal Church a strip sufficient for a small church on the north side. After the expiration of the 2 years which Mr. Hickox was allowed to remain, he was transferred to other work, but in 1820 he located, that is, dissolved his relation to the annual conference and settled on land he had located during the time he was here, about 16 miles out of Detroit, up the River Rouge in the town of Nankin. In his relation as a local preacher, he did much ministerial work and was often in the city of Detroit. Indeed, he had his church membership in the city. In a short time after Mr. Hickox settled on his farm, he was joined by Reverend Marcus Swift, a Methodist local preacher, a very excellent man and of considerable eloquence as a preacher. They agreed in desiring the itinerant Methodist preacher to come and preach to them and their few neighbors. Reverend John Bowman, that indefatigable and eloquent preacher, then in his young manhood, being on the Detroit circuit, took Nankin into his list of appointments. This was in the autumn of 1825. In the autumn of 1827, Reverend William Runnels was appointed to Detroit circuit, the city having been made a separate appointment. He was a small man, having very sandy hair, and was familiarly known as Sorreltop. Reverend Mr. Swift made preparations to entertain him and his horses. He made a stable of logs on purpose to keep the preacher's horse. But alas for all human calculations, when the horse came, he was too tall to go through the door. To remedy this difficulty, Mr. Swift put a pry under and raised up the bark above the door so that the horse could get in, and did the same to let him out. Major Thompson Maxwell, one of the party who threw the tea overboard in Boston Harbor in 1773, lived with Mr. Hickox and in the neighborhood for several years. Here I became acquainted with him. He died in 1831, aged 97 years. Mr. Swift did a great deal of voluntary and unrewarded ministerial labor, and died in the joy of the Christian's faith, as he had preached it to others. During his frequent visits to Detroit, a rather strange intimacy sprang up between Mr. Hickox and the Roman Catholic priest at Detroit, Mr. Gabriel Richard, whose acquaintance he had made. This priest was a perfect gentleman and a fine scholar, and very shrewd and diligent in making proselytes to his church. It was this last element in his character that laid the foundation for this intimate acquaintance, as he very much desired to gain Mr. Hickox to his faith. He left word at a certain time with one of Mr. Hickox's friends that he would be glad to receive a visit from him on his next visit to Detroit. On learning this, Mr. Hickox rather avoided the meeting, knowing that the priest was a thoroughly educated man, and he himself had only such knowledge as would be picked up in a few years of toil as an itinerant Methodist preacher. One Sabbath afternoon, however, he stepped into his church and heard him preach, upon which his fears of meeting him were dissipated. The next day Mr. Hickox called to see Mr. Richard, and was received with all the politeness of which a Frenchman is capable of exhibiting, which, by the way, cannot be exceeded by any other people. The following conversation then ensued. "I went to hear you preach yesterday," said Mr. H. "Ah," said the priest, "I did not know you were present." Mr. Hickox continued, "Mr. Richard, you stated yesterday that Protestants say that Catholics were once right, but when we ask them in what we have changed, they are dumb. Now I am not dumb, but I can tell you both in what and when you have changed." Mr. Richard asked, "In what have we changed?" "In the doctrine of transubstantiation that was not known in the Church for 300 years after Christ, and was not made an article of faith until the 6th century. It was contested 300 years by the most learned of the Fathers." Mr. Richard said, "I admit this to be so, but it was always an article of faith in reality, though not in form." Mr. Hickox asked, "So you believe it, do you?" Mr. R. replied, "I do." Mr. H. then asked, "What is soul? Is it not the intelligent part of man?" Mr. R. answered, "It is." "Then," said Mr. H., "does the lifeless lump of matter become by your consecration an intelligent being? If so, it is capable of being taught. Go and teach it. But do you not consecrate more wafers than are received by communicants?" "I do." Mr. H. again asked, "Cannot cats and mice and such animals feed on them?" To this Mr. Richard replied, "They can." "Then," said Mr. H., "if the cat swallowed the deity, she must have eternal life in her. What an absurd idea!" Here Mr. Richard colored as if displeased, but made no reply. The subject was continued, but he would only say with a bland smile, "Mr. Hickox, you are the first Protestant preacher I ever conversed with. I must say it is a mystery." After this, they had frequent and friendly interviews, the priest urging Mr. Hickox to call every time he came into town. On one or two occasions he tried very politely to bow Mr. Hickox into the Romish church and priesthood, telling him his fortune would be made, that he would live like a gentleman and never soil his hands again. To which Mr. Hickox responded that he would gladly join him if he would remove his objections to his church. To this Mr. R. replied that he had not tried yet. "Well, try now," was Mr. H's rejoinder. "If you believe me to be on the road to damnation, certain to be lost, out of your church, it is your duty to convince me and save me now, if you can." He only gave his shoulders a peculiar shrug and remained silent. On another occasion, Mr. Hickox was passing his house and felt suddenly moved to call, not knowing what topic to introduce. Mr. Richard met him very cordially at the door, when Mr. Hickox remarked, "Mr. Richard, I did not intend to call, but I felt suddenly impressed to ask you one question." Mr. Richard said quickly, "Ask it. What is it?" When Mr. H. inquired with great solemnity, "Was you ever born again? Did you ever see the time when you were in a justified relation in the sight of heaven?" the reply was, "Never, never." Mr. Hickox continued, "Then I must tell you what the Scriptures say you are." He quickly asked, "What do they say?" Mr. H. responded, "That you are a blind leader of the blind, and both will fall into the ditch. You say you are leading a number of people in the way to heaven, and yet do not know the way yourself. Now get converted yourself in the name of God, sir, and then you will be a safe guide to your people. That is all I have to say. Goodbye, sir." So he left him. At another time, when the same topic had been under discussion between them, as he left the room, a young man who was studying theology with a priest followed Mr. Hickox out and said he knew his, Mr. Hickox, doctrine was true, that we must be born again, and that he was resolved to seek the salvation of his soul by coming to the Savior alone. He gave every evidence of sincerity, but his death occurring shortly after, nothing could be learned about his state of mind after the conversation. These incidents are characteristic of the tact and talent of Mr. Hickox. His friend Mr. Richard was a talented and well-educated Jesuit priest who did much for Detroit. He died of cholera in 1832. He has gone to test the soundness of the doctrines taught him by Mr. Hickox. Mr. Hickox did much to lay the foundations of society in Michigan by his earnest and active Christian labors at that early day of our history. He left his old farm in 1833 or 34 and resided in Coldwater a while, and then removed to Illinois and finally to Wisconsin, and died at Beloit in Wisconsin, January 16, 1867, aged 79 years. He was a ready and eloquent speaker, and had he continued in the active ministry, instead of settling down on a farm, he would have occupied a high position in the annals of the church of his choice. End of section 16. Section 17 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Life and Times of Reverend Gabriel Richard, Part 1, by J. A. Girardin, read before the Detroit Pioneer Society, December 19, 1872. The early pioneer, whether a civilian or clergyman in a new country, should always be an object of interest, especially to the incoming generation, and in this respect I can safely say that in this part of the country the early pioneers were priests belonging to the different religious orders of the Roman Catholic Church. They were, first, the Franciscans, next, the indomitable Jesuits, and the Sulpicians. The shores of New France, extending from the Gulf of the St. Lawrence to that of Mexico, were trodden first by the early missionaries of the Catholic Church, and among those who have left memorable names were Fathers Marquette, Allouez, and Dablon among the Jesuits, and as for the Franciscans, the man who has made the most impression on historians and others was Father Hennepin. They had visited those shores and had carried the light of the gospel a century before the birth of Gabriel Richard, who himself belongs to an order of secular priests of St. Sulpice, had heard of the advent of the above missionaries in the wilds of the New World, and burning with a desire to visit America and the French Revolution breaking out, afforded him an opportunity to expatriate himself to America. Yes, among the men of note as a clergyman he has left his mark, and I may safely say a memento in the hearts of all our citizens, be he a Catholic, Protestant, or atheist. It is not advancing my proposition too much if I take upon myself the task of comparing him to St. Francis Xavier, the great missionary of Japan centuries ago. Certainly no one will dispute my proposition. He who leaves the comforts and luxuries of a home for the sole purpose of devoting himself to God and to his fellow men is not only a philanthropist but a saint, and among those great missionaries who have shone as bright a star among us as was the late Honorable and Very Reverend Gabriel Richard of the Order of St. Sulpice. Gabriel Richard was born at Saints in the department of Charente-Inférieure, France, on the 15th day of October, in the year of our Lord 1764, and was descended on the side of his mother from the illustrious Bishop Bousset, one of the most distinguished divines of France, who lived during the reign of Louis XIV. Having been placed at college when quite young, and having finished his classical education, and feeling himself called to the ecclesiastical stata, he entered the seminary of Angers, where he prosecuted his theological studies with great success. He subsequently repaired to Lossy, near Paris, in order to qualify himself for admission into the Society of St. Sulpice, a congregation of secular priests devoted to the education of young men for the sanctuary. At the time of his elevation to the priesthood, in the year 1791, his native country was violently agitated by the revolutionary spirit, which was daily increasing in madness and in fury, threatening the destruction of the established order both in church and state. Owing to the unsettled state of things in France, the Abbé Emery, Superior General of the Sulpicians, determined, with the approbation of the Right Reverend Dr. Carroll, Bishop of Baltimore, to send some members of his society to the United States for the purpose of conducting an ecclesiastical seminary, and in accordance with this arrangement, several priests of that congregation came to the city of Baltimore in the year 1791, and were followed in successive years by other members of the same society. Among them was the Reverend Gabriel Richard, who arrived on the 24th day of June 1792, in company with the Reverend Messrs. Coquard, Matigon, and Marischal, whose names are all entitled to honorable mention in the history of the Catholic Church of this country. As St. Mary's Seminar in Baltimore was not yet in such efficient operation as to require a numerous corps of professors, Father Richard and other gentlemen of St. Sulpice willingly acceded to the request of Bishop Carroll to aid in supplying the wants of the Catholic population scattered throughout his extensive diocese, reaching at that time from Maine to Tennessee and from the Mississippi to the Atlantic Ocean. With this view, he accepted the pastoral charge of the Catholics in Illinois, that is, at Prairie du Rocher, Kaskaskia, and in the neighboring country. The Catholic population of this district consisted chiefly of French Canadians. In a letter to Bishop Carroll, dated January 24, 1796, he draws rather an unfavorable picture of the state of religion in that district. There was a church at Kaskaskia with a congregation of about 800 souls, and another at Prairie du Rocher. Of the former place he speaks thus, quote, "The people of this post are the worst in all Illinois. There is no religion among them, scarcely anyone attending Mass even on Sundays. Intemperance, debauchery, and idleness reigns supreme." End quote. He was much better pleased with the congregation at Prairie du Rocher. He says, quote, "I am tolerably well satisfied with my little village of Prairie du Rocher, although grave scandals are occasionally witnessed here. My chief consolation is derived from 5 or 6 English families who live 10 or 15 miles from this place. They are surrounded by others who are Protestants, but who would be easily led into the church if I could speak the English language with greater facility." End quote. The following year, Father Richard was appointed to visit, besides the above-mentioned places, the congregation of a tribe of Indians named the Cahokias, which numbered about 300 souls, and who possessed a handsome church erected by the Reverend Mr. Leroux, his predecessor. These missions had been established more than 100 years previously by the early Jesuit fathers, who were afterward aided by priests from the Seminary of Foreign Missions at Paris. but the supply of missionaries, especially after the recall of the Jesuit fathers, was altogether insufficient for the wants of the Catholic population, who gradually fell into a state of lamentable indifference on the subject of religion. Father Richard applied himself in this distant and neglected field with all the zeal and prudence which characterize the true missionary, and he had the happiness of seeing his active efforts crowned with success. The important services which he rendered to religion inspired the hope that he would be equally successful in a more responsible situation at Detroit, where the wants of the people loudly called for additional aid. He was therefore invited by Bishop Carroll to be the assistant of Mr. Leradu at the latter post. In leaving Illinois, he felt some regret in being separated from his people at Prairie du Rocher, who were indeed, quote, a little flock, but grateful and faithful, end quote. For a missionary, however, who, like Father Richard, labored only for the greater glory of God, it mattered little where he was stationed, as he was always prepared to follow the will of heaven, which he recognized in the appointments of his ecclesiastical superiors. Thus, after having devoted 6 long years of his ministry in Illinois, from the 14th day of December 1792 up to the 22nd day of March 1798, he left for Detroit, where the presence of a permanent pastor was much needed. He accordingly arrived at this place in the month of June, on the feast of Corpus Christi, accompanied by the Reverend John Dillett, also a Sulpician missionary. Mr. Leradu, who had been stationed at this place for several years, was alone in the discharge of his clerical duties, and was quite advanced in years, and had sought relief from his bishop for the purpose of returning to his native land. As soon as he arrived, he immediately entered upon his duties as pastor, and soon won the confidence of those under his spiritual charge. At this period, the town of Detroit and vicinity contained some 1,800 Catholics, mostly of French origin, with a large number scattered along the border of our lakes and rivers and far into the northern regions of Michigan and Wisconsin. The French, says Archbishop Spaulding, seem to have visited Michigan as early as the year 1610, and missionaries went thither occasionally soon afterward, but no priest appears to have been stationed at Detroit before 1701. Hardly had he been installed pastor than he commenced, as a good spiritual father, to provide his flock with all the elements of religion and education. Education at this period was at a very low ebb, and his great aim was to stimulate his parishioners with the love of learning. He left no stone unturned for the accomplishment of this purpose. He would, here and there, as occasion required, have schools established for their benefit, and by his zeal and eloquence he thundered forth from his pulpit in language so clear and so forcible that his flock soon saw that what he preached he not only himself followed and practiced, but would require them to follow and practice. He was indefatigable in the discharge of the duties of his ministry, and very austere in his habits and mode of living, for his meals were composed of food of the simplest and coarsest kind. His bed was of the simplest material and hardly comfortable. His dress was of the coarsest and cheapest of cloth. He was courteous and affable to everyone who had the pleasure of his acquaintance. He commanded the highest respect, both from Catholics and Protestants. He was a profound theologian, a good speaker, and good mathematician, also a good composer of music. Often has the writer of this heard this eloquent priest thunder forth from his pulpit against the terrible vice of intemperance and the use of tobacco. Les chocours et les ivrognes, as we call them in French. Unfortunately for Mr. Richard, he could not speak the English language, when its knowledge would have given him a wider field. The Catholics of Detroit and vicinity consisting almost exclusively of French Canadians, Mr. Richard had but little opportunity of exercising himself in the English language, the study of which he had undertaken with great zeal in order to increase his field of usefulness. The inhabitants of the city were mostly persons whose vernacular tongue was the English language, but there were but very few among them who were Catholics. About a year after his arrival here, he visited the Catholic plantation on the island of Mackinac, about 20 miles from the former Michilimackinac and Point St. Ignace, where the early Jesuit fathers had established a mission more than 100 years before. At the latter place, there were only 3 or 4 families, the church and residence of the clergy having been transferred to the island, which was a much more convenient locality for vessels to approach the land and unload their cargoes. As Father Richard has left us, in a letter to Bishop Carroll, a brief but interesting account of his missionary journey at this time, I shall give it in his own language. He says, quote, I left Detroit on the 20th of June in a vessel belonging to the United States, and after a terrible squall in Saginaw Bay, Lake Huron, we arrived at Mackinac on the 29th of the same month. I met there a great many people. Near 1,000 men visit this place in the summer season, but most of them remain only a few weeks. It is a grand rendezvous for traders from Lake Michigan, the Mississippi, Lake Superior, and other points, and contains about 50 houses. I found there a large number of children, for more than 30 of whom I supplied the ceremonies of baptism. They were over 7 years of age, and most of them illegitimate. It is very painful to see so many poor creatures left without instruction, several of them scarcely knowing how to make the sign of the cross. I am informed that there are many others in the same condition at different places, at their winter quarters, viz., at St. Joseph's River, Wisconsin River, Prairie du Chien, Green Bay, St. Mary's Falls, at several rivers along Lake Superior, at Grand Portage, and at points still further to the northwest of Lake Superior, where the Great Northwest Company of Montreal employ annually 1,700 men, almost all Canadians. Grand Portage, near the west end of Lake Superior, is on the American side, and as I have been told, is a trading post like Mackinac, whereat nearly 1,000 men assemble in the summertime, and after a short stay disperse to their winter quarters. For 2 months after my arrival, I taught the children catechism every morning, and in the evening I recited prayers in the church, after which I gave a familiar explanation of various points of Christian doctrine. On those occasions, a good number of persons, particularly visitors from abroad, were present in the church, which is only 45 feet long and 25 feet wide. Being built of cedar, it will last many years yet, though it is very old. It is well furnished with vestments, altar linen, and missal, but wants a chalice and a pay. On the 3rd day of September, I paid a visit to the Ottawas, who live on the east side of Lake Michigan, 45 miles from Mackinac. The late chief of the tribe, who died 2 years ago, had been baptized, but among the 1,300 persons who are there, men, women, and children, only one, so far as I could ascertain, has received baptism. I saw the place called La Mission, where Father de Jaunet formerly lived, who was a missionary there from 1742 to 1766. There remains only a large cross on the shore, which at this place is near 100 feet high. It is 5 miles north of the Ottawa village. I inquired of the Indians in your name whether they wished to have a priest among them for their instruction, or at least that of their children, and they appeared to be much gratified that you and Mr. Leradeau should take an interest in their welfare. But, Indian-like, they requested to be allowed a few days for consultation among themselves, after which they would send me an answer. After having spent 2 days among them, I returned to Mackinac on the 5th and remained there until the 25th of September. But up to that time I received not a word of reply from them, although many came to the island at different times. The truth of the matter is, they are so much addicted to the use of ardent spirits that they care very little about religion. I saw some of them drunk when I was at their village, and at the island some were to be seen every day intoxicated in the streets or on the shore. The trade there is principally in liquors, and as long as this state of things exists, there can be no prospect of making them Christians. Though the traders acknowledge that it would be better for their own interests if the Indians had no rum, they persist in supplying them with it through fear of losing their trade. God only knows how many evils flow from this traffic. It has been observed that English rum has destroyed more Indians than ever did the Spanish sword. Several Indian chiefs have requested that the trade in liquor should be abolished by law." End quote. Father Richard found so much to be done at Mackinac in the instruction of youth and correcting the habits of those more advanced in years that he was disposed to remain there during the winter, especially as he had been invited to do so by the inhabitants of the place. His services, however, were too much needed at Detroit to allow so long an absence. He therefore returned to this city in October, after having touched at St. Joseph Island and Sault Ste. Marie. One of the first objects which called his immediate attention upon his return was to repair and enlarge the church in the Old Town, which was too small for the congregation. This he accomplished at an expense of some $3,000, notwithstanding the low state of his finances, having almost entirely renewed the old building. There was a debt, however, remaining upon the work of $700. He adopted various means for the better regulation of his parish, but to reform existing abuses and promote a spirit of piety among his people were the chief objects of his solicitude. He endeavored also, according to opportunities, to consult the interests of the church at large. When he surveyed the extensive fields that required cultivation in the west and northwest, including the new territory which had recently come under the jurisdiction of the chief pastor of the United States since the cession of Louisiana, he was sensibly impressed with the necessity of making some adequate provisions for the urgent wants of religion. With this view, he and Mr. Dillett, who then resided in this city as his assistant, commenced an institution which they designed to be a nursery of young men for the sanctuary. Speaking of early education, I have before me a copy of a lecture delivered by School Inspector Colonel William D. Wilkins in February 1871 before the Teachers' Institute of Detroit, in which I find this remarkable passage. Quote, Father Gabriel Richard, the head of the Catholic Church of the Territory, a man of political power as well as fine education, did not approve of educating the masses, and I cannot find any early promise of the thronged, spacious church schools which now ornament the city in so many quarters. End quote. A most unjust, and if not a malicious, assertion. You were either ignorant on this subject, or else you were guilty of pandering to the taste of your audience. Father Richard did approve of the education of the masses. For proof of this, his first effort was jointly with Father Jean Dillett, who both in 1804 opened a school whose field of operation was the education of young men for the ministry, but this school was broken up by the fire of 1805. And in 1804, mainly through his exertions, a young ladies' academy was started, placing at the head of it the following ladies: Miss Elizabeth Lyons, Miss Angelique Campo, Miss Monique Labadie, and Miss Williams, they having been prepared by him for their arduous task. His next effort was the introduction into the territory of the first printing press, which was brought almost all the way by overland from Baltimore, and on the 31st of August, 1809, issued the first newspaper west of the Allegheny Mountains called Essai du Michigan, or Impartial Observer, and the same year published the first prayer book, of which I have a copy. And in addition, every Sunday before Vespers, he would instruct the children in the catechism and explain to them the doctrines of the church. His whole time and effort was given for the education of the people. What are all these great and good works intended for if they were not for the instruction of his fellow men? Beside this, the work of his ministry was so extensive that it was impossible for him to give his whole time and attention to schools. His sermons, too, were very instructive. Once in the pulpit, whole hours were devoted by him to the instruction of his fellow men. Were not those for the educating of the masses? What more could he do with the scanty means at his command and the thinly populated country, as was ours, affording but limited means for him to work with? It is a very easy matter to cast reflections upon the memory of a great and good man, but it is not easy to sustain them. In this school, which was opened in the autumn of 1804, the pupils were taught Latin, geography, ecclesiastical history, church music, and the practice of mental prayer. Thus far, the labor of this distinguished missionary in the discharge of his severe and arduous duties in the ministry were partially crowned with success. His zeal and devotion, both to religion and education, knew no bounds. His self-denial of all ordinary comforts, his indefatigability for the cause of Christianity were but mere trifles for him to endure compared with the reward which awaited him above. Everything now seemed to prosper, and he was on the point of reaping the fruits of his labor and see his efforts crowned with success when, unfortunately, a most disastrous conflagration burst upon the old town of Detroit on the 11th day of June, A.D. 1805, about 9 o'clock in the morning, and lasted until noon, when every house was destroyed, together with his little church, which was built by Father Boak, a Franciscan missionary, in the year 1750. This disaster was a severe blow to him, one which retarded much his work of regeneration. This unfortunate accident, far from discouraging him, seems, on the contrary, to have reanimated his zeal, for he was engaged night and day in alleviating the sufferings of his unfortunate parishioners who had so suddenly become homeless by this calamity. By this accident, he found himself under the necessity of occupying a large warehouse situated near the edge of the river, belonging to Mr. Meldrum for the purpose of a church, which he used for some 6 years. Afterward, he removed to Springwells, to the house of Jacques Lascelles, and remained there until the new St. Anne's Church was so far completed as to accommodate his people. The name of the parish of St. Anne's was given by Father Bonaventure, who arrived here in the year 1722, on the anniversary feast of that saint. In the course of the year 1805, Messrs. Richard and Dillett were both ordered to France by their ecclesiastical superior, as the religious institutions of that country were now gradually reviving, and the Society of St. Sulpice needed the services of its members. Father Richard having informed his congregation in the temporary chapel where they had assembled that he was about to be separated from them, a difficulty unexpectedly arose which prevented his departure. The trustees, who were a factious set of men, as they always have been, and who for a long time had shown a very rebellious spirit, availed themselves of a calumnious report to have a writ issued against him, which detained him in this city. "You may imagine," he writes to Bishop Carroll, "how unpleasant this affair must be. Nevertheless, I feel very happy in having a share in the cross of our Savior. This year I have experienced many contradictions, but at the same time I have obtained greater successes if I am not deceived by my self-respect. In general, there are good dispositions, and I think that a priest of calm temper, with patience and time, would be very useful here. I hope, then, that you will do all you can to send another clergyman to Detroit as my successor. As it will be very difficult to have a church built here without some assistance from abroad, I will suggest the raising of a subscription among the Catholics of Maryland, the amount of which to be appropriated to the erection of a church and academy in Detroit, under the direction of the pastor, to prevent the constant and troublesome interference of some of the church wardens. To show how he was universally loved and respected by his Protestant fellow citizens, in 1807 the governor of the territory and other Protestant gentlemen invited him to preach to them in the English language. "Although I was sensible of my incapacity," he writes to Bishop Carroll, "as there was no English minister here of any denomination, I thought it might be of some utility to take possession of the ground." End quote. He accordingly held his English meetings at noon every Sunday in the council house, where he delivered instructions on the general principles of the Christian religion, the principles to be adopted in the investigation of truth, the causes of our errors, the spirituality and immortality of the soul, and the evidences of Christianity in general. Father Richard's zeal for his flock inspired him with the idea of establishing a printing press in this city, and to commence the publication of a French paper and books. For this purpose he sent to the city of Baltimore for the type and press in 1809, and the materials in due course of time came by land over mountainous roads, bringing along Mr. James M. Miller, the first printer, to Detroit. During the year 1809, August 31st, the first number of a small sheet entitled in French Essai du Michigan made its first appearance, and was continued for a time, but in those days the distance which separated the people of the territory and the irregularity of the mails led to the discontinuance of his journal. His press, however, which was the first introduced into the northwestern part of the United States and was for several years the only printing apparatus in Michigan, did useful service under his direction. Soon after the suspension of his paper, he applied himself to the publishing of religious books in French and English, such as La Journal du Chrétien, published in 1811, and a large book called Epistle and Gospel for Sundays and Holidays in the Year, published in 1812 in English and French. Also, catechism and other small religious works intended to supply his flock. He also had a bindery attached to his printing office. The press was also useful in printing deeds for the governor and judges of the territory, and when the English took possession of Detroit in 1812, they had General Brock's proclamation printed on it, it being the only printing establishment in the whole Northwest. End of section 17. Section 18 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Life and Times of Reverend Gabriel Richard. Theophilus Mettes, now deceased, was an apprentice in the office under Mr. Cockshaw, who succeeded Miller. He was a native of this city and was the first printer boy. He was an honest, industrious, and upright citizen, notwithstanding the sneering allusion made to him at our last regular meeting by a distinguished member of the Detroit Bar. The office of the Essai du Michigan, in consequence of the destruction of the Old Town, was for a long time located at Springwells, in the house of Jacques Lassalle upon what is now called the Stanton Farm. One part of the house was used to live in, another part for his chapel, and another for his printing office, and another for his school. Parts of the old printing office are still in existence in this city, and are relics of antique curiosity worthy of being preserved for the curiosity of coming generations. Father Richard, by his fearless advocacy of American principles and denunciations of the tyranny of England, had made himself obnoxious to the British, who, in the War of 1812, violently seized and carried him a prisoner to Sandwich near this city. During his captivity, he, by his eloquence and influence over the barbarous Indians, persuaded many from torturing American prisoners who unfortunately fell into the hands of the British under the disgraceful surrender of General Hall. Upon his return to Detroit, the consequence of the devastating policy of the war was seen in an extreme dearth of food, bordering on famine, to which his people were reduced. His first attention was therefore imperiously demanded for the relief of their temporal wants. He purchased a large quantity of provisions and distributed them gratuitously to all who were in need, and as long as scarcity lasted, so long did his untiring charity continue to be the living providence of the destitute. As a citizen of the United States, Father Richard rendered important service to his adopted country, and his example will always shine prominently among the many instances which have signalized the true and fervent devotion of Catholic clergymen of foreign birth to the honor and welfare of the United States. The Detroit Courier, published in 1833 by the late Charles Cleland, in speaking of Father Richard, said, quote, "Though a European by birth, he was an American in feeling, always evincing a firm attachment to American institutions and Republican principles. The influence he exerted and the part which he took in the late war, 1812, evinced in an eminent degree the extent of his patriotism and the value he placed on American liberty." End quote. The following year, 1817, the late Right Reverend Bishop Flaggett of the Diocese of Bardstown, Kentucky, who now had the spiritual control of the Northwest, undertook a journey to this city for the purpose of healing the dissension which unhappily existed between Father Richard and the trustees. And upon his arrival here set himself to work, and his efforts were crowned with complete success. The preliminaries having been satisfactorily adjusted, and the chiefs of the party having signed the pastoral letter of the bishop in the name of the people. He determined to render the ceremony of removing the interdict as public and as solemn as possible. For this purpose, he was conducted to their church in grand procession. The discharge of cannon announced the approaching ceremony. The music of the United States Regimental Band mingled with that of the chanters in the procession. Addresses were delivered in French and in English. An affecting public reconciliation took place between the factious trustees and party and their venerable pastor, who shed tears of joy on the occasion. A collection of $500 was taken upon the spot, which the bishop considered a substantial omen of a permanent peace. It now became necessary to apply to the governor and judges of the territory for a site for the new church. Accordingly, Father Richard petitioned the land board, and upon his application, the governor and judges passed the following resolution at their session held October 2, 1806. Quote, "Resolved that the Roman Catholic Church be built in the center of the little military square, having 120 feet vacant on every side, that the ground of section number 1, adjoining to the burying ground, fronting on East and West Avenue, 200 feet wide and running 200 feet deep, and bounded on the 3 other sides by 3 streets, and also 1 acre more in adjacent section between number 1 and the courthouse circus." End quote. To the question of locating St. Anne's Church, there were 2 parties, one headed by Mr. Richard and some of the trustees, and a few of the congregation were for locating it on the little military square where it now stands and where the governor and judges had designated that it should be built. But another faction, headed by some of the factious trustees, wished that it should be built upon the spot where the old one formerly stood, which question led to a great deal of unpleasant trouble from both parties. But Mr. Richard was determined to gain the day, and so he did. In course of time, our French habitants saw their error and made ample apology to him. On the same day was proposed the ceremony of laying the cornerstone of St. Anne's Church, the foundation of which had been commenced by him the same year. Upon this occasion, Bishop Flaggett announced to the congregation that the sacred edifice about being erected would become the cathedral of the 25th state of the Union. The anticipation of such an event led to the adoption of a more extensive plan for the church than had been originally contemplated. Its increased dimensions, however, of 116 feet in length by 60 in width, added considerable to the proposed expenditure, and for some time the zealous pastor was much embarrassed by the pecuniary obligations which he had incurred. It had long been a cherished object of Father Richard to lay the cornerstone upon the anniversary day upon which the old church was destroyed in the old town, and for this purpose he had waited the arrival of his bishop for the imposing ceremony, which took place with much pomp on the 11th day of June, 1818, just 13 years after the destruction of the old church. Father Richard continued the work upon St. Anne's Church until his means were entirely exhausted, and then his fertile imagination conceived the idea of issuing due bills to the amount of several $100s, payable upon presentation, the highest amount being $1, in order that the work upon his church might progress with more rapidity. These due bills were taken both by contractors and workmen, but Father Richard, like all other great and good men, was destined to meet with some trials and drawbacks in this his noble undertaking. One of his contractors, by the name of Young, got hold in some way or other of Father Richard's blank due bills and forged his name to them to the amount of some $700 or $800, which he freely circulated among the people, and Father Richard did not discover the forgery until too late, when he had so honestly redeemed the whole amount. The rascality and villainy of this contractor contributed a great deal to retard the progress of this edifice, which was the first one erected since the fire of 1805. Nevertheless, we find this zealous pastor struggling manfully in his efforts to finish his church and endeavoring, as far as lay in his power, to surmount them, not only like the true philosopher, but like the true Christian as he was. And on account of this villainy, the work upon St. Anne's became suspended for a time for the want of funds, but Father Richard would not rest. No, not he. He resorted to another expedient. He now conceived the idea of constructing fishing seines for the purpose of catching fish from the Detroit River in order to raise the necessary funds to continue the work upon his church. And like Peter of old, God blessed the fruits of his labor by an overwhelmingly large quantity of the finny tribes. Real good luck attended his fishing, and the consequence was that a large quantity was salted and packed and sent forward to the eastern markets, and there found immediate sale, which soon enabled him to continue his labors upon the church. The proceeds of the sale of his fish and what contributions his poor congregation were enabled to extend from time to time soon enabled him to complete the basement of St. Anne's so as to be used as a chapel, and the services were held in there for several years after, or at least until the upper part was finished. The contract for hauling the stone was given to Jean-Baptiste Saint Armour and Louis Desaucourt, both of whom are now deceased. The last named lost his life from falling overboard of one of the loaded bateaux in the Detroit River. The stone was quarried from one of the small islands below. The contract of the joiner work was given to the man Young, who so rascally defrauded Father Richard afterward. The mason work was done by the day, under his immediate superintendence. It is worthy of remark that Father Richard, in the building of St. Anne's, conceived the idea of placing several ranges of black bottles on each side of the inner walls, so as to facilitate the speaker's voice from the pulpit, but it was soon found that they were of but very little use. The style of the church is that of the Corinthian order, finished in front with 2 steeples. On the center of the roof there was an octagonal dome 30 feet high and 30 in diameter. This dome has since been taken down. At the rear end of the church there were also 2 small steeples, which stood on each side. They also have been taken down since. The present bell in the eastern tower was saved from the steeple of the old church in the old town, also the present pulpit, 2 of the side altars, all of which were saved from the fire of 1805. To Father Richard also belongs the credit of importing from France the first organ and the first piano here. The little organ was used for a time by him, and it was given afterward to the Trinity Church, Irish, after his death. It is now used, I understand, in St. Joseph's Church, German, on the corner of Orleans and Gratiot Streets in this city. At his death, he left several musical manuscripts of his own composition, which were pronounced by musical artists as very good compositions. In the year 1821, he undertook a journey through the vast district under his charge in order to ascertain the exact number of Catholics among the white and Indian population of the Northwest, that the bishop might know the different posts which required a resident clergyman. Having left Detroit in July of the above-named year, he spent 3 weeks at Mackinac in missionary duty, after which he embarked upon Lake Michigan in a large bateau, encamping every night with his party on land. They were occupied an entire month in coasting the eastern shore of the lake. On arriving at Marquette River, they were detained several days by contrary winds, which afforded him an opportunity of inquiring about the burial place of Father Jacques Marquette of the Society of Jesus, so distinguished for having been the first European to explore the Mississippi River and discover its mouth in 1674, but still more illustrious for having founded the missionary stations of Mackinac, Point St. Ignace, and Arbor Croche. The Indians, says Father Richard, conducted me to the spot where the river emptied in 1675, where Father Marquette died on the 18th day of May. Its mouth is now at least 3,000 feet more to the south than at that time, between 2 capes about 50 feet high, which appear to have been separated by the joint action of the winds and waves. The spot which they pointed out to me is about 240 feet from the shore of the lake, south of the former bed of the river, but 2,800 feet north of its present course. It is a well-ascertained fact, recorded by travelers and even Protestant writers, and confirmed by popular tradition, that a few weeks after the death of Father Marquette, the river changed its course, as if through respect for the precious remains of that saintly man. I planted a cross there in the presence of 8 Ottawa Indians and 2 white men, placing it in the spot where, according to the Indians, a former one had stood, but which had been carried away by the wind 3 years before. With my penknife, I engraved on it the following inscription: Father J. Marquette died here 9th May, 1675. On Sunday, I offered up the holy sacrifice under a tent near the present mouth of the river, and in the afternoon we went in procession, 50 in number, English, Canadians, and Indians, marching 2 by 2 along the sandy shore of the lake and singing the litany of the Blessed Virgin to the grave of Father Marquette. You may conceive that it was easy to be eloquent over the grave of a missionary who is said in the tradition of the country to have wrought miracles. After singing the Libera, we returned to our chapel in camp, chanting the litanies of the saints. During the night, the wind, which had been adverse, became favorable, which we attributed to the aid of the good missionary whose grave had been the object of our veneration." End quote. Father Richard had been invited by the Potawatomi Indians residing at St. Joseph's River to assist at the conclusion of the treaty between them and the governor of the Northwest, which was to take place at Chicago. But the unavoidable delays on his journey prevented him from arriving in time and rendering them any service on that occasion. He had hoped to assist them in their petition to have a missionary stationed among them. As some time would elapse before an opportunity would present itself of returning to Detroit by the lakes, he traveled south to St. Louis and thence proceeded by land to Bardstown, Kentucky, and Cincinnati. At the latter place he was present at the ordination of the late Reverend Vincent Baden, who a few days after accompanied him to Detroit as an assistant missionary. From an interesting letter of Father Richard to Archbishop Marischal of Baltimore, dated December 22, 1822, we learn that there were only 5 churches or chapels in Michigan and the Northwest, with a Catholic population of about 6,000 whites and a certain number among the different savage tribes of that region. For the service of this immense district of country, Father Richard had no assistance but that of the Reverend Father Baden, above mentioned. In the year 1823, he was mentioned a delegate to represent the interests of Michigan in Congress against the late General John R. Williams and Major John Biddle. The contest was warm and quite animated. Several addresses of a very inflammatory character were published and, of course, all directed against him, but the humble priest and honorable citizen was elected by a large majority. I will here remark that Father Richard was principally supported by his Protestant fellow citizens. All honor to them, I say. He was put forward by them, and with the aid of some of our more sensible French citizens, he was triumphantly elected. It was with the hope of being useful to his fellow citizens and of liquidating his debts incurred in building his church that he had consented to become a candidate for congressional honors. But his seat was contested by Major Biddle upon the ground that he was not a citizen of the United States, as not having gone through the formula of naturalization when a committee of the House was appointed to investigate the case and reported, saying that it was not necessary. His demeanor in the House commanded great respect. He spoke but little, and that little wisely, and did much for his constituents and for the Union." End quote. The appropriations for roads made at his instance and other acts attest the efficiency of his services in the national legislature. Through his exertions, he succeeded in having appropriation bills passed for the opening of several roads which now lead into our beautiful city, such as the Fort Gratiot Road, Pontiac Road, Grand River Road, and the Chicago Road, all of which will stand as a perpetual monument to his industry and zeal for his constituents. And while there, he exerted himself in behalf of the Indian tribes who belonged to his flock, and who had made him the bearer of many petitions to the President of the United States. After having served a term in Congress with honor to himself and credit to his constituents, he was again nominated and put forward by his friends against the late Honorable Austin E. Wing. The contest, as in the previous one, became quite warm and animated, but this time he was defeated through the apathy of his own people, the French, when 6 votes more would have elected him. Our French citizens would not support him for the reason that they thought that a clergyman had no business in legislative halls, but it was for their own benefit and good that he had consented to run, as nearly his whole salary went toward liquidating the debts that had been contracted in building, etc., St. Anne's Church, but they were blind to their own interests. The Reverend Father Gallitzin, a distinguished missionary of that period, remarked to him, "When I heard of your election to Congress, I disapproved of it at once, but I have the honor to inform you that if you can manage to have a seat in Congress all your life, you will do more good for religion with your salary than many other missionaries with all their zeal in preaching." End quote. Thus spoke a missionary distinguished for his learning and zeal for religion, and his opinion was that of the entire clergy of the United States. His zealousness and sincere virtues are worthy of imitation by our representative elect. Quote, "In the course of the year 1824, the laborious pastor of Detroit, who was also Vicar General of the Bishop of Cincinnati for Michigan and the Northwestern Territories, had the consolation to receive the aid of two excellent clergymen from Europe, Messrs. DeJean and Bellany, the former of whom became the apostle of the Ottawa tribe of Indians." End quote. When Father Richard first visited the latter tribe at Arbor Croche in the year 1799, he found only one who had been baptized. In 1829, the number of fervent Christians among them exceeded 700. Among the Potawatomis, Father Stephen Bodden and others labored with considerable success. Nothing can be more affecting or more edifying than the interview which took place in July 1830 between the chief of that tribe, Pokegon, and Father Richard, to whom he applied for a resident missionary. After supplicating the good priest in the most earnest manner to send a clergyman to the Potawatomis, he observed to him that they prayed every morning and evening, men, women, and children, and also fasted 2 days before Sunday, according to the tradition of their ancestors. "There," said he, "are the prayers we have learned. See if I know them properly." End quote. Then falling upon his knees and making the sign of the cross with great respect, he recited the Our Father, Hail Mary, the Apostles' Creed, and the 10 Commandments of God without the slightest mistake. He was deeply moved by this affecting address, which he answered by an expression of sentiments worthy of the pastor, animated by a tender charity and compassion for his spiritual children. By the means which had been placed in his hands by the Association for the Propagation of the Faith, he was enabled to provide more effectually for the wants of the district under his charge, and he had the happiness to see churches erected in different places and schools established at Green Bay, Arbor Croche, and St. Joseph. Instead of one priest to assist him in his labors, he now beheld 8 devoting themselves with zeal to the functions of the holy ministry. On the 27th day of February, 1832, Major Henry Whiting addressed him a note, informing him that at the last meeting of the Historical Society of Michigan, he was invited by a resolution to deliver the anniversary discourse, to which Father Richard replied by letter dated February 28, 1832, as follows, quote, "Dear Sir, I have received this day your favor of yesterday, as well as a copy of your address delivered before the Historical Society in the month of June of the year 1831, for which I return you my thanks. You inform me that I have been requested, by a resolution adopted at the last anniversary meeting of the Historical Society, to deliver the next anniversary discourse before the Society. The honor conferred on me by this resolution is duly appreciated by me, and I regret that the extent of my correspondence, the multiplicity of my clerical functions during the 40 or 50 days preceding, and as many following the holy days of Easter, and several other pressing and uncontrollable circumstances, do imperiously prevent me from accepting a task which I consider a duty in all good citizens to assist in preserving for the benefit of the Society the facts of the early transactions which have taken place in our territory. A well-digested summary of the most interesting and most instructive facts scattered in many relations and letters, either in print or in manuscript, to which it is impossible to have an access within a period of 6 and perhaps even 12 months to do justice to the subject, would require a great deal more time than I can possibly command. My views of the subject would be to consult all the most approved authors and the most authentic relations of the first establishment of the Europeans within the northwestern part of the American continent. An introduction, or rather a whole discourse, in which should be collected and elucidated by useful remarks and pertinent conclusions, should precede. The utility of this manner of treating of the antiquities of our territory in reference to our geography, to the manners, customs, and arts of its inhabitants, to their ancient historical and religious traditions, etc., is obvious to everyone, but its magnitude should require several years. Therefore, I ask to be excused and to offer to the gentlemen of the Historical Society my best wishes for the most complete success in their truly useful operations. Very respectfully, I am, sir, your most obedient servant, Gabriel Richard, Major H. Whiting. End quote. It will be perceived at once by the letter just read that Father Richard took a deep interest in the welfare of the society, and he points out the line of policy to be pursued in prosecuting its researches in the early history of Michigan and the Northwest. In every public undertaking, he cooperated with his fellow citizens and lent his aid as far as his means or time would permit. In the year 1832, that scourge of nations, the Asiatic cholera, smote the people of Detroit and laid prostrate many of its inhabitants. Friends and foes, the young and the old, the delicate and the strong were not spared, and Detroit presented at this dreadful season a deserted city, with nearly one half of its inhabitants either dead or dying, and the rest having taken flight to other parts through fear. But in the midst of this awful epidemic, where was Gabriel Richard? He was at his post, like a soldier. Faithful and true to his flock, amid the dying and the dead, he was administering the consolations of religion to them night and day. Quote, though afflicted himself with symptoms of the prevailing epidemic for nearly 3 months, and most of the time greatly debilitated, he never ceased to discharge the duties of his office with his accustomed zeal until he was at length completely overpowered by disease. End quote. When, a few days after the attack, he was informed that he could not survive it, he expressed his willingness to die, and after receiving the last sacraments of the Church, he calmly expired with those words of holy Simeon on his lips. Quote, now, O Lord, dost thou dismiss thy servant according to thy word, in peace. End quote. His death took place on the 13th day of September, 1832, at the age of 67 years, 11 months, and 2 days, and after exercising his ministry nearly alone for the space of 24 years, and after a residence in the city of 34 years and 6 months. Thus died Gabriel Richard after a long life devoted entirely to God and mankind. Hardly had his immortal spirit left its mortal body than the news of his death spread throughout the city with the rapidity of lightning, and all classes and religious denominations vied with each other in mingling their deep sorrow at such a loss. He had gone to that bourne from whence no one returneth. His place could not be filled. It has not since, neither will it ever be. His death was a public calamity. The funeral day came, and his remains, dressed with the robe of his sacred office, lay in state in the sanctuary of his church, with his face exposed to the view of his congregation. From early morn until dark was the church filled with a multitude who had come from all quarters to take a last glimpse of him. His remains were followed to the grave amid the solemn tolling of all the bells of the city, and followed by a large concourse of citizens of all classes and denominations, who evinced the deepest sorrow at this afflicting bereavement. At the grave, the Reverend Frederick Baraga, late Bishop of Sault Ste. Marie, delivered an eloquent eulogy upon the life and character of the deceased, and was to have been followed by the Honorable William Woodbridge, but the lateness of the hour prevented him from delivering it. After having been buried in the cemetery about 3 years, he was exhumed for the purpose of being transferred to a stone vault which had been prepared to receive his remains under St. Anne's Church, where he is still entombed. At the time of his being exhumed, his coffin was opened, and his remains were found to be intact. His face appeared the same as upon the day he breathed his last. Energy and decision were prominent traits in the character of this excellent man. He was remarkable for his unremitting application to the duties of his ministry and his untiring zeal for the welfare of his fellow citizens and his church. In his ecclesiastical functions, he was constant and indefatigable. Bishop Fenwick, in speaking of him, said, quote, "He was the oldest, the most respectable, and the most meritorious missionary in Michigan," end quote. With this distinguished appreciation of Father Richard's worth as an apostle, he had no hesitation to recommend him some years before his death as a priest eminently qualified by his zeal, learning, and piety to be appointed the first bishop of Detroit. This undoubtedly would have occurred had he not been involved in an unfortunate lawsuit with a member of his congregation, in which caused him to be imprisoned and afterward placed on the limits, all of which was incompatible for a bishop who had to visit his diocese. Such was the life and character of Gabriel Richard, Vicar General of Michigan. His mortal remains now lie entombed in his own beloved church, and his immortal spirit has ascended to the God who gave it, but the influence of his wise counsels, his holy zeal, his Christian example remains with us yet. It lives in the best affections of his people who yet survive him, and is engraven upon their memories. It warms and invigorates their hearts as they assemble to worship God in the temple reared by his exertions. It tends to keep them alive to the holy influence of the religion he so ardently inculcated among them, and to guide their footsteps in the pathway of religion and virtue. May that influence continue in all its freshness and vigor until the mighty angel, planting one foot on earth and the other on the ocean, shall lift his hand to heaven and swear by him that liveth forever and ever that time shall be no more. Quote, "May it resist the empire of decay when time is o'er and worlds have passed away. Cold in the dust the perished heart may lie, but that which warmed it once can never die." End quote. End section 18. Section 19 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Recollections by George Clark of Ecorse. Note, George Clark died October 14, 1877. End note. In the spring of 1817, I visited Maumee, then claimed by the territory of Michigan. There I found the country inhabited by half-breeds, French, and a few immigrants from the States. Mr. Hunt, Mr. Conant, and a few others principally engaged in the fur trade. The people lived almost entirely upon game, fish, and corn. There being no mills in the country, to prepare the corn for food, round holes were burnt in the ends of logs. These were set on end, and the corn crushed by means of a pounder attached to a spring pole 30 or 40 feet long. From this crushed corn their bread was made. On still, calm evenings, the Indian war drums and the hammers could be distinctly heard up and down the river. The country was heavily timbered, still in its natural state. The woods, marshes, rivers, creeks, ponds, and the whole country, both land and water, was teeming with animal life. There were collected hundreds of Indians with their families and the people from the surrounding country to catch, smoke, and dry their season's supply of fish. 2 companies of soldiers came down from Maumee in pirogues from Fort Defiance, bound for Detroit, and camped at the rapids to obtain a supply of fish to furnish food for the voyage. This river afforded more fish and in greater varieties than any other river of fresh water in America, and perhaps in the world. The most numerous and valuable were the wall-eyed pike, the muskellunge, the catfish, bass, and many other kinds, amounting to 30 or more varieties. The fishing was chiefly done with hooks, spears, and dip nets. The fish were so numerous, it was quite common for the Indians to spear from 1 to 3 at one stroke at some stages of the water, particularly when roily. Where Toledo now stands, there were but 2 small houses, located on the flats at the mouth of Swan Creek. The eagle's nests, one on Eagle Point and one on a sycamore tree on Delaware Island, were prominent landmarks on the river. There was Fort Meigs on the opposite bank from Maumee, and the British fort 3 miles below at Miami. An Indian carried the mail on his back once or twice a week from Sandusky to the rapids. Following the blind trail through the black swamp, he was obliged to wade through water, mud, and ice, and camp out at nights. About this time I took passage on the Black Snake, one of the small vessels running between Cleveland and Maumee. We were a whole month going to Cleveland and came near being drowned, and escaping that, nearly starved. The vessel was a government bateau, built up with deck boards, which in heavy seas would break loose, almost crushing her sides in. She was commanded by Captain Jacob Wilkeson of Cleveland. As yet, no lighthouses or harbors had been made. The shores of the lakes, islands, and river were just as nature made them. In a storm, for a harbor, we ran under Point Ebonu on the Canadian shore, 15 miles above Buffalo, where we had but little food for several days. Going on shore in search of provisions, we found a man living on the point, but it being so soon after the War of 1812, we feared he would as soon kill as feed us, but we were happily disappointed, for he did all in his power to assist us, though the food for himself and family was scanty. Having a patch of artichokes, he turned his hogs out and turned us in. The artichokes were greatly relished, and besides he allowed us to milk 2 cows out of his 4. For his kindness we were very grateful. We were twice driven back to the islands, which were densely covered with standing timber. Upon some it grew in large quantities, reaching to the water's edge, casting their dark shadows into the clear waters of the lake. The islands were as yet in a natural state, undisturbed by the hand of man, excepting at Put-in Bay, where he had commenced his inroads by burying some of Commodore Perry's brave men killed in the battle on Lake Erie. The red cedars made excellent fuel for a novel cooking stove called a caboose, which consisted of a rude box about 3 feet square, lined with bricks. In this box the cook suspended the cooking kettle for preparing our frugal meals. Being destitute of lights by which to steer our craft, I improvised the needed article by rolling strips of cloth torn from my clothing and beeswax, which I had purchased of the Indians. On reaching Cleveland, our troubles were not yet ended, as we found the river barred across with sand 2 or 3 feet higher than the lake. We dug a ditch from the river to the lake through the sand, and being dammed in the river, it cut a channel, and we hove our vessel in. That was the last trip I made in the Black Snake. In 1817, I left Cleveland for Detroit in a small half-decked vessel, generally stopping at islands, rivers, and bays at night, and in bad weather, waiting for favorable winds and weather. We stopped at Malden, which was then quite a village, with a government dock, warehouses, fine barracks, breastworks, and a kind of fort with soldiers. The majority of the people seemed to be French and Indians. The most of the islands in Detroit River were heavily timbered, that is, Bois Blanc, abreast of Malden, Hickory, Sugar, Elba, and Gros Isle. Our government had barracks and a sort of stockade on Gros Isle, nearly abreast of Stony Island. About 3 miles above this, William Macomb had some fine farm buildings and lived there. Sandwich was a small village with barracks and soldiers. In ascending and sailing up the river, the heavily timbered points and the many windmills on each side of the river were prominent landmarks, as were the French farmhouses, they being whitewashed and mostly located on the banks of the river, and but very few people living back from it. Many Indians encamped on the shores and islands. I saw many French and Indians on the river with their canoes and soldiers in government bateaux, the latter seeming to be foraging for supplies. Great quantities of nearly all kinds of waterfowls were seen about the shores, rivers, and islands from Cleveland up. I arrived at Detroit and landed on the beach near where the foot of Woodward Avenue now is. The farms and gardens seemed to run down to the margin of the river, the shore running along nearly where Water Street now is. All or nearly all from that street to the front of the docks is made land. There was a government dock at the foot of Wayne Street, with a U.S. Guard stationed on it, with a government storehouse under the bank, the latter nearly as high as the house. Near the foot of Randolph Street was a temporary dock, made of timber bents and covered with planks, called Wings Dock. There seemed to be only 6 or 8 feet of water at the outer end. These were all the docks in Detroit, or on the whole river. The principal streets were Jefferson Avenue and Woodbridge Streets, from Wayne Street to Randolph, running parallel with the river, Woodward Avenue, Randolph, and Wayne Streets running at right angles with the river. The principal part of Detroit seemed to be comprised in the space from Fort Street to the river and from Wayne to Randolph Street. Standing on Woodward Avenue looking up, might be seen on Jefferson Avenue the spot now occupied by the Biddle House, Governor Hall's house, the only brick house at that time in Detroit. Nearly abreast, or a little above, on Jefferson Avenue, stood a government blockhouse picketed across with cedar posts 12 feet high. The population was probably 2,500, mostly French, and one regiment of soldiers in the fort, commanded, I think, by General Macomb. All the vehicles were one-horse French carts, used for both pleasure and business, also for conveying water to the inhabitants in barrels. These carts were backed into the water and then the barrels filled. The principal business of the place was buying furs and sugar of the Indians. After a short stay in Detroit, I sailed back to Cleveland, and on the whole voyage did not see a solitary sail or vessel, excepting a very small vessel lying at Malden and 2 at Detroit. There was said to be not more than 6 or 8 on all the lakes, excepting the remains of Perry's fleet. In 1818, my father and family moved from Cleveland and Rock River in a boat, coasting along the shore of Lake Erie and Detroit River up to Mungwagon, putting into the rivers and bays for harbors at nights and during headwinds, waiting there for good weather and fair winds. I came through by land, driving some cattle, assisted by a highly educated young Frenchman who gave his labor for his board, which was nothing extra. He had just arrived from France and was engaged in exploring this new country, taking notes as he traveled. We came through the Black Swamp. It was heavily timbered, no road chopped or marked, only a blind trail lying between Sandusky River and Maumee, encountering mud and water nearly the whole distance. This was in July. The first day we came nearly halfway, finding mosquitoes and flies so thick as to be very annoying to ourselves and cattle. The cattle were so tired we could drive them no further, having traveled from early morning till night. Here on a creek we found a small cabin called the Halfway House, inhabited by a half-breed and his family, who gave us for supper and breakfast wildcat soup and corn. I asked how so many bones came in the kettle. He answered it was one good cat. This was well understood by my companion, who could eat no more of it. But having been through the War of 1812 at Buffalo and Black Rock, I was used to rough fare and relished the soup. I had some curiosity, however, to know whether it was cat or dog. Our cattle forded and swam the rivers and creeks. We followed the blind roads and trails most of the way, some days being able to procure scarcely food enough to sustain us. We met 2 companies of soldiers from Detroit near the Huron River, cutting and clearing the military and territory road, afterwards called the Detroit and Monroe Turnpike, through the thick, heavy timber, making the road 100 feet wide and building bridges wherever needed. I found my father and family at Mongragan, they having been there several days. In 1818, the government, having surveyed the land along the river, put certain parcels of it in market, selling at auction to the highest bidder. Part of the land, now occupied by Wyandotte, fronting on the river, was sold at auction and bid off by citizens and officers of Detroit. There was much excitement in the bidding, the price being run up as high as $40 per acre. The citizens who bid were Colonel Mack and J.R. Williams, and of the U.S. officers, General Macomb, Major Biddle, Major Kersley, and Dr. Dillevan. Some of the land was resold to Major Biddle, and some reverted to the government. Wyandotte was an Indian village with a number of houses, small orchards, and cornfields. About this time, several families lived in the houses, having worked their way up here from the States. This was then a noted crossing and landing place for the Indians, their trails branching off into the country. We rented Dr. Dillevan's part for a few years and moved into a house which stood on the brink of the river, just below the present location of the shipyard. The house was a hewed log one, said to have belonged to Blue Jacket. The winter of 1819 and 1820 was open, very much like the last, 1875 to 76. I remember it perfectly well because we wanted to haul timber and rails out of the woods, and there was scarcely any snow until about the middle of April. Then came a very severe northeast snowstorm, snow falling 2 feet deep or more on a level, which all thawed off in a few days. That winter, the steamboat Walk in the Water was built at Buffalo. The owners rode up to Detroit to John R. Williams to build an ice house and fill it with ice to be used on board the boat. They built the ice house but had no ice to put in it. Mr. William McComb, who lived on Grosse Ile, would ride to the head of the island on horseback, nearly abreast of our house and my brother's, and I would ferry him across in our canoe, his horse swimming alongside. He made this his crossing from Detroit, swimming his horse each way. He was the most active and fearless man I ever knew. He had been known to plunge in the river on his horse on dark nights, slipping back and hanging on the tail of the horse, forcing him to swim across the river. My brothers and I liked the excitement of swimming the horses. Besides, he was liberal-hearted and would always give us money. Game of almost all descriptions was very plenty in the rivers and marshes. The creeks and swamps teemed with fishes, snakes, frogs, etc. Wolves were very numerous. They would give chase to the deer, and to escape them the deer would run into the river, and when the river was frozen they would slip down and thus become an easy prey to the wolves, all ready to catch and eat them. The foxes seemed to understand following up the wolves and eating what they left. They could be seen on the ice on moonlight nights. We were annoyed by the wolves keeping us awake and were obliged to build pens to shut our calves in to keep them from the hungry jaws of these pests. There was a man who lived about a mile from us whose name was Jacobs. He was an active and persevering man, a natural mechanic, being able to make almost any article needed in a new settlement. One cold winter's day, with a yoke of oxen and sled, he went to Detroit, where he bought a quarter of beef, and placing it on his sled, he started for home. On a narrow part of the road in the woods, near the upper part of what is Wyandotte, about 10 or 11 o'clock at night, the wolves rushed out to attack him and his beef. He whipped his oxen into a run, and when the wolves came near enough, he pulled out a sled stake and went for them. Driven from the beef, they would attack the oxen, and driven from them, they would again assail the beef. As they played at this game, they grew bolder, and at length they came near enough for him to knock several of them over. The rest retired from the conflict, leaving him to convey his beef to his home in safety. One evening in June, a son of Mr. Jacobs with myself started out to hunt deer about a mile from home, where they came to Beaver Pond to escape from flies and mosquitoes. We were afraid of nothing except wounded bears and Indians. It was said the Indians had killed some of the white hunters when in the woods after game. We were well armed for a hunt, having each a belt and its tomahawk, a butcher knife, and a gun, charged with 9 buckshot, this being the best equipment for close quarters in the dark. When a part of the way to the pond, we separated, agreeing not to get too far apart, and if anything happened to one, the other was to halloo. One went to the head of the pond, the other to the foot, so that if there were any deer in the pond, they should not escape. Soon after we parted, I heard the report of a gun, and Jacob's voice nearly the same instant in a loud halloo. I ran, being anxious to make good time, supposing an Indian had fired the shot. It was foggy and getting quite dusk. Between us there was a space covered with logs and brush, and in running I would tumble and fall, not seeing the logs, thus losing time. I crawled a part of the way on my hands and knees. Before reaching him, I came to an open spot and dimly saw what I supposed to be Jacobs and an Indian on their knees. The thought flashed across my mind, if I fired, I might kill the wrong man. I rushed up to them, thinking that if the Indian had emptied his own gun, he would take my companions and shoot me. To my inexpressible relief, I found that instead of a conflict with an Indian, Jacobs had shot and wounded a large buck, had jumped on him, and was using his knife vigorously to kill him. It was so large we had considerable difficulty in reaching home with it in the dark. However, it fed both families several days. From what I saw of General McComb, who was frequently at our house, I think he was a persevering and industrious officer in drilling and practicing his command and sending them on expeditions up and down the rivers and lakes in their bateaus, coasting and running the channels and courses of the streams, seemingly preparing his men to cope with the Indians in case they committed any depredations, and fitting them to fight their dusky enemies in the woods on their own grounds or on the water. He practiced his men in cutting roads and building bridges, having them fish at the head of gross eel for their supply, where the fish were very plenty. He likewise employed them in making hay and boating wood and hay to Detroit in their bateaus. Bilious fevers and ague were very prevalent, many of the people being prostrated by them. Dr. Brown of Detroit attended and prescribed for these suffering people up and down the river, almost without money and without price. Had he charged and collected in proportion to the present demands of physicians, the money would no doubt have been a very large sum. He was our family physician 3 years. Father paid him $25 cash. On one of his visits, he said to my father, "I must have one of your cows, for if I have nothing else to eat, I can live on the milk." He then had piles of accounts. In his last sickness, knowing he must soon die, he had all these accounts burnt before his eyes, thus settling them for all time, and saving his heirs and the debtors much perplexity. It is hoped and believed that he left many a man in the profession possessed of the same humane and benevolent feelings that actuated him. Of post offices, I knew but 2 in the territory, one at Detroit and one at Monroe. The one at Detroit was kept by Judge James Abbott. He went for our mail on an average of once a month, paying 25 cents for a letter. My brother and I fished at Maumee in the Rapids in 1830 and a number of years afterwards. We usually calculated to fill about 800 barrels with walleyed pike, that being the desired amount, some seasons leaving off when the last haul would bring in 50 or 60 barrels of walleyed pike, and about half as many of other varieties which were allowed to escape. Since that time, by excessive fishing with many kinds of nets, set lines, and spearing, the fish have become so scarce that but little fishing is done there at this day, and very few fish are caught in the river. It was then quite common to catch 50 barrels of bass at one haul. Experience in white fishing on the Detroit in 1829. At that time, whitefish could be caught in the fall of the year at almost any point on the shores and islands of the Detroit River, with small nets and fixtures. At the present time, there are but few points where they can be caught, requiring the best of nets and fixtures to capture them at all. The propagation of fish should be on a large scale, and proper protection afforded by fish laws. It is quite evident, if the present mode of destroying both old and young is continued, the whitefish will soon become extinct. Judging from my experience in fishing, there is not 15% of the number of fish now ascending the Detroit River as in 1829. Our state has taken great interest in propagating fish and has appropriated money liberally. It has hatched and planted 600,000 salmon and 7 million whitefish this spring, 1876. Both salmon and whitefish have been planted in our inland waters, Lakes Michigan, Huron, Erie, St. Clair, and Detroit and St. Clair rivers. The last planting of 1 million or more we finished on the 14th of April. The Canadian government has erected a large and permanent hatchery costing $6,000 or $8,000 on its Detroit River shore, 5 miles below the city of Detroit. The hatchery is superintended by Samuel Wilmot, one of the most experienced and thorough fish culturists in the country. They planted in the Detroit River several millions of whitefish fry this spring, and I understand the Canadian government intend to hatch and plant on a much larger scale the coming year than has ever been practiced here. Ecorse, May 23, 1876. End of section 19. Section 20 of Selected Articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1, by Historical Society of Michigan. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Ted Lienhart. Recollections by Honorable Levi Bishop. Read at the annual meeting of the Pioneer Society of the State of Michigan, February 3, 1875. In this paper, I propose, without going into details, to give some prominent facts and some personal recollections of the old capital of the territory and state while it remained in Detroit. Also of the old state legislature, of the removal of the capital to Lansing, and of the use of the Capitol building in Detroit after the capital was removed. It is well known that the old council house, as it was called, stood on the southwest corner of Jefferson Avenue and Randolph Street in Detroit, on the present site of the Fireman's Hall, now occupied by the state for military purposes. The council house is familiar in my recollections, and I think it must have been standing as late as 1845 or 50. It was probably erected soon after the fire in 1805, which swept away the whole of Detroit except one building, and was probably occupied for legislative, judicial, and executive purposes till the old Capitol building was completed. Speaking from memory, I think that building, now the old Capitol, was erected in 1825, or about 50 years ago. It stands on a small triangular piece of ground, thus formed by State, Griswold, and Rowland streets. I have been informed that the ground about this site was originally low, and at some seasons of the year it was covered with water and ice, although since I have known it, it has been sufficiently drained to make it comfortable and attractive for public buildings and private residences. When the Capitol was erected, it was literally out on the common, a considerable distance from the town. The building was regarded as one of considerable pretensions, having a high steeple or tower and an imposing colonnade in front. It was 2 stories in height and formed so as to accommodate a Senate and House of Representatives, with side rooms for committees and consultation, and also accommodations for the various executive offices of the territorial government and those of the state, when the territory should be admitted as a state into the Union. I have no doubt if we could get the old pioneers of Detroit and of the state to speak and write, they could relate many a scene and many an incident which occurred in that old building that would be of the greatest interest and value. For my own part, I belong to a later generation and must therefore pass to things within my own recollection. Commencing on the second Monday in May, 1835, sat the convention which formed the first Constitution of Michigan, known as the Constitution of that year, although I suppose it did not take effect in law by the admission of the state into the Union till the Act of Congress was passed for that purpose, January 26, 1837. I first arrived in Michigan early in June 1835. My first impressions and recollections of this event are connected with a stroll about the little frontier town called Detroit, then containing less than 4,000 people. I went out to see the Capitol, where the convention was in session, with the late John Biddle occupying the chair as presiding officer. I did not remain long in Detroit, but started west in a stagecoach in search of some good land, which I found a few days after, and purchased of the government at $1 per acre. It was near a new and small village, now the city of Marshall. In looking over the proceedings of the convention, we note the following prominent and familiar names. Some are still with us, others have fallen asleep. John Biddle, John J. Adam, Robert Purdy, Edward Mundy, Randolph Manning, Seneca Newberry, Jonathan Chase, John S. Axford, John S. Berry, John Norville, John McDonnell, John R. Williams, Conrad Ten Eyck, Louis Beaufort, George W. Farrington, William Woodbridge, Robert McClelland, Ross Wilkins, Townsend E. Gidley, Isaac E. Carey, Lucius Lyon, Hezekiah G. Wells. Such were the men who, with their associates, laid the political foundation of our state. The Constitution they drew up and adopted was an excellent one. With a few amendments, it would be better than any proposed since. The proposed new state of Michigan had some trouble in obtaining admission into the Union. The clouds of war arose and hovered over its southern boundary. State militia was marshaled in all the pomp, pride, and circumstance of glorious war. But Congress took up the subject, and we obtained for the strip of land on the Ohio line The whole of our Upper Peninsula, so called, which with its vast amount of mineral deposits I suppose to be worth much more than the land on the Ohio border about which the difficulty arose. In 1835, the state came into the Union and adopted the Constitution, which remained in force till superseded by that which is known as the Constitution of 1850, under which we still live. In the old Capitol building, the extended, complicated, and difficult legislation incident to a new state government was brought forward and matured. We were then emerging from a state of pupillage and dependence and growing up into a state of Confederate sovereignty. When the Constitution was formed in 1835, Michigan probably numbered about 50,000 people. Since then, 40 years have passed, and we now approach 1,500,000 with all the material, intellectual, moral, and religious elements which go to make up wealthy, strong, and prosperous communities. And recurring to the old legislative times, other names than those before mentioned come up before me. Origen D. Richardson, Sanford M. Green, William T. Howell, Henry T. Backus, Charles I. Walker, William A. Richmond, Samuel Denton, Flavius J. Littlejohn, Jefferson Fancher, Edwin M. Cust, Charles G. Hammond, William Norman McLeod, Alfred H. Hanscom, Dr. Pliny Power, Robert P. Eldridge, Joseph Niles, Elijah J. Roberts, James D. Vedeto, Charles E. Stewart, Edwin H. Lothrop, Kinsley S. Bingham, Alexander W. Reed, Charles P. Bush, Austin E. Wing, Samuel Axford, Norman Little, DeGarmo Jones, B.F.H. Witherell, Benjamin B. Kercheval, Jacob M. Howard, George W. Peck, Titus Dort, Thomas J. Drake, Levi Cook, Gardner Williams, Olney Hawkins, Vincent L. Bradford, Andrew T. McReynolds, Andrew Harvey, Nathan A. Balch, Jacob Summers. Many of the persons named rose to distinction in the administration of our state government, and some have occupied high positions in the various departments of the government of the United States. Those who have passed on have left their example and experience to benefit and instruct those who are to follow them. Two incidents occur to me in connection with the, to us, olden times that appear worthy of passing notice. At one time during a session of the legislature, a bitter personal feeling arose between a gentleman then residing in Detroit and the lieutenant governor, president of the Senate. One day after the adjournment of the Senate, while the lieutenant governor was passing through the streets to his hotel, the other man met and struck him several times with a cane. His injuries were not severe, but the Senate took notice of the act as a breach of privilege, or perhaps as a contempt of that body. The offender was arrested and brought before the Senate and required to give bail in answer to the charge of violence done to the presiding officer. The bail was given and the answer was put in, and I well remember the rare opportunity which was thus afforded to a member of the Detroit bar in which to display his oratorical powers. The spread eagle was in order, and a golden figure of that noble bird was noticed as appropriately perched over the chair of the presiding officer of the Senate. As near as I can recollect, the other incident was as follows. A member of the Senate had been proceeded against in the Court of Chancery, and while in attendance upon his duties as member of the legislature, he was cited to appear before a master in Chancery. Relying on his privilege as a member of the Senate, he omitted to obey the summons. The solicitor in the case then obtained an attachment for contempt of court, and the senator was arrested. He laid the case before the Senate. That body took action on the case, and the solicitor was arrested and brought before them to answer for contempt, or perhaps for a breach of privilege. He gave bail and put in his answer, but as the session of the legislature was drawing to a close, and as the solicitor had occasion to go to New York, he prepared a pointed and most contemptuous letter addressed to the Senate and left for the East. The next morning the letter was read in the Senate and created much indignation, but as the solicitor was out of the jurisdiction, and as the session would close before any effective steps could be taken against him, the whole proceeding was allowed to drop. I give these incidents without giving names as illustrative in some measure of the character of the times in which they occurred. At an early day in the history of our state legislature, a prejudice arose on the part of those who represented the interior of the state against the location of the capital at Detroit. At nearly every session, a cry was raised against what was called the Detroit influence. There were many men of great experience in the city who no doubt exerted much influence upon legislation, as it was proper they should, but it was claimed that the influence extended beyond this. It was said that where important measures were pending before the legislature, the influence of the social circle and of ladies' society was brought to bear upon the members, and many will remember that the influence of quail parties and quiet suppers was often alluded to as the principal motive for the passage of many important acts of legislation. The feeling against the supposed Detroit influence at times ran quite high, and movements were made at an early day to get the capital away from the city and get it located in some more healthy political atmosphere. Section 9 of Article 12 of the Constitution provided that the capital should be at Detroit, or at such other place as should be prescribed by law, so that it was in the power of the legislature to remove it at any time. Several attempts had been made to remove it, but without success. It was very easy to get a vote in the legislature to move away from Detroit, but when the question arose as to where it should be set down, the rivalry of several interior cities and villages rendered even the removal itself impossible. The section of the Constitution before cited had provided that in the year 1847 the legislature should locate the capital permanently. Accordingly, at the session of that year, bills were introduced in a more earnest effort than usual to get it away from the city. The same rivalry between different towns to obtain it was still a serious obstacle in the way of definite and final action on the subject. The question was often brought up and discussed in each house, but the capital would not move. Some of the discussions were quite amusing. I was one morning in the Senate when a light snow had fallen the night before, and the Honorable J. Adams arose and with much gravity moved that the bill for the removal of the capital should be taken up, urging as a reason that as there was a new fall of snow on the ground, it would slide easy. With all the efforts, there was no getting a bill through for the removal. It was supposed and assumed that the capital must stay where it was, or must be located in some large town in the interior where accommodations could be had for the state officers who should reside at the capital and for members of the legislature during the session. Finally, while the matter seemed to be in a deadlock, a member in the House one morning arose and moved the introduction of a bill in these words, quote, that the seat of government of this state shall be in the town of Lansing, in the county of Ingham, end quote, as such bill is printed on page 71 of the Session Laws of 1847, should be passed by the House. This was regarded as a joke by the members, and not unlikely it was so regarded by the mover. The town of Lansing had but recently organized as such. It was mostly an unbroken forest. Very few remembered even where it was, although it was soon ascertained that it was situated between Jackson and some other places as yet unknown to most of mankind. There was and could be no accommodations in that town except such as the hunter enjoys for the use of the members of the legislature of the state government. The motion was a huge joke and was received by a general laugh. There was no debate, and the speaker put the question at once, apparently as a piece of fun too good to be lost. The bill was passed almost or quite unanimously, the Wayne delegates even joining in the fun and voting for it. The bill was sent to the Senate at once, apparently for their amusement. The Senate received it, and then the joke assumed the character of seriousness. Those who were interested in lands in and around Lansing saw the game, and at once prepared to pursue and capture it. The Senate was immediately surrounded by a powerful lobby in favor of the House bill, in comparison with which the quail supper influence of Detroit sunk into insignificance. Whatever might be the influences brought to bear on the subject, a large number was soon found among the senators who were in favor of the bill. All sorts of efforts were made to defeat it, or even to amend it in some, no matter how slight a particular, so as to get it back to the House, where it was hoped it might be defeated. Even representatives from some cities of the interior wished to defeat it in order to increase the chances in favor of their own localities. The influences in favor of Lansing increased and multiplied every day till they overshadowed all others. Ridicule was followed by argument, and argument by entreaties, and entreaties by denunciations. What? Shall we take the capital from a large and beautiful city where there are ample accommodations and stick it down in the woods and mud on the banks of Grand River amid choking miasma, where even the woodman's axe has never awakened its echoes, where the howl of wolves, where the hissing of massasaugas and the groans of bullfrogs resound to the hammer of the woodpecker and the solitary notes of the nightingale? Such were the efforts made and arguments used to defeat what was started as a good joke, but was now denounced not only as a great mistake, but as a great iniquity, and even a gigantic fraud and swindle. The members from Wayne County who voted for the joke now hung their heads in sorrow and mortification, while nothing could arrest the onward march of legislation. The bill passed the Senate without amendment. It was immediately sent to the governor, who at once signed it, and thus gave it the force of law. So wholly unpremeditatedly had the bill been introduced into the House and so hastily passed that it provided no details whatever for the capital and did not even fix the place of its location, except that it was to be in a named township which contained 30 square miles. A remedy, however, was soon found for this defect in the act on page 76 of the Session Laws of 1847, which provided commissioners to locate the capital at a fixed point in the town of Lansing, and provided for clearing the land that should be selected and for the erection of buildings to accommodate the legislature and the state government. In this act, the important provision was inserted that the capital should be located on the school section of the town named. The commissioners on examination found the school section, 16, admirably situated for the purpose on the west side of Grand River. They selected that section accordingly. A plat was procured for the proposed village, now the city of Lansing. The clearing was commenced, and the present Capitol building was soon erected on a beautiful swell of ground in one of the public squares of the city. This building, a plain wood structure, was ready for the legislature of 1848. It has been occupied ever since as the state capitol, and probably will be till the new building shall be ready for occupancy. Such is a brief account of the removal of our state capital. No doubt the removal was slightly detrimental to the city of Detroit. It took away a portion of the patronage which had been received by the hotels and storekeepers, and a few $1,000s a year were thus diverted to another locality which had been expended in Detroit by executive officers, the members of the legislature, and the third house, which was not unfrequently large, and such strangers as might have business with the various departments. Further than these matters, which were of no great significance, I do not think the removal of the capital was a serious injury to the city. Detroit has increased and flourished, and will continue to do so in future as a result of its own industry, enterprise, and natural advantages, regardless of the location of the state capital. On the other hand, there is no doubt that the removal of the capital, even into a waste-howling wilderness, was of immense advantage to the state at large in opening that very wilderness to settlement and culture, and in promoting the foundation of villages and even cities. The value of the town of Lansing and its vicinages, traversed as they are and will be by railroads, may now be fairly stated at millions instead of thousands, to which the same property must have been limited had it not secured the location of the capital. I am inclined to think the removal operated all for the best, not only for the state at large, but for the city of Detroit. There were peculiar public advantages resulting from the removal of the capital, as it was placed on a school section, so-called, of the township. This school section, 1 mile square, was a part of the endowment granted by the United States government to the state for common school purposes, which endowment constituted the early foundation of our common school system. While the country about it remained unsettled, this school section was probably not worth the minimum price placed upon it per acre by the state. When the capital was placed on it, it was at once platted for a village and ultimately for a city, and instead of being sold for $10 or $15 per acre, it readily brought good prices for village lots. I am informed that the 640 acres of the school section, instead of producing perhaps from $5,000 to $10,000, produced and poured into the common school fund of the state from $500,000 to $1 million. At the time of the removal of the capital, the union system of schools had not been introduced into the state. The old single-district system still prevailed, even in cities and large villages, and from 50 to 100 scholars were placed under one teacher. The classes were necessarily small, and all branches from A, B, C to geometry were taught by one teacher. The distinguishing feature of the union system is to gather several isolated district schools of one neighborhood into one building so far as possible, in which many teachers can be employed, the classes made larger, and at the same time but few classes under the personal direction of one teacher. This system carries the division of the labor principle into one of the most important branches of industry, that of educating the youth of the country. As yet, there were no buildings constructed in which to organize and accommodate a proper union school. The old Capitol building, after the removal of the seat of state government, remained vacant under the charge of a janitor. Mr. Bishop here gives quite a minute history of the way some members of the school board surreptitiously obtained the key and took possession of the building. He goes on to say that a few days after they had made their observation, carpenters with no apparent authority were heard at work putting in seats, desks, and blackboards in the building for school purposes. It was soon rumored that the school board had stolen the old Capitol. I shall leave the Attorney General to determine whether it was larceny or not. If it was, I shall leave it to moralists to decide whether, in this exceptional case, the end did not justify the means. Be that as it may, the obtaining of this building enabled the school board of the city to organize a first-class union school, and I may add that the obtaining of that building and being thus able to present to parents and friends of the free school system a popular and attractive union school enabled them to overcome much of the opposition to the system then prevalent in the city. That Capitol School was our pioneer union school. It furnished an organization and excellence which many have followed. The loss of the building by the state was, and the fruits gathered from the use of it for school purposes, of immensely greater benefit, not only to the city, but to the state at large, than could the old building have been worth with all its appurtenances and property for any other use whatever. Nor is this all. I had reason to know while I was president of our school board that members of school boards and superintendents of schools in other and older states than ours, even the oldest states in the Union, came to our city and state to obtain models for union schools and used those models as arguments among their own people in favor of discarding the old single-district system and introducing the preferable system of the union school. Such are some of the fruits of the removal of the Capitol building in Detroit. Nor is this all. There is now a flourishing high school in that same old Capitol building. At the time of the removal, some of our citizens thought it a grievous matter to lose the state capitol. I have no doubt that all reflecting men, if they could be placed back 28 years and should see the Capitol about to go, but could at the same time foresee the real benefits which, in the short space of a quarter of a century, would spring from the removal, they would say, "Let it go." They might say, with considerable truth, the legislative and executive departments of the state have been great sinners. They deserve condign punishment, but let them go in peace, provided they leave the old Capitol building behind. I have thus, ladies and gentlemen, gone over my subject and presented recollections pertaining thereto, with such reflections as occurred to me in writing this paper. I was not a personal actor in the matters spoken of, except in connection with the educational system. I have written almost wholly from memory, and consequently may have made mistakes. If so, I hope I shall be corrected, and that the truth of history will be asserted by those who know the facts better. There are many living men who know all the details of the subject over which I have passed. I hope my paper will stimulate them, and even provoke them to write up for this society their knowledge and recollections, that we may have a more full, accurate, and satisfactory treatment of the subject. End of section 20. End of selected articles from the Michigan Historical Collections, Volume 1 by Historical Society of Michigan.